Good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, good evening. I hope you're all well. You can see on the ticker below, got a sore throat and I'm losing my voice. I think it was after singing Happy Birthday to Jonathan yesterday in my sexy Marilyn Monroe voice. Hey, 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 hey Emma, how are you? Um, so I'm yeah, not gonna speak that much today because I want to keep my voice for tomorrow as well. Jesus. But I am gonna speak because I feel okay. But when I'm off, you understand why I'm off the thing because I'm tired. I'm not feeling my best today, but we push on. Do you know what I mean? We push on. Hi, Katie. Hello, Katie. Oh no, do you feel poorly? Yes, I feel poorly. I just got sore throat. Um, Actually, I was in the doctor's today about something else, so it was fine. And I was uh he tested it. He says very raw, red raw in the back of my throat. So he said you're coming on with it. So and you can hear well, I can hear my voice. It's not natural. Honey and lemon. Drink some hot lemonade. Hot lemonade. How do you do that? I got lemonade. Honey and lemon. I don't think I got honey or lemon. How do you do that then? Not being a dick about it, but how do you do it? As in, do you just glass of lemonade and put it in the microwave or something? Or do you lemonade with water? How do you do that, Katie? I've never done that before. Hello, Christine. Hello, my darling. Hope you're well as well, Christine. Hope you're very, very well. Just warming up. So literally just microwave. Cool, 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 cool. Not too hot then, just warm, not boiling or anything. I got lemonade, so I can definitely do that. So doctor just told me plenty of water, plenty of lubrications. I was like, what? KY jelly or something. I didn't know. But no, water and stuff like that. So I will. Good morning, Shauna. Good morning. But I'm also yeah, hot like tea. Okay, fine. I'll do that in a bit now. I will do that. I got lemonade here anyway, so um yeah, but the show goes on. The show does go on. We're gonna have everything as usual. Just I'm gonna try and speak a little bit less today after the start because um I want to keep my voice for tomorrow, for Matt's day as well. And also, I feel really like, you know, when you feel tired, you feel like yesterday, I knew it was coming down something because I fell asleep yesterday on stream. So I knew something was coming. And already today, I could feel myself nodding off already. So, but the stream's happening, it's all going well. Just I might not 100, well, if I feel myself going to sleep, I put myself off camera and mute myself from my snoring. So it's all good. So hello Evolve, hello Christine, hello Shauna, hello everyone. Let's go, people. Thank you, Shauna. It's all good. We're all here. I just next week I couldn't give a damn. I just don't want to lose my just don't want to lose my voice for tomorrow. Do you know what I mean? Oh, and so tomorrow, let's go, guys. We've actually got a resident from Westerville. So we've got a resident from Westerville coming tomorrow with Matt's trial. So we're going to question her for the first hour or so. She thought that he was guilty, I believe, but now is like, no, 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 I don't think you're guilty anymore. So that'll be interesting to see her perspective with Matt tomorrow. Hi, Sandra. It's all good. It's all good. We're still going with this, you know. Um, it's fine. I'm still here. I'm still chatting away, guys. It's all good. But yeah, I have got a sore throat and losing my voice, but we'll be fine. Carol, hello, Carol. So tomorrow, do you hear what I just said, Carol? Tomorrow we got Matt on. We got a resident. I don't remember their name, but we should have more info about how mainstream media treated Matt from this local person. Um, so yeah, it'll be good. It'll be good. I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully, spread the word, guys. Here we go. Stranger danger. Hannah's here. Hey, Hannah. We missed you yesterday, Hannah. Hope you're well as well. It's always quiet when you're not here because normally I said on stream last night. I said I hope Hannah doesn't pop in or I hope she doesn't pop in tomorrow and ask me what. what's going on with this trial because I don't know. I'm lost in this trial, Hannah. I have no idea what the hell is going on with this trial. So, you know, I don't know. Do you know what I mean? So it's all good though. It's all good. We will let Nico. Thank you, Emma. Hi, Carol. Hi, Hannah. Hi, Dylan. Actually, hi, Sylvia. Hope you're well, Sylvia. Hope you're doing well. I'm watching from TVD, so I won't be in chat much. But yeah, that's fine, Sandra. That's always good. We like lurkers. It's all good. Hiya, all. Hiya. I said hiya, Emma. Hi, Sandra. Hi, Frieza Addison. Hi, Sylvia. Sarah P's in the house. You sound like shit. If you need to rest today, we can always. Yeah, so what I'm doing, Sarah, I'm going to do the intro now, and I will be jumping on, back and on forward, but I'm going to take myself off screen and just join the chat probably. And then, yeah, I'm not going to speak too much today. I feel okay. I feel tired. So, yesterday I was sleeping on stream. I knew something was coming, and the doctor said that I got my glands are very red in the back there, and I'm losing my voice. So I'm not gonna use up too much of my voice, but I'll be in chat, and I'll be back and forward speaking now and again and stuff as well. Thank you, Carol. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Good morning, Kay and Sylvia. Morning, Miss Sarah. She's Mrs. Sarah. Mrs. Sarah, she is. Uh, oh no, where's that? Gone there. Shona, Sarah P, face red, sharp heart shape. Oh, I see this. Howdy all. Hi, Nunia. How we doing, Nunia? Thank you very much. Uh-oh, Sarah's cursing early. Sarah is cursing early. Was she cursing, is she? I didn't curse today, I don't think. I don't think, anyway. Maybe I did. I only need a jar of pickled hot peppers. I got hot peppers, actually. Brine several times throughout the day. Jesus, I hate hot peppers. So I'm going to try Katie's trick of the hot lemonade. I'm going to try that trick today. Hi, Nunya. Nunya Bits. And a hello from Sarah to everyone. Hi, Nunya. Hi, Shona Cawthron. Good afternoon and get well wishes for today. Thank you. I want to ask, I had to attend a show my daughter had a number in yesterday. Oh, how did it go? Was it well? And I don't mind you asking. The reason I said I hope Hannah doesn't ask me is because I genuinely can't tell you. I genuinely can't tell you. I have no idea what happened yesterday. And not because I wasn't watching, I was. I have no idea. I'm lost in this trial. I don't know what the hell's going on. So I, I'm honestly, I don't normally feel like a bit of a fraud as a host. Normally, I have to update and I have no idea. Oh no, couldn't tell you who did well yesterday. Whether the defense did well or prosecution. I have no idea. I'm lost. But yeah, but I'm always grateful when you do ask. Just as like, please don't ask today because I haven't got an idea. That's all. But I hope you don't enjoy yesterday though as well. Pickles. Emma, my son has been 6 for 3. They're vomiting, fever, headaches. It's awful. I'm sterilizing my house every day. So yeah, the muck bug. Oof, no. Yeah, that's terrible. My mother, my nieces, had a little bit, but I've never had it with my voice before. I'm normally quite good. It's only really I've got a little bit of a headache, sore throat, my voice. So a bit of when I swallow, feeling it. I'm just feeling groggy, feeling sleepy. And I got these bad boys as well, honey and lemon, something to suck on. Do you know what I mean? I'm like you women. I'll suck on something today. Sarah P. Oh, Sarah, that sucks. Yeah, positive energy. Thank you, Katie. I'm a bit worried about him getting dehydrated. Oh no, yeah, pile that water down and Jesus. Yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, that's the worst thing, isn't it? Because they don't want to drink and stuff, do they? But he's gonna have to do. Do you know what I mean? Force it down. Doesn't matter if it comes out. Just fucking keep forcing it down. A few times a day, soreness would be gone in a very short time. There we are. No, we've got nurses everywhere here. Do you know what I mean? It's great. We all just got over strep throat. My two daughters and my grandbaby. That was super, super sucky. I can imagine. I don't mind being ill in comparison to my nieces or anything. I'd rather be ill over them. Um, Nearly over, hopefully, fingers crossed for you, Sarah. If my throat feels sore, I'll take a sip of the brine. I mean, I just can't do I don't like peppers. I just don't like peppers. So the brine and stuff I just can't do. Jeez. Sarpi, I hope you find something for him. That must be frustrating. Hope so every time we think he's getting a bit better, he starts vomiting. Oh no. Yeah, that's weird though, isn't it? Over 24 hours, that's weird. Hey, Dandy. How you doing, Dandy? Hope you're well, Dandy Lioness. Ms. Lioness, hello. I'm Shauna. Beware chat is full of cooties. Bless you all, Sarah P. Fingers crossed, yes. Son Sarah P. Pedialyte. Dandelion, we are talking about being under the weather. Jennifer, hello, Jennifer. Hope you're well as well, Jennifer. I always see you once a day. You come in, say hello, and then you bugger off. I don't ever know when you're probably lurking. But hi, Jennifer. Lovely to see you here. Um, the strange thing is that they think it might be strep, no sore throat, but they've been seeing people's stomach flu. Okay, he doctor thought I had strep, but I haven't got any pus or anything. He said TMI. Fine. Thank you all. A sip, not good. I just can't do it. I mean, I've got a pot of hot peppers, red ones, but I'm going to try the hot lemonade now. Try the hot lemonade, see if it soothes my voice. Hello, Dandy, Jennifer. Hi, Jennifer. Lol. Good to see you too. Yes, lovely to see you, Jennifer. Where are you from? Are you from the UK or are you from the US? I always need to ask you, but I never remember to ask. I ain't picking up no grub from these YouTube streets. Hello, Sarah and Katie. Hello, Dandy Lioness. So that maybe explains why I fell asleep yesterday. So I'm going to make sure I mute myself today if I do fall asleep, so no one sees me. US, happy days. There we are. Because we got fairly good balance of UK, US, a little bit of Canada sprinkled in. Got Chris from the Australia as well. So we got Kathy from South Africa. Um, Danny from Ireland, because that's not in the UK, so Danny from Ireland. Do you think where else we got? I think that's about it. Sarah, we all thought he was something else too. We took baby to doctor, thought he was teasing, but day after day we all got it. Jennifer, hello. So yeah, as you know, my voice is about, it's not great. So I'm not gonna speak much, if any, today, to be quite honest with you. I hope you don't mind. Um But I do like to speak, so I will speak when I want to or need to, but most of it is going to be offline today. Oh shit, I've just done something. What have I done? Oh, F11. And I'll still be in chat, I'll still chat in chat. Just I'm not going to be, you don't have to look at me, pull myself off. Honey, I haven't got any honey, you see, but I'm going to have some tea now. Got some tea coming and got some. The doctor said just liquids, liquid. Um, just I said, "Oh, is there a fix I can, He goes, "If there's a fix, I wouldn't be a bloody doctor, would I?" I was like, "Yeah, that's true," because he would have invented something. Um, Vodka's good for helping you forget. That's terrible. I'm going to call the doctor today. They think it's strep, then they need to give him an antibiotic while waiting for the culture to come back. Give him some relief, yes. Honey, lemon, and tea with tiny shot of whiskey. So I haven't got no honey, I got no lemon, I got tea, tiny shot of whiskey, I got whiskey, but I don't like whiskey. I fucking hate whiskey. I freaking hate whiskey. Friggin' hate whiskey. Oh, it's like, but I wouldn't be bothered about any of this. Honestly, I don't care about it. It's everyone gets ill, do you know what I mean? It's fine. But it's because of streaming, do you know what I mean? That's the only thing. I'm like, "Geez, why do I have to get ill now?" Thank you, Jennifer, as well. Thank you very much. Um, Gravy heals all. Come gravy. I'm gonna do also, I'm gonna do Thanksgiving meal as well. I think I'm gonna be doing Thanksgiving meal on Thanksgiving. Turkey, mashed potatoes, roast potatoes, glazed carrots, cauliflower cheese or mac and cheese, one of the two, stuffing, um, anything else? I do gravy, brown, normal shit. That's called started. Hang on. No, it hasn't, thank God. Brown, normal gravy. None of that white cum gravy. Um, and I hate whiskey too, but it helps like night. Yeah, I got a cough med. It says tickle one. Coronia or whatever it's called. I got that. I bought that today as well. And these are great. These are great to suck on. I now understand why you women like to suck on things. I get it now. I get it. Got to give you grief. Oh, absolutely. Give me the lawn. Give me grief. Where's Erin Hack? Where's the Hackster? I it hasn't arrived yet. My little new gift. Don't start the Greek. Sorry, Val. I gargle with warm salt water. I bet you do, Dandy. I bet. Is it not water? I bet you do. Um, right, let me get this up here. Shauna will suck away. I know. Present. I know. Yeah, I just know why you like sucking. It's all good. Live streaming. Here we go. Where is it gone? Watch live. Here we go. I got it here. I'll put this down. So we got it on screen a little bit. So we'll start in a couple of minutes anyway. Me too, Dandy. We love it, Katie. You gotta laugh. If you don't laugh, you cry, wouldn't you? Do you know what I mean? So, just a reminder: tomorrow, Matthew Moore trial. We have a special guest coming on. I do not remember the guest's name, but she is a resident from Westville area, and I believe that she, due to mainstream media, felt that he was guilty throughout until the trial. So that's gonna be interesting to ask her questions about her thought processes, how mainstream media influenced her and others, how the area thought of Matt and stuff like that. So, and how she feels now, and if she does feel differently, why, how, what persuaded her to feel differently. So I'm excited. So we got Connie last week, we got this week. We're trend setting, guys. We're leading the way. All of streaming. So come along, tell everyone to come along and join us. So it's fine. G, grandma's remedy. It seems to have none here. G, gargling warm salt will recommend for a sore throat. Yes. Within hours is gone. There we are. I might try that now. Hi, Sylvia. Hi, Sylvia. I did say hi earlier on, Sylvia. How are you, Sylvia? Good morning. Not sure I can make it on Saturday, Stellan. I'll try to be there for you. No, don't. I said, oh, maybe you're in a meeting. I said, you won't be there tomorrow. And I don't mean that in a bad way. You've got a family to look after. So uh, you do enough Monday to Friday for me. So I said on stream yesterday, you won't be there. You might pop in, I said, but you won't be there, and I don't expect you to be there because Jesus, you work all week and then you do all this for me, and then you go home and you got a family to look after. So I do not expect to see you. Obviously, if you could pop in and say hello, great, but I do not expect you to be here at all. Um, so yeah, as usual. So it's all good, Sarah. You didn't have to explain that at all. I know the score. Don't worry. You're doing that for me anyway. Thank you very much. Hi, Thierry. Hi, Katie. Kay. Hello, Thierry. I'm a big, uh, I'm big all cry when I'm sick, lol. You're doing good, sweets. Thanks, Shauna. Hi, Sarah. I'll cry, lol, cry. Hi, how are you, Nancy Nurse? Hi, Nancy Nurse. Lovely to see you, Nancy. Nancy's always here lurking. Never know. Um, I want to be. I just don't want to miss any man. Oh, I know. But you can watch it on replay. Do you know what I mean? There's, during the week, I know what your hours of work. You can always watch a little bit on replay as and when. Do you know what I mean? So, but yeah, please, if you can't make it Saturday, please watch on replay anyway. Everybody. Nancy Nurse, hello. Dylan, definitely gargle. Oh, do you know what I'm going to now? After this start, I'm going to go and gargle some salt water, warm salt water. Um, I can't have lemon tea, but I got some medicine. I'm also going to have, due to Katie telling me, I'm going to have some warm lemonade and try that. And then I'm going to have my usual water. And then I'm not going to, hopefully, not going to speak too much in this stream. So I won't be in stream, but I'll be in chat, if that makes sense. Hello, Nancy. The rest of us with our families required. You have to be there. No, it was more. Um, Sarah P can pop in and listen. I'd rather her listen than she doesn't have to mod. Is what I'm saying. She will not be modding on Saturday. If she can listen to it, great. If not, she'll listen back to it. But yeah, you looking at this guy, he's modding on Saturday. This guy here. I'll be modding on Saturday. So I do not expect Josie or Sarah P to be modding. If they can join, perfect. But I know Sarah P likes to listen and stuff, so that's fine. And just yeah, I'll be the modding. So sorry, that's what I mean is I will be modding on Saturday. No one else. Um, Ms. Nancy. Hi Nancy New. Ms. Nancy, that was my mum. Oh, that's nice. Your mum was a wonderful woman, I bet. I bet she was. Y'all, make him behave. Jesus, I will be behaving because I'll be hosting to ask questions and modding. Because I guarantee you we'll have um, a troll two coming in, the absolute best. That's sweet, Shauna. That's sweet. So, so plan of action. I will be off here. Jesus. Lemonade, water, gargle, hot water, hot gargle, boiled water, hot with salt. I just don't like salty things in my mouth. I mean, I'm sure you guys are used to it, but I just, do you know what I mean? But I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll try it. The absolute best happy days. And did anyone? Yeah, argue for the motion. I didn't hear the whole argument, but I did hear it was a bit like Fantasyland. So Kohlberger, it looks like cameras will be allowed now throughout the whole trial, but he is keeping an eye on everything. So I think he's made that decision now. But obviously, if Court TV fucking spoils it again, then he might change his mind. But he's going to put a lot of restrictions on it. He said, um, "Katie, hey, you got a joke. Judges allowing cameras, yes, yeah, good news, Lord. Not today, Kohlberger. Yeah, don't swallow. Thank you, and yeah, you got a joke as well. I love it when you guys get a joke. Uh, because that means you're a bunch of dirty. No, I'm joking. I think that the state has proved that poison is the most likely cause of death, but that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Hi, Tim. Welcome back, Tim. Did they prove that? I don't know. If I'm being honest, they possibly did prove it. I'm lost with it. So I'm going to wait until I hear the whole testimony of everything. But the medical elements has really confused me, if I'm being honest. And I admit that. I hate it when people like hosts try to say, try to make stuff up. I have no idea what's going on with this trial. I'm not ashamed to say it. But Tim, I tell you what, you yourself included here, we've got so many intelligent people in this chat. That's how I learn about the trial. So you're learning nothing from me, you're learning from the chat. So chat, please, keep informing throughout because that's how I learn. I've not got a clue otherwise about this one. Um, yeah, so I'm enjoying it because I see a lot of you speaking about stuff I've no idea what you're on about, but I feel like I'm learning. Shauna got it as well. Happy day, Shauna. Hello, Sarah P. Tim. I had no idea that you could hurt somebody with eye drops. Neither did I, to be quite I knew you could get the shits with it. I knew you could do the shits, but that's about it. I didn't know about you could die from it. Make sure you stir it well so the salt isn't settled. But it's okay. It's okay, none yeah. I'll put the whole salt in my mouth. It's all good. I'll gargle it for a while. Um, yeah, it's fine. Yeah, no, I'll definitely be doing that. I'll be gargling for a little bit now. Once this court's a little bit late today, apparently. Um, yeah, I could definitely do that. Um, Sylvia, I could definitely do that, Sylvia. Yes, remind me, Sylvia, before we go off for lunch, because otherwise I'll forget. Or somebody remind me. I can put on the motion hearing. It's about 50 minutes. Yeah, 47, I think, 48, something like that. I did see. I've not listened to it, but I could definitely do that over lunch. We can put that on. They take a 90 now. They take a 90-minute lunch anyway. So if people can remind me, we'll definitely watch it. Well, I'll put it on anyway. So yeah. Um, Great idea, Sylvia. Just suggestion. No, Sylvia. It's a great suggestion. It's fantastic. The only thing is, I'll never remember. I'm useless at remembering stuff. So just remind me, and I'll definitely be playing it. That's a very good suggestion. Thank you, Sylvia. Sorry about my voice, you see. So, um, sip of water again. Oh, that's better. That gives me a little bit more second wind. So I feel like I always got to promote Matt Moore tomorrow. We got a guest on tomorrow as well. Um, so much water can kill you, can it? Well, I try and keep it within the recommended amounts, don't you? Seems like I have to catch up or I think so. I can't tell you. Um, all I'll tell you is that the witness was on there from 9 o'clock, 9 o'clock yesterday to about 4 o'clock yesterday for cross, and then there's about 50-minute recross, redirect, and there was no recross then. Um, um, but yeah, we got another doctor coming on today, so we'll see how that goes. But I'm sure you keep that out of reach of children because I seriously had no clue. It could, yeah, definitely pause it for copyright. uh, yeah, I will still be pausing a little bit, but not the 50-minute one. This should be fine. This should be fine. I mean, I'm pretty good at doing that. So you got to make a content into your own. So I'll still pop on and say some stuff, just just to make the content my own, but it's not going to be as much as usual. Causing cause of death, yes, along with other drugs, but they have to prove it murder. And that's what Tim said, in fairness. Just I don't understand enough about it. Did you party? No, I was ill yesterday. I didn't realize I was that ill yesterday. I mean, those some people saw me sleeping. Yes, I started snoring. So I just mean lots of things like that you wouldn't expect. Oh yeah, 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 yeah. I'm with you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. No speaking needed. Yes, there we are. Tops off for the ladies. Let's go. No, well, I've got my little treat coming. Erin Hack. I need to message Erin Hack when it comes, and I'll open it here if it does come. Supposed to come between 3 and 6 my time. And it's half past 2 now. Well, 20 to 4 now. 20 to 3 now. Was Celine had no idea they were dead. Did no. I don't think any of us did. So dandy. It is. It is unbelievable, isn't it? When you think about it. Let me just refresh this then. Ah, I'm gonna go everybody. Yeah, yeah. Right. Because I'm not gonna be able to do this all day, and because Sarah P forgot to do it this morning, I will give a shout out. Please, if you haven't done so, if you feel inclined to do so, please feel free to like the channel. No, like the video. Oh, most of you have. Fair play to you. Like the video, please subscribe if you haven't done so. And also, what an arsehole, right? Somebody, right, has has disliked the Matt video already. What kind of person does that? Do you know what I mean? I don't get people that dislike videos, especially when we haven't even played it yet. But anyway, um, right, he's got the sniffles ache, poor fella. Oh, me? Yeah, I'm okay. Sidelines, sideline, but so medicated. Different jobs, different ingredients. Very interesting. Yes, I'm not saying it's not interesting. I just don't know. Oh, here she is. Enough of that. Hell yeah, enough of that. Happy days, enough of that. Thank you for joining us. Popping in. I know you're busy and stuff like that, so thank you very much uh, for popping in. Enough of that. Enough of that's no G, but she's busy at the minute. She's another Canadian. Um, so yeah, we don't hold that against her, but that's another Canadian view. Enough is. But enough that's lovely. I love enough. So welcome enough. Sorry, I'm ill today, so I'm not like let's go enough. I'm not doing, but I do appreciate as always you coming in enough. I love seeing you, and I hope your family as well. Up there in Canadian land, the shop. These I know. I don't think until this trial I've heard of pudding poop. Yes. Silver Rizzo, that's the truth. Oh, okay, different kinds, different stuff. What? Yeah. AH. What's AH? What? Yep, AH. Oh, I don't know what that means. Enough of that. Enough about that. It's a cool name. And she's a cool lady as well. Let me just tell you, enough of that is a cool dude. Um, cool lady that's been with me pretty much from the start. I basically can say from the start. But she's working hard at the minute and she cannot be here all the time. Beautifully inappropriate. Hello, beautifully inappropriate. Welcome to you as well. Not seen you for ages. You got a membership and then you never came back. I was like, I given her a membership, she never come back. But I hope you're well. Beautifully inappropriate. It's lovely to see you. You always bring stuff to the chat. So thank you so much for popping in. Or hopefully you stay. But we got a lovely chat today, guys. We have, really have. Canada, Canadian proud of it. Yes, he should be proud of it. Um, Nifitha, thanks for dropping by. Yes, I know she's busy as well. So Katie's there. Dandy, how is your arm, love? Oh, it's Dandy. So Nunya's got a hand problem, and Dandy's got an arm problem. This was Sylvia. Hello, on the CG. Beautifully inappropriate. Hello, beautiful and appropriate arsehole. Fucking hell, bitch. I'm joking. I'm joking. I know what you mean now, yeah. I'm dealing with a few things. Oh, I'm so sorry. I wanted to be. No, I was only joking, beautifully appropriate. I was only teasing you. It's always nice to see you in chat. Sorry to hear you dealing with a few things, though. I genuinely am sorry about that. I'd just like to see you, even if you just pop in, I'd always like to see people. So, so thank you for coming in. I hope you're able to sort everything out there. But you know where we are, always here, always talking crap. Well, I might not be talking crap today because I'm losing my voice, but hello, another CG. Merlin, hello, Merlin. How are you, Merlin? I hope you all caught up yesterday. Sarah P. Hello for Shauna. Merlin Temple. Merlin Temple. Katie. I've been so busy with free time coming soon. Good. Oh, we miss you too as well, Nuni. Nunia. Nafata. We miss you as well, honestly. You know what? You know that. I miss you. None of business. What's your video about your art? I love it. I really like that you blame Dill on what? She made a video. I've not watched any videos. I was ill yesterday, so I really like you blame Dill on for being the reason why you don't get your research. Fucking hell. Really thought your eyes great. Oh, I have to watch that then. I have to watch that. I've not watched anything, so uh high beauty appropriate. No, with Sylvia. Hang on. Hello, Merlin. It's better today, Sean. I got a nice steam burnout. My forearm, happy days. Pulled down the burnt her arm. Oh no. Back problems is shrinking. I had an accident. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, Lady Law had back problems as well, so yeah, I can imagine it's going to be not nice. Uh, did you see Sylvia's comment about why you lost your? No, where is it? Hang on, let me. I, hang on, I need to go in my YouTube channel because I tell you why it doesn't always show up in my chat.
To that role or responsibility, I'm ready to go. I already have that certification.
In terms of
For every reason,
being
I
a
don't
fellow of
pick
the
up on
American
my.
Board of Forensic Toxicologists,
No,
does that
oh, you think I missed it. I missed it.
require you to follow
Don't
certain
destroy using
guidelines or
Dorow's name all night.
ethical
She's in my
guidelines
mind
in
all
your
night. Let me
work?
just tell you.
Yes. So
Oh, hang
every
on.
time I
Get back.
recertify,
Hang on. I'll pause it. Well, that was them being late. Right. So I've seen it now. Thank you, Sylvia. That is true, though. She was running my mind all last night. I couldn't settle. Didn't have time to get fully caught up, so I'm very sure I'll fill in the gaps. I've just been really busy with kids. Like, but it's fine. It's fine as long as I can't really help, but the chat can help because they know what's going on. Um, Thank you so much, Sarah Pete. I really appreciate that. And yesterday we can always say this work has been a bit. Let's see. It's all good, Berlin. It's all good. Sorry, Dandy. It's all good. Process. I wasn't thinking. I did think. I didn't read it out. It's fine. I didn't read it out once I saw it. Sarah P. No, I said arsehole, but the guy who disliked Matt's feet. Oh yeah. I know. Whoever the arsehole is, do you know what I mean? Grow up. Especially for like, unlike some of my stuff, but not that. Emma the Hands are my favourite. Wait, who is this? Yes, we'll get to it. We don't know. We'll get to it. It's Sarah P's job to tell us, so we'll see what Sarah P comes up with now. They finished up with the Emmy last night. Yes, she might be recalled though, so we'll see. Hey guys, just drop in to say hello and hit that like. Hi Mecky, thanks for dropping in, Mecky. Shauna and Dandy here, but no Perry yet today. But hello, Mecky. My Mecky. Hello, Mecky. Right, let's get this sort of show on the road, guys. Um, I'm going to be doing a gargling thing now and get some hot lemonade. And yeah, let me put this. Do we need to go back? Oh, hang on. I can go back. This is another doctor. Another doctor, but I don't know who it is. Maybe. No, it's not in the. It's not pinned in Lone Crim as well. So we don't know who she is, but she's a doctor. So I have. It's all the way back. It's all the way back to the start.
into that role or responsibility, I'm ready to go. I already have that certification. Into that role or responsibility, I'm ready to go. I already have that certification.
In terms of being a
We'll be back,
fellow of
guys.
the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, does that require you to follow certain guidelines or ethical guidelines in your work?
Yes. So
Thank you, Carol. That's all I ask. Thank you so much. I love it. I love it when you pop in and out. But I appreciate that. And yeah, please be and please have some questions for the local woman that thought he was guilty. So but yeah, pop in and out. Schroeder's retiring apparently next month. He's retiring apparently. So yeah, good news. Looks like a toxicologist. Fine. Thank God. Hey, Hens. Hens, I watched one of your shorts last night. You got a great voice, Hens. I love your voice. It's only a short I saw, but I love your voice. Fellow or friends, that's all we know. Right, fine. We might have to change that. No, I think they got other witnesses. Right, I'm gonna go and gargle some salt and water. I'll be back now.
every time I recertify, I have to sign an ethics statement, basically a statement indicating that I will continue to work ethically as a forensic toxicologist and follow the expected ethical guidelines of the field. And the there's an it's a little bit of a complicated relationship, but there's something called the Academy Standard Boards, and that's part of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences. And it is in partnership with national, federal organizations, and they are working on putting out standards and guidelines and recommendations for all the different fields of forensic science. So basically, putting in writing what the basic expectations both
Become a narrative.
She may continue. I would just ask going forward. I do believe it's responsive, but go ahead.
So these recommendations and guidelines are drafted by people in the field. They go through a period of review. And then once they're adopted, there is an expectation that someone is certified by the American Board of Forensic Toxicologists, are aware of them, and are following those recommendations and guidelines.
Okay. In terms of, it looks like you're a member of the American Academy of Forensic Sciences, which I think you mentioned, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is that important to your work?
Yes.
In terms of the page the jury's now seeing, the bottom of page 3, does that list all the professional organizations that you're a member of?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about teaching. Do you do any teaching?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And I think if we go back up to page 2, we may have missed that section. Okay. So if you could just give the jury an overview of where you teach and what you're teaching, please.
So currently, my major teaching assignment is teaching a pharmacology course for the Forensic Science graduate program at Arcadia University. In the past, I have taught a forensic toxicology laboratory for the graduate program in forensic toxicology at Jefferson University. And ongoing, I participate in educational opportunities at the Center for Forensic Science Research and Education. This is a nonprofit organization that offers continuing education to people in the forensic science fields. And I teach in some of their courses related to forensic toxicology. For example, I teach in the postmortem interpretive toxicology class. And this is a class that is offered to the public. Primarily, the attendees are medical examiners, law enforcement, or medical legal death investigators. So it's a week-long course where they are learning about all of the different classes of drugs and how to interpret that postmortem toxicology.
Thank you. I am done with Exhibit 47. Doctor, I'd like to talk a little bit more about your lab. What kind of quality control efforts are in place at NMS Labs?
So quality control is present through every aspect of the laboratory, from receipt of specimens through publication of results. One of the primary quality control mechanisms is maintenance of chain of custody. So this is just tracking the samples through the laboratory, documenting everything that happens to them. Within the analytical testing, each analytical test has its own quality control. And typically when we talk about quality control samples, we're talking about samples with known amounts or presence of drug. We run it through the same test as patient samples, and we ensure the test is working correctly. We also participate in proficiency testing. So this is when outside organizations send samples in with drugs in them. We perform our testing on them and we report back to those agencies what we found. And then there's a report sent back to us. If there is anything that we reported that wasn't in there or that we didn't report that we should have, there has to be an investigation. We have to show them that we did that investigation to show that we have acknowledged and corrected any issues that led to that proficiency issue. And then for the toxicologists, every year, a certain number of cases that I review are secondary reviewed by another toxicologist. So after I'm done with my review, another toxicologist comes in and does a review to make sure that I did it correctly. And then finally, we get reviewed on our testimony. So either someone accompanies me to testimony or they read transcripts of my testimony. And that is all requirements of the laboratory accreditations.
So the lab is accredited?
Yes, NMS Labs has a large list of accreditations.
Okay. I'd like to have you talk a little bit more about what your day might look like at work at NMS Labs, please.
So my primary job duty at NMS Labs is case review. So this is the process of reviewing all of the documentation that was received with a sample, reviewing case history if one was provided, looking at the analytical results and the report and making sure that all of the testing that was requested was performed, that all of the results make toxicological sense, requesting additional testing if something looks awry. And then finally, I certify the report. I put my name on the report and say, this is a reliable and accurate reflection of the results of the testing that was performed. Outside of that, I have involved in a lot of different groups. I am in a strategy team. It's just an internal name we use for different groups that look at different types of testing. So I'm on the postmortem strategy team, and the job of that team is to regularly review the scope or the drugs that we're testing for in our postmortem panels and make sure that they are up to date. There are requirements or guidelines published by different organizations on what you should be testing for in different types of panels. So we're comparing to that, making sure that we're meeting those. And also I monitor drug trends within the laboratory. So we are a large lab. We do about 8,000 postmortem toxicology analyses a month. That means we have a lot of data. So one of my jobs is to keep track of that data and try to identify new trends. So new drugs that we're seeing, things that we're seeing more often. And then that is used to kind of guide future testing or educational opportunities. You know, if we start to see a new drug more often, it might be necessary to go out and educate our clientele or educate medical examiners or law enforcement officers that this new drug is out there. Related to new drugs, I also co-chair the novel psychoactive substances team. So kind of doing the same thing as postmortem, but specifically looking at novel drugs. So new things that are popping up in the drug supply. I am involved in method development and validation. Now, I don't do any of the development or the validation testing, but I am responsible for indicating what should be included in a test, what validation experiments need to be run. And the validation is the process of ensuring that a test works before we start using it on patient samples. And then I have random responsibilities and requirements depending on what's going on in the lab at any given time. I might be asked to participate in other projects.
Okay. When you talked about your role in determining and keeping updated the panel for postmortem samples, does your standard postmortem toxicological panel include tetrahydrozoline?
So we have really two levels of postmortem testing. There are three levels. We have a basic test, which does not include tetrahydrozoline. Our expanded postmortem panel, and I can't remember the name of the other panel. So we have an expanded panel that does, and then we have an expanded panel that also includes additional NPS that also includes tetrahydrozoline. The majority of our postmortem testing is that expanded panel that does include tetrahydrozoline.
Did you work on a report that was generated based on requests from Dr. Bedritsky in Waukesha County for a patient named Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
And do you know initially whether Dr. Bedritsky wanted that expanded panel that you just talked about?
That was the test that was originally ordered in this case. So all of our testing is directed by clients. We run what they ask us to run.
Okay. I want you to explain to the jury how you got involved in this case with Dr. Bedritsky.
So I did not review the original report. The original report was signed by I believe a certifying scientist, which was an old job title. They are now toxicologists too, but we had a class of people called certifying scientists. I was doing a job duty, which I didn't describe earlier, but we have a job duty that's called toxicologist of the day. And basically, when you're a toxicologist of the day, your job is to answer any questions coming in from clients. So clients calling into customer service, and this can be anything from they want to talk about a case and get some guidance on what tests to order, or they've gotten a result and they want to discuss the toxicology result. It also includes answering questions from the laboratory if the laboratory has any analytical questions. But on this given day, I was assigned to be toxicologist of the day, and a question came in from the medical examiner's office asking for a phone call to discuss the toxicology results in this case. So I did that because that day it was my job to do that.
And it was Dr. Budritsky that called?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned that your lab does about 8,000 postmortem samples a month.
It varies obviously, but I think currently it's 7,000 to 8,000 a month.
Are you able to keep your thumb on all those and grab all the ones that have tetrahydrozoline in it?
No.
Okay.
Who signs out a case is
Okay,
very
yeah.
random, basically. There's lists of different cases that need to be signed.
Take care, Dunya. See you later. Sorry, just come back. Now, I 100% understand now why you women spit it out rather than swallow. Well, that was disgusting. I've never spat so much in my life. That salt. I mean, I don't know. No, not yet. I got my hot lemonade though. I got the hot lemonade, made that in the microwave. Okay, I like that. So I have to gargle again. Oh, gargle. But yeah, how do you swallow? Anyone that swallows, guys, Jesus, you disgust me. Spit. I get it now. Right. Sorry. Right. Let's get back to it then. I don't know what I've missed. I don't know, but not much. I don't think probably. So, but enough of that. See you later. Let's get back into it. Glad that you spit it out. Time limit.
And we sign him first in, first out. So, and it depends on what you're allowed. I'm allowed to sign every type of case that comes into the lab, but as you move through this, like when you first start, you're only signing certain types of cases.
Do you remember why Dr. Budritsky called about this case?
She called because tetrahydrozoline is an unusual finding, and it was the first time she had encountered it in a postmortem case.
At that point, did you pull the toxicology results that had been done in your lab?
Yes.
So if I asked you if you personally did the testing that gave those results, what would you say?
No.
Okay. What did you do when you took a look at that panel, those results?
The results for this case?
Right.
So I reviewed the data to make sure everything looked good, and I looked at the results, and I don't remember if sometimes when we get these phone calls, they call client support, and client support writes down notes and emails us that they want a phone call back. I cannot remember if it specifically said tetrahydrozoline was what she was calling about. But when I looked at the toxicology report, I was like, I bet you she's calling about the tetrahydrozoline because it was a very elevated concentration compared to what we're used to seeing. So I did just, before I call, I always try to do a little.
I think I need to do more. No, yeah, I think I wasn't used to it. You know, it's probably like your first time. Do you know what I mean? I wasn't used to it. So I'll do it after dinner. Do you know what I mean? It should hit me a little bit more next time. So yeah. Okay, Shauna, pop back in later, Shauna. Thank you. Do you know what? No. But the lemonade, I've enjoyed the lemonade so far anyway. So I'll try it better later on. Oh my God, I'm dying. Well, I hope you're okay, hens. Do not die on us. I hope you're okay. See you soon, Shauna. Take care, Shauna. Have a great morning, Shauna. It's not instantaneous. No, it's not instantaneous. No, that's what I'm saying. I didn't. I'm sure you experienced the same. When you first get a gulp of it, it's like a shot in your head, in your mouth. You're just like, what? You gargle it, and then you're just like, oh my, that taste. Spit. I understand now. I get it. I understand it. You know, I never used to understand it, but I understand it now. So I'll try again after dinner. I'll try and before I go to bed. You might prefer my method, yeah. What's your method, Sylvia? Oh, I haven't seen your method. Really annoying me. Is she annoying? Glad you like the lemonade. I do like the lemonade. I do. It'll take more than once. That's what she said. Oi, oi. Typical man wants instant. No, I'm not saying that. Cold sores it helps right away. What the fuck? I don't mean that. I'll try a few more times. Genuinely, I don't mind it. I don't mind it. It's just respect to you ladies. I put my hands up. Respect. That's all I have to say. Respect. You're better than I am.
A little bit of research on all of the drugs just to try to be prepared for any questions. It's really hard because a lot of times you have no idea and you can spend a lot of time preparing and they have a question completely unrelated. But in this case, I read through some information on tetrahydrozoline. I confirmed my thought that it was an elevated concentration. I looked at some of the literature of other reported results, and then I called her back.
Okay, so I'm sat here waiting.
In terms of your time with the lab, was this the very first time that any client called you
Oh, no.
about a tetrahydrozoline result, if you recall?
I recall one other phone call specifically. Well, now there's more than one.
I knew, Hens. I knew it. I did know. I just acted thick. I know. I'm glad you saw it. It's funny. It's supposed to be funny. Some people get offended by me, but it's supposed to be funny.
There was one phone call that I had. I honestly don't remember if it was before or after this case. Since then, I've had several different conversations with different people about tetrahydrozoline. But at that time, there may have been one case that was around the same time that I spoke to a client about.
Do you know if this was the first or second time that tetrahydrozoline had been reported in an NMS report on a postmortem sample?
No, it's not unusual to report. It's not common to report tetrahydrozoline, but it's something we see because it is something that a lot of people use. What was unusual about this case was how much was there. So, probably don't get a lot of phone calls about it because when we do report it, typically it's at very low concentrations. So this was unusual because of the amount, not because it was tetrahydrozoline.
And this is a dragon. Just so Dylan knows, because otherwise I'll have grief. It's another piece I'm working at. All my little reindeers and stuff.
Emma, I love it.
Hands.
Love it, Em.
I keep these. It's another Christmas deck.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh, Jonathan, we said about peeling. There's nothing more satisfying than peeling all that resin out there. Oh, some wine bottle holders and glass holders.
Go and watch Emma's video. Go and watch her video. It's great, Em. I love it. Go and watch it. Some great stuff there, Emma. We'll put your link up. Sarah, put your link on now. Go and watch it. I love it. Emma's art attempts. Brilliant. I absolutely love it, Em.
What are those more usual concentrations that you referenced?
So typically when it's used as an eye drop, the concentration is less than 1 nanogram per milliliter. We see a fair number that are kind of between 1 and 10. And then as the concentration increases, the number of cases we see decreases. But we have seen a dozen, to 20 cases with concentrations greater than 100.
Okay. Was Ms. Hernan's case one of those?
Yes.
I'd like to publish the front page of Exhibit 35, please.
Go ahead.
Dr. Kosinko, does this look like the first page of the NMS lab for Ms. Hernan?
Yes.
Okay. And this has already been entered into evidence, but is this the report that ultimately you signed off on in this case?
It is one of the reports that I signed. There were multiple reports after the initial report that I signed, but this looks like it was the final report that I signed in this case.
Okay. And if we can please just zoom
My
in on
tiny
the
little
top.
study. I study, watch trials, work, craft, everything in this little space. But can't wait to see you all in a little while. And there, look, I described it. It's hens fuel. And yeah, I cheat on Dylan a lot. See, I've got lots, even on this one. There's more. Matthew Moore's book. Anybody that doesn't know about Matthew Moore, he's on Saturday, 4:00 on the old tent corner. And there we are.
You do cheat to me a lot.
We'll see you all in a little while.
You do cheat to me a lot. But that was so great. I had to stop it there, sorry, because Hens for Y'all said subscribed. And as she said that, Emma said, I'm just subscribing to Hens for Y'all. What coincidence. That's great. I saw your Welsh rugby, Emma. What's Terry saying? Hang on. I told you to take Brian, I can't do Brian. Can't. You hot toddy mind to lick you. Hey, Terry. Subscribe to Emma. Yes. Hot tea, honey. I haven't got any honey or lemon, Terry. It works. I've only got some of that juice that you gargle, that and hot lemonade now as well. Subscribed. Thank you, Lord. Do you? He won't listen. I do listen to you, ladies. I love you, ladies.
2/3 of this page.
Where's Jonathan?
So, Dr. Kasinko, if your lab issues multiple reports, do subsequent reports incorporate everything that's been done already?
Yes. So as long as it says supplemental at the top, that means additional testing was done. So it's going to look the same as the original report, just with additional findings. If there were additional findings. Sometimes we do additional testing and there are no additional findings. But each report will include the previous report's results plus the new results.
And in this case, what was the tetrahydrozoline result in the blood?
It was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. In this case, do you recall, you already testified that there was more testing done after that initial panel, right?
That is correct.
Why was more testing done?
I did. And I did remember. Thank you, Sylvia.
So after my initial phone call with the medical examiner, there were a couple of drugs that were in the case history for some reason. I believe there were some pill bottles found at the scene or medical records that are not included in the testing that she initially requested, but were capable of doing testing for. So those tests were added. And then the decision was made to also test other matrices. So in this case, the gastric fluid and the liver tissue. And this happened over the course of several different phone calls. I don't remember each step what testing was added, but it was it's not uncommon to, in a complicated case, to slowly add additional testing to make sure you're getting the whole toxicological picture.
And is that what was done in this case?
Yes.
In terms of the results in Exhibit 35, do you believe that they're true and accurate to a reasonable degree of toxicological certainty?
So I have reviewed all of the analytical data in this case. So I have looked at all of those quality control samples, the calibrators, the individual patient specimen, and confirmed that all of the results are accurate and reliable.
Ultimately, doctor, were you asked to put a report together in this case?
Beyond the...
Yes.
Yes. So I issued the toxicology report, and I was also asked to write what we call an opinion report or an interpretive report, which just includes more information about specific drugs of interest and addressing some questions on interpretation.
Okay. Is that report more case specific to this case in terms of what opinions you included?
Yes.
Okay. Before you finalized that report, did you talk to the team from the district attorney's office?
Yes, I did.
Was that because we had questions about this?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, in fact, talk multiple times with Dr. Budritsky?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to show you just the witness, please, Exhibit 48. And it is a 3-page exhibit. If we could just page down for the witness. And if we go to page 2, Dr. Kasinko, is that your signature?
Yes, it is.
And back to page 1, what is exhibit 48?
This is the interpretation or expert opinion report that I wrote for this case.
Okay. Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that report?
Yes.
All right. I'd move exhibit 48 into evidence. Ask for permission to publish.
No objection. Exhibit 48 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you for your feeling appropriate. Love you too. Love to see you back.
Ultimately, Dr.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. She looks better today. She looks like quite foxy, doesn't she? Today, she looks all right. Thank you, thank you, Sylvia. I love you, Sylvia. You're great as well.
Are you able to give information specific to this chemical compound that Dr. Budrowski didn't even have available to her in terms of that she already knew about?
I believe that there, I think to say she didn't have available would be inaccurate. This is information that is available in the scientific literature, but it is, I did provide some very specific information on the pharmacology. So what happens when an individual uses tetrahydrozoline? What happens when, so pharmacology is both what happens to the person and also how the person changes the drug. I also was able to do some calculations to estimate how much tetrahydrozoline was in certain specimens, and also some information on what reported concentrations were after regular eye drop use of tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of the top of the page that the jury can see, there's a word there that I'm not real familiar with, pharmacology. What is that, doctor?
So as I said, pharmacology is the study of drugs and chemicals and their effect on a person. So it has two parts. Pharmacology consists of pharmacokinetics, which is a study of how drugs get into the body, so their absorption, how they are distributed throughout the body, their metabolism, which is the body's mechanism of getting rid of drugs. Your body really doesn't want drugs to be in it. Its primary goal is to get rid of it. So that's through metabolism. And finally, excretion, which is how it leaves the body finally. And then there's also pharmacodynamics. And pharmacodynamics are the effects the drug have on the person. So the symptoms, both the desired effects, so the reason why someone is taking a drug, and also the adverse or undesired effects of those drugs.
Why would someone use a product with tetrahydrozoline in it?
So tetrahydrozoline is the active ingredient in eye drops that are used to decrease redness in the eye. The most common trade name is Visine, and their tagline, "Get the red out." So it is intended to, it causes the blood vessels in the eyes to constrict, which makes your eyes look less red. It is also available in a nasal spray. It's less commonly used that way, but it works as a decongestant. So again, it constricts blood vessels. A lot of nasal congestion is actually caused by the swelling of the tissues. So it causes those tissues to have less swelling so that you can breathe easier.
Is that type of product different from what might be called a lubricating eye drop?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury, please?
So lubricating eye drops contain emollients or substances that are slippery and are used to lubricate the eye. Whereas tetrahydrozoline, as I said, is designed to constrict those blood vessels so that your eyes don't look as red.
Is there any product in the US available for oral use of tetrahydrozoline to drink it?
No, there is no FDA approved use for oral tetrahydrozoline.
In terms of what can occur to someone if they do drink it, What are some of those symptoms?
So when tetrahydrozoline is ingested orally, its effects are on are more central. So when you use it as an eye drop, it's a peripheral effect. It's acting on those blood vessels exactly where you drop the tetrahydrozoline. When it's ingested, it is acting at receptors primarily in the brain, and it is causing effects like respiratory depression, very low blood pressure. It can cause a very low heart rate. So these are all things that we call central nervous system depressant or CNS depressant type effects.
Okay. Now, in terms of, I think a real common question in a case like this is, doctor, how much would I have to drink of tetrahydrozoline to get to, for example, a level of 160? Could you tell the jury that?
No, I can't.
Why not?
So the primary reason with a drug like tetrahydrozoline is we can't do that experiment. So how we determine that type of information, so this is part of that pharmacokinetics, is by giving people the drug and then testing their blood or plasma to see how much is there. So you give different doses, measure the blood over time, and determine what the concentrations are. But this drug is not used orally. We would never get approved to do a study where we gave people oral tetrahydrozoline and then studied their blood concentrations.
Why not?
Because of the serious adverse effects of the drug. You know, it can cause your respiration to decrease. It can cause unconsciousness. It can incapacitate people because of those CNS depressant effects. And because there's no FDA approved use, you simply can't do that study.
But what if you took a look at your toxicology level and did some mathematical calculations? Can't you tell us that way what it would be?
So there are calculations in pharmacokinetics and pharmacology that are used to estimate dose based on a blood concentration. These are generally quite complex, especially when you're dealing with an oral medication, because you need to know a lot of information about the pharmacokinetics of that drug. These are used, these are taught in clinical pharmacology courses. I teach it in my pharmacology course. I teach students that these calculations exist. We do a few examples of them, but they are not appropriate to use in postmortem toxicology cases for a wide variety of reasons. And even in clinical toxicology, there's not really a lot of practical use of doing the calculations. It's a lot of just helping you understand how drugs are absorbed and distributed and showing those processes. They're population-based. There's a lot of individual differences that would make it inappropriate to do on a specific person.
And everything that you just testified about, does that kind of fit under the number 1 on the screen that the jury is looking at?
Yes.
Okay. In terms of the number 2, it looks like you formed an opinion about the level in Ms. Hernan's case, right?
Yes.
And what's that opinion?
So there has been one study done on therapeutic use
I'm
of...
gonna stop her right now. Please answer the question that's asked, and then Attorney Nikolai will follow up. Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What is your opinion that you came to in this case regarding Ms. Hernan's concentration level?
The concentration found in the blood specimen collected at autopsy was over 400 times higher than the highest concentration that's been reported following the use of tetrahydrozoline as an eye drop.
And you began to explain to the jury about how that level was obtained, right?
Yes.
And is that a study?
Yes.
And what was that study about?
There was a study done where they gave people Visine eye drops following the directions on the Visine eye drop package and measured their plasma concentrations at different time points throughout the study.
Okay. In terms of your opinion regarding Ms. Hernan's level, does that also flow into the number 3 that the jury's seeing on the screen?
Yes.
Is that also based on the study that you've described now?
No.
Okay, could you explain to the jury how that piece of your opinion differs?
So this piece of my opinion is based on case studies that have been published in the scientific literature on individuals who had oral ingestion or oral exposure to tetrahydrozoline and the concentrations that were reported in those patients.
But I thought you said that we couldn't study that, right?
Yes, these are not studies. This is a case series. So these are accidental ingestions, primarily in children. So not, they weren't given the tetrahydrozoline solution. It was ingested incidentally.
Okay. And were those case studies fatalities?
No.
Then why were they helpful to you in this case?
It showed concentrations that were present when different symptoms of tetrahydrozoline were reported. So it gives some information on what concentrations can be reached when someone ingests tetrahydrozoline. So when you swallow it, what type of concentrations might appear in the plasma, and also what type of symptoms the individuals were experiencing.
In terms of the two cases that had a known dose of 7.5 milliliters, I'd like you to compare that number for the jury to what's commonly in a Visine bottle or an eye drop bottle in terms of volume.
I believe that's about half of a bottle. I think a bottle of Visine is 15 milliliters.
Okay. And in terms of those cases, were there symptoms?
I'm sorry, what's the question?
In those two cases referred to with the known dosing, what were the levels reported?
39 and 24 nanograms per milliliter.
Now, you testified before that in this case, you did one calculation, right?
That is correct.
Why did you do that?
So I wanted to see approximately how much of the Visine solution was in the decedent's stomach.
Why?
Just to get an estimate of how, if ingestion occurred. So if I had done this calculation and there was very little, there's something called hepatic recirculation where drugs can get into the stomach even if they weren't ingested. But those would be very, very low levels. So I wanted to confirm that this concentration that was found in the stomach was consistent with an oral ingestion.
And was it?
Yes.
What was the concentration, the result of your calculation? If we can scroll down a bit, please.
So assuming that the stomach contents that I tested were homogeneous, so that means that the sample I received was a well-mixed representation of the total stomach contents, and based on a total stomach content.
Judge, she just asked her what the number was, and she's going into a narrative again.
Sustained. Please wait for a question.
Could you please explain to the jury what assumptions you had to make when you did this calculation?
So whenever you do a calculation, you have to make certain assumptions. And in this case, the assumptions I made were that the stomach contents were homogeneous. As I explained, they were well mixed, and the sample is representative of the entire stomach contents, and that the volume of 300 milliliters, which was provided to me by the medical examiner. And so those are the assumptions that I made prior to doing the calculation.
Okay. Ultimately, did that calculation allow you to see the volume of tetrahydrozoline within that fluid?
Yes.
And what was the result?
5 milliliters.
Okay. Ultimately, doctor, in this case, the jury was told that you can't die from drinking tetrahydrozoline. Would you agree with that?
No.
Why not?
There are cases of deaths from tetrahydrozoline.
In fact, have those cases come through your lab?
Some of them, yes.
Okay.
The ones I am aware of, yes.
Are you trying to compile that information right now?
I am.
Why?
As I started looking at our data on tetrahydrozoline, I saw that there were quite a few cases with these concentrations that were higher than could be explained from eye drop use. So I became interested in those cases, and I started reaching out to the clients who submitted those cases to gather more information, to see if these are cases that, or to gather information on what concentrations might be consistent with fatalities or significant adverse effects.
Isn't there any publication or articles that already have that kind of information in it?
At this time, there are no publications on fatalities from tetrahydrozoline in the scientific literature.
Why is that?
Someone has to write the first paper, and writing a paper is hard and a lot of work, and you need a lot of time and information, and it's just something that most people working as medical examiners or toxicologists are doing when they have time, which is not a lot. So it takes a lot of work and it takes a lot of time.
Okay. In this case, were you actually asked by the defense team for the raw data of some of these instances of high levels of tetrahydrozoline in your lab?
Yes.
Did you provide that to the defense?
Yes.
Okay, I'd like to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217. And just the witness, please. Doctor, this is a multi-page exhibit, and let me know when you can see it.
I can see it.
Great. If we could just go through these 20 pages.
Hey, hey, Jonathan. It's never the same without you. Now with Stream Starts. Jonathan sounds like me. I'm in bed by 9, sleep by 10. Oh, yeah, Sarah. There's an hour there, Sarah. Let's go, girl. You must have some stamina. Joking.
Doctor, do you recognize Exhibit 217?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is just a subset of cases that have been tested at NMS labs that include tetrahydrozoline. And I had some type of information either from the requisition or from a discussion with the client indicating these were fatalities.
Okay. Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of that data set?
Yes.
Are there some things blacked out?
Yes.
Why?
We redacted client information and patient information for privacy concerns.
Okay. I move Exhibit 217 in the evidence, ask for permission to publish.
I do object. I'd like to have you heard at sidebar.
All right, let's see the parties at sidebar.
Okay. Jonathan's here, the biggest weirdo of us all, Jonathan. But we love him. So welcome, John. I know a lot of people have gone now, which is fine. But we've had a good chat today. It's been good. John, I'm losing my voice, so I'm not going to speak too much today. But yeah, it's been, I think RCG's been here as well. So we needed some more males here. So thanks for
All right, the
joining.
objection's been, or the request for sidebar, obviously I had, there was an objection, it's overruled. Exhibit 217 is received.
And Judge, if we could please publish this.
Go ahead.
Doctor, I'm not going to go through each page of this with you, but I would like to ask you some questions about a few of them, starting with page 1. If we could just scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in a bit. Doctor, do you see the exhibit sticker that says 217 at the bottom?
Yes.
And then there's an entry from your lab NMS below that.
Yes.
Under that, is there actually a new page number that you didn't put on there?
Yes.
And if we go to the bottom of page 2, is there also the subsequent number 002 at the bottom of that page?
Yes.
Okay, so not only can we see the page there on the tab, but this has also been numbered in order. Is that true?
It looks like it, yes.
Okay, so starting with page 1, I want to ask you about the tetrahydrozoline level. Is this a lab report that NMS produced?
Yes.
It looks a lot like the report that the jury saw of Ms. Hernan, right?
All of our reports have the same format.
Okay, so the things in that box are results in terms of what was tested?
These are the positive findings. So at the end of the report, there's a list of everything that was tested for, and we only report positive findings.
Got it. What sample was tested in this case?
Cardiac blood.
Okay. Was tetrahydrozoline a positive finding in this case?
Yes, it was.
And what was the level?
68 nanograms per milliliter.
Did the subject in this case die?
Yes.
And remind the jury again why you chose the cases included in Exhibit 217?
These were cases where I was able to obtain some type of case history, either through the requisition that was submitted, conversations with the client, or in some cases, publicly available information.
What made you decide to include these 5 versus all other ones?
The concentrations, and there was some sort of indication in one of those things I mentioned, the case history, discussions with the medical examiner, or publicly available information that tetrahydrozoline played a role in the death.
Thank you, Doctor. I'd like to move now to, page 7 of Exhibit 217. Doctor, are we at a new set of lab findings for a new client on page 7?
Yes.
How do you know?
So I can see the client ID. I don't know who that client is off the top of my head, but that's a different client ID than was on the first report.
Okay.
It also has a different work order number.
Okay. So are pages 1 through 6 all for the same person?
I would need to see them again to be sure. Yes.
So that lab report was 6 pages long, is that true?
That is correct.
Okay, so what is the jury looking at on page 7?
So this is a case where the only test that we were requested to run was the tetrahydrozoline.
And was that done at your lab?
Yes.
And what was the result?
130 nanograms per milliliter.
Is this another case where you were able to get some information about cause of death?
Yes, I do want to be clear though that I do not know what was listed as cause of death on the death certificates for most of these cases. This is just information from the requisition or a discussion with the medical examiner. And I don't recall specifically which cases I talked to the medical examiner about.
But in terms of whether the person that gave the sample of iliac blood is alive or not, do you know the answer to that?
This person was not alive.
Okay. And then if we can just slowly scroll through pages 8 and then to 9. Doctor, is page 9 a new report now?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Again, did your lab do testing in this case for tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
And again, was that from a post-mortem sample?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the result?
That makes more sense. That's from someone else because she's reading case studies from everyone else. Makes sense.
In this incident?
280 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. I'd like to scroll through page 10 and 11 and 12. And then on page 13, doctor, is this a new report?
Yes, it is.
Okay, of a different person who died?
Yes.
Did your lab run a tetrahydrozoline screen in this case?
Yes.
And what was the result?
150 nanograms per milliliter. I think that's a 5.
A little bit. Thank you.
Yes, 150 nanograms per milliliter.
Could you remind the jury again what Ms. Hernan's level was?
Was 160 nanograms per milliliter.
Okay. If we could please scroll through page 14 and 15 and 16. And then ultimately on page 17, doctor, is this now another new report?
It is a new report.
Okay. Was this patient also deceased?
Yes. However, can you scroll back to page 1?
Sure.
I apologize. Yes. So this is actually the same patient on page 1. So we did testing twice at different time points on different samples for the same case.
Okay. So on page 1, the result is listed at
It is 68 nanograms per milliliter in cardiac blood. And that was done in August of July, August of 2018.
Okay. Then on page 17, you're saying this is results for the same patient or decedent?
Yes.
And explain to the jury how this test changed from page 1.
This was also a cardiac blood sample, and the concentration was 37 nanograms per milliliter.
Were these tests done at the same time?
I do not know. I don't believe so.
Okay. Thank you. I'm finished with exhibit 217. Doctor, did this data from within your lab help you form your opinions in this case?
Yes, it did.
One moment, please. Now, if I could please put the publish down, I'd like to just show the witness exhibit 216. Doctor, do you see exhibit 216 on your screen?
Yes, I do.
Is that a 2-page document?
Yes, it is.
We'll go to page 2. Do you recognize exhibit 216?
Yes.
What is it?
This is a abstract that I wrote for a presentation at the International Association of Forensic Toxicologists annual meeting.
Where was that? If you know.
It was in Versailles. It was in Versailles, France. Sorry,
Okay.
I was trying to remember what year it was.
What is an abstract?
So an abstract is a short research summary indicating the research that was performed, the reason the research was being performed, and the results of that research.
Does this look like a fair and accurate copy of your abstract?
Yes.
I move exhibit 216 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish.
Received.
Doctor, did you present the information in this abstract in France at that event?
Yes, I did.
Could you please explain to the jury what information you presented generally?
So generally, it was the information from those cases that we just looked at, where I had gathered some information about the cases. I talked about what tetrahydrozoline is, what it's generally used for, and then talked about these potential fatalities. In this set of data, there was one case that was not a fatality, but had an elevated concentration. But basically presenting the information that I had available at the time on these cases, just to make the forensic toxicology community aware of tetrahydrozoline as a potentially harmful substance when orally ingested.
When you presented this in France, what year was that?
That was last year, 2022.
Okay. Did part of that presentation include whether or not tetrahydrozoline can be fatal?
Yes,
And is that also included in your abstract?
yes.
And what's your opinion about that?
Tetrahydrozoline can be fatal.
Since that abstract and since 2018, have there been more cases through NMS labs that you've seen involving tetrahydrozoline?
Yes.
Have any of those cases changed your opinion about the lethality of tetrahydrozoline?
No.
In fact, have they reinforced it?
Yes.
One moment. That's all I have. Thank you, doctor.
Thank you.
Right, cross.
So how long this cross will be then?
Just switching microphones here.
About 7.5 minutes behind. But I am on 1.25 speed. This hot lemonade is nice, but I couldn't drink too much of it, Katie.
You're testing, can you hear me?
I can.
Okay, good. So you have this database of cases at NMS labs that you spoke about today.
Yes, I keep an ongoing list of tetrahydrozoline cases. So I regularly look at the new cases, the new results, and add to my list of cases that I want to further investigate.
So you're a private company, is that right?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and no one outside of your company has access to your database, is that true?
I can, no one can just log in and pull the data. We do provide data to a wide variety of different entities upon request.
if somebody wants data from your lab, they can't just have it if they want it. You have to give permission. You'd have to authorize it, right?
Well, not me personally, but the laboratory does maintain and control the data. So there would have to be a request for the data. And depending on what the request is, sometimes they do require a subpoena or a non-disclosure agreement to protect the information.
What's the National Poison Data System, NPDS?
That is a, to the best of my knowledge, it is a record of calls to poison control centers.
So your database is, well, strike that. Would the data that is in the NPDS be available to you if you wanted to look at it?
I've never tried to just pull data from it, but I believe that that information is accessible. I don't know if you have to register or anything to get it, but I believe it's available.
You have a particular interest in THC, don't you?
I find it interesting because of the information I've gathered over the years.
I didn't ask you why. I just asked you if you had a special interest in it.
Yes.
Okay. Have you tried to get onto that system to see what cases you might be able to look at?
No, I have not.
You could do that if you wanted to, right?
Yes, I believe so. I'm not certain.
You only rely upon the cases that come through your lab.
At this point, I've only looked at cases that have come through NMS. Yes.
Does the federal government and the CDC, they would go to the National Poison Data System for information, true?
I do not know.
They don't come to you, do they?
We certainly get requests for information from CDC, but I don't know what the relationship is directly now.
Do you know that they have more than 2 million cases a year that go through their lab?
It's just a feistiness of it. Whew, I don't know if it's just me, but I get uncomfortable when it's like, oh, right. Anyway, let's get back to it.
Your agency?
Which agency? I'm sorry.
National Poison Data System.
I do not know what their source of their data is or how much data is in there. Like I said, I believe it's from poison control centers, but I don't know if they have other sources.
You were telling the jury just now about having, and you showed us an abstract, right?
Yes.
From 216, Exhibit 216.
That is correct.
And that's something that you showed at a conference you went to in Versailles, France. Is that right?
That is correct.
And that's because you can go to conferences. You can choose which conferences you want to go to. True.
I don't have free reign. There's a process of getting approved to go to conferences, but yes, I get to go to conferences, typically 2 a year.
Well, what I mean is you look at the conferences that are available and you make a personal decision where you might want to go.
Yes, but I don't always get to go to the places we put down a list of where we want to go, and then managers decide who goes to each conference ultimately.
The point being, Versailles, France didn't invite you to come to the conference. You requested from your NMS labs to go to that conference.
Yes, it's a conference that I wanted to go to and got approval to attend.
And when you're going to go to a conference, isn't it true that you get a letter or you get an email saying, hey, anybody who's going to be attending this conference, if you have an abstract that you'd like to show at the conference, please submit it in advance and we'll consider that. Isn't that true?
That is how the process works.
Okay.
Yes.
So it was just a general request as usual for anyone who had an idea and you submitted yours hoping that maybe you could show your abstract.
That is correct.
And so this abstract that you've shown in court today, this is not published, right?
I have not yet published this as a complete paper, no.
To have a paper published, it's a process, true?
It's a process.
You've got to put a lot of information together.
That is correct.
Right. Put it in a format to be published, right?
That is correct.
Then you have to pick a journal that you personally might like it to be published in.
Yes, you submit to a specific journal.
A journal that you choose. You decide the journal you're going to submit it to, right?
Yes.
Okay, and then you submit it, and then it's got to go through a peer review process, right?
That is correct.
And the peer review process is where your information, once you finish the paper, is reviewed by other people in your field and critiqued.
That is correct. Yes.
And you haven't gotten to that yet.
The abstract was reviewed before it was accepted, but I have not published a paper yet. Correct.
Well, you haven't even submitted it to a journal yet for publication.
Correct.
Okay, so you're just writing it now.
I am working on, I haven't even started writing, but I am working on gathering and doing the research and putting the research together to be able to write the paper.
So hopefully someday you'll be able to get that published.
That is my goal.
To get it published though, like I said, it has to go through this peer review process.
Yes, there's a peer review process for scientific publications.
And by members in your field, they'll take a look at what you've written and they'll critique it in some way and probably go back to you with questions or clarifications. Is that true?
Yes, there's usually response from the reviewers with questions to address.
And then you might have to, and then you probably have to revise your paper or answer the questions for them to look at it yet again.
That is correct.
And that can be a process that can take several backs and forth.
In my experience, there's usually just one, but I do know that there can be more than that.
Okay. So you haven't done any of that yet with this tetrahydrozoline one-page paper that you brought in here today.
That went through the review process for acceptance at the conference where it was reviewed by other toxicologists, but I have not published a scientific paper in the journals, the complete review paper yet, correct?
As to the cases that you talked about today, the cases that were just presented to us in Exhibit 217, I want to talk to you about that for
Okay.
a minute. Did you have any of these cases in 217 peer reviewed? Have this been reviewed by anybody but you?
I did not issue all of those reports. I don't know that I issued any of those reports. They may have been issued by another toxicologist at the lab. I can't remember, but I'm not sure what having a report peer reviewed would look like.
Okay, so you brought in Exhibit 217, and these are not cases where you issued the report.
I do not recall, to be honest. I don't believe that any of those were my original reports, but I can't say for certain.
When I look at Exhibit 217, patient's name and age and gender is all blacked out. Is that true?
That is correct.
So you hand this into us in court today.
Objection, that's not what happens.
Sustained.
You present this in court today, excuse me, presenting this in court today without any details that we could take a look at who these people are, right?
These documents were,
Yes or no?
I can't answer that question, yes or no.
Is there a way that I can tell from looking at this who these people are?
No.
Is there any way I can tell from looking at this what their age is?
No.
Or their gender?
No.
Can I even tell from looking at this where these samples came from, like what city or state or anything like that?
No.
And as you presented Exhibit 217 today, is it fair to say that you can't say as you're sitting here that any of these people died from THC poisoning?
I am aware of one case where the cause of death was determined to be tetrahydrozoline poisoning.
And not the others, you don't know?
I don't know what the cause of death on the death certificates were, no.
You don't know what these people's medical histories are?
In some of those, I have collected some of that information, but I can't tell you which ones specifically. No.
Well, I mean, let's just take the page 1 of Exhibit 217. Tell me a little bit about that person's medical history.
I have not reviewed their medical history.
Medical history is important in determining a cause of death, isn't it?
You would need to talk to a medical examiner about information used to determine cause of death. That is outside of my scope.
You've got cases in here of people with alcohol in their systems and marijuana in their systems, right?
I would need to see the reports to know what the other toxicology were, but yes, I believe some of them had, I know one had a low amount of alcohol, and we see cannabis in a lot of postmortem toxicology cases.
You included a case where the person had fentanyl in their system.
Yes, there was a low concentration of fentanyl.
Fentanyl is also, can be deadly, true?
Absolutely.
And in some of these cases, people have other drugs in their system that if used incorrectly or combined with other drugs can be toxic or even deadly.
That is correct, yes.
People can die from a polydrug overdose, a combination of drugs.
Yes, polydrug overdoses are very common.
What does that mean when you say a polydrug overdose? What is that? Can you explain that to the jury?
It means that there are a combination of drugs that are present, and the combination of drugs is responsible for the overdose toxicity or overdose death, sometimes due to drug-drug interactions or just having so many drugs present resulted in the death.
How common is, you said polydrug overdose is common. When you say common, what do you mean?
It's difficult. I probably shouldn't have used that word. I broke my own rule by using the word common because it's hard to define. But it's a lot of the cases, and I can't give you a percent of the cases sitting here. I could figure it out. I have the data, but a lot of overdose death involve multiple drugs.
In the cases presented in Exhibit 217, do you know if any of these are suicides?
I believe there are 2 cases in that set that were death by suicide.
Do you think that, do you believe that baclofen is a dangerous drug?
All drugs have potential toxicity. I don't know that I would classify it as a dangerous drug. It depends on how it's used.
Can be a dangerous drug.
All drugs can be dangerous drugs, yes.
Yeah, but I'm asking about baclofen.
Yes, baclofen can be a dangerous drug.
What about nifedipine?
Yes, nifedipine can be a dangerous drug.
There's in fact fatalities in the literature for overdoses with baclofen and nifedipine. Isn't that true?
Yes, that is correct.
Those are prescription drugs, aren't they?
Yes, they are prescription medications.
You can't buy baclofen or nifedipine, for example, over the counter.
No, they're not available over the counter.
But tetrahydrozoline, you can buy over the counter.
Yes,
But it's in Visine, for example.
yes.
When you received the gastric samples here, were they frozen?
No, they were not.
Were they on dry ice?
I do not know.
Isn't it standard to ship gastric samples on dry ice?
Our samples are often received cold. I don't know that it's standard.
What do you mean? They're often received cold?
Yes,
Cold meaning on dry ice?
or ice packs.
Okay. And for Lynn Hernan, you don't know?
I do not know.
Because you didn't receive the samples?
I did not receive the samples.
Okay, because you didn't actually do the testing in this case.
I do not do any laboratory testing at this point in my career.
Is one of the cases that you're writing about or including in the unknown names of Exhibit 217, the case from Aurora, Colorado with the dentist?
No, that case is more recent. It's on my list of cases, but it is not included in this because it happened fairly recently.
Are you following that case?
I am.
And you know that the wife of the dentist in that case had a THC level of 95 mg per ml. Do you know that?
I do not. I was unable to find the toxicology results in the public record. So I am aware of them because we did the testing. But if the information is not in public record, then I cannot share it.
So you don't really have much information about that particular case at this point?
Emma, that sounds delicious. Gammon, eggs and chips. Oh, lovely
I have
jubbly.
information from discussions in the laboratory, and I have the same information that is available to everyone through media reports.
Well, you know that despite having her high THC level, she was actually fine at the hospital, drowsy, blood pressure was normal, heart rate was normal, respiration was normal. Her Glasgow Coma scale was 15. That's the highest, right?
I do not know.
Well, so she had a level of 95 and she's awake and talking. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
You gave us this literature here. You said two of them in here are duplicate cases.
That is correct.
Is that right? So do we have 4 cases here?
I don't recall.
Well, then let me bring it up and let's see how many cases you have. So this is Exhibit 217. I don't have it on. Can I have my copy? Judge, because this was new today, not on the drive, could I just approach a witness with a copy and have her take a look at it and see how many cases she has?
Sure. We also have a document camera, but it's not set up, but in the future, if that arises.
Excuse me.
But go ahead.
Okay, approach the witness. I'm just going to give you what's marked as 217.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
You take a look at it and tell us how many cases are in that packet.
There are 4 cases.
Can I take that back from you? Thank you. So you sent us you gave you showed today Exhibit 217, which consists of 4 cases that have THC levels that you wanted to discuss, but 2 out of the 4 are suicides. True?
So Sylvia, gammon, you know, like roast ham. You know, you can slice it, roast ham, eat it cold. Gammon is basically bacon, but a larger piece. It's like a steak, like a ham, gammon ham, and you put it in the oven or you can fry it or whatever. And oh, honestly, Sylvia, it's gorgeous. It's gorgeous.
I believe so. I would need to review my notes
Well, that's
to be certain, but
we testified earlier that 2 of them were suicides.
yes, I believe so.
Okay. And when you prepare this abstract that you've introduced as Exhibit 216, many of the cases that you referred to were cases involving children.
I believe you're referring to the cases that have previously been published in the scientific literature.
She thought there wasn't a foundation because the ME said that she did not use it to construct her not verdict, her result. She said that all testimonies she's read plays a part, but that particular piece did not influence her decision. So that's why it didn't get put in there.
Yes.
Yes, the cases presented or that have been published in peer-reviewed scientific literature are generally involving children.
And then you did mention earlier that there was one study where levels were checked with voluntary subjects who were putting Visine drops in their eye sacs, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And then those levels were tested at certain periods of time,
That is correct.
just to see how the level was progressing.
Yes,
That study though only involved 10 people, right?
it was a very small study.
I mean, that's the totality of that kind of research, 10 people.
That is correct.
What's the general rate of metabolism for THC?
Are you asking for the half-life?
Yes, they have like.
Okay. So there are 2 published half-lives for tetrahydrozoline. The study that was done in volunteers, they calculated the half-life to be 6 hours. And in one of the case reports where they had multiple measurements, they estimated the tetrahydrozoline half-life to be 4.5 hours.
How would that apply to Lynn? Do you know specifically as to the person involved in this case, what the half-life of THC would be for her?
No, you cannot determine the half-life in an individual without studying that specific individual.
Now, if you're, when a person takes a substance, they metabolize it, is that right?
Most drugs are metabolized, some drugs are not.
And then that process eventually results in the substance getting, becoming part of a person's bloodstream. Is that right? Does it get in your blood?
It gets into your blood, and the parent compound, or the drug you actually take, typically gets into the blood, and then also metabolites are in the blood as the body metabolizes the drug.
So I noticed that there were blood samples sent to your lab to be tested here, right?
Yes.
Okay, so now when a person takes in a substance in a generally, you take it orally. Let's say something we're taking orally, it goes into your stomach first. Is that right?
Yes.
And then would it go through your intestines and then work its way into the bloodstream?
Some drugs are absorbed from the stomach. Some drugs are absorbed in the small intestine.
If a person has a liver impairment, does that affect how they might metabolize a substance?
Yes, it can.
And in this particular case, were you shared the autopsy for Lynn showing that she has an impairment that was found in her liver at her death? Did you know that?
I saw the autopsy report, and I noticed it mentioned, I believe, hepatic steatosis, or I'm going to butcher that word, which I know is some liver impairment.
So after a certain dose, if a person has a liver impairment, they might get a higher concentration because they're not able to eliminate the drug like the normal population does. Wouldn't that be true?
Yes, if someone, I believe you mean metabolize, not eliminate.
Metabolize, yes.
So if someone is unable to metabolize the drug as well as the general population, then that parent drug can accumulate over multiple doses, because metabolism is part of the process of eliminating the drug from the system. So you can get an accumulation of drug over time with repeated dosing.
All right, I'm going to bring up an exhibit that is already in the record. It states exhibit, I'm not sure if it's in the record. I'll bring up the defense exhibit 536. And I'd like to show it to this witness.
Is your computer plugged in
It is.
to the AV?
Plugged it in this morning. Oh, is that better?
Is it front, middle, or rear?
Is it working, Teresa?
Why don't we do this? It's 10:02, be a good time for a mid-morning break, and then we can figure that out, and we'll come back and you can continue. All rise for the jury.
Okay, let's see what was discussed at the sidebar. And then I'll skip ahead then to the break. Jonathan, if you're here, get the MILF icons ready, the whatever you call them. Get them ready, Jonathan. And the white gravy, the cum gravy.
Thank you. Be seated. I do have one sidebar to put on the record.
Thank you for subscribing, Connie, Curry. Thank you so much. Please feel free to chat. We're a friendly band. We're a friendly bunch. But feel free to chat away. Thank you, Connie. Appreciate you.
I believe this is related to exhibit 217, the 20-page exhibit that was received through the testimony of Dr. Kacinko. My understanding is this is a this is a compilation of reports that was provided to the defense, or at least at their request, which then the state obtained, and then the state marked it as 217, having to do with the 4 additional cases, in the words of this witness, regarding findings with THZ in a person's, I believe all have blood of one form or the other. The objection was based upon the redactions, and I indicated at sidebar that would go to weight, not admissibility. I'd also note, I mean, I wasn't aware of this exhibit until it came in today. I was given a paper copy, but I also never received a request to order an unredacted version to be provided. I'm not aware of any requests to the lab requesting that. It was just a general objection today that it was redacted. Obviously, there's been some cross on that, and I stand by that. I believe it goes to weight, not admissibility. Some of this, of course, was the subject of the prior hearing that was held in this case where there was an objection. I think there were some motions in limine as well, where I previously ruled on its admissibility, but I also wanted to make that record. Anything about that sidebar I didn't cover from the state?
Judge, I'd just like to indicate that we did email that exhibit along with 217 to your clerk as well as both defense attorneys yesterday at 10:23 a.m.
Thank you. Attorney Kukla, anything from you? on the
No,
sidebar?
thank you.
Anything else we need to take up?
Nope.
That was the only sidebar.
Okay. Then no.
All right, thank you, everyone. Let's take a 15-minute break. You may step down, Dr. Kacinko. We're in recess.
That attorney, the DA, deputy DA, she's very pedantic. No, we sent it at 10. Yeah, but you sent it yesterday at 10, whatever, 11 a.m. when everyone's in court. Everyone's busy. So, of course, it's going to get missing. Do you know what I mean? It's as if you put it in at 10, 11, and everyone's supposed to jump to it and go, whoa, let's stop court proceedings because the state have sent an email. Anything that goes into your eyes goes to the rest of your body, I guess, but it gets picked up by the blood. But I'm not scientist. No, I know. I'm not an expert. Welcome to the club, Tim. But to me, it seems like theatre slowly accumulated. She would die before reaching 160, considering that there was testimony about a case where someone died from 68, and was someone else over 100 as well, I believe. But then we don't know how fit and stuff they were as well. I think she's a deputy DA, isn't she? I believe, Katie. Abby, yeah, that's one. I think she's a deputy DA. If you think you're having heart attacks, put aspirin in the tongue, not medical advice law. Yeah, does that work then, does it? Do you have to chew on it or just leave it there? You know, did you just leave it? But there's also cases where the lady had 90 something. Yeah, yeah, and what was the one that was just over 100 as well? I'm not sure what happened to them. Well done, Tim. Yeah, Tim, thank you very much. And this is why I love. There's so many intelligent people in this chat. You're wasted. Do you know what I mean? Fair play to you. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying learning from you, especially when you don't understand something. I enjoy watching other people discuss it. It's like these doctors don't know about our mucous membranes, the meds and health conditions. Yeah. She didn't have medical information for most of them anyway, did she? I do too, Thierry. Yeah, so we should see. We're on a bit of a break for probably another 10 minutes. I'm not gonna speak for the full 10 minutes. The hot lemonade, Katie, was nice, but I couldn't drink too much of it. Couldn't drink too much of it. I definitely feel more sleepy now than I did earlier on. I feel like it's working into my head now as well. Salt thing, I'll gargle that after dinner and before bed. Then we'll see. I got the honey and lemon sweets as well, so they hopefully will work a little bit. That THC study is bullshit without full medical foundation. I agree, and I think the defense pointed that out quite a lot. Just stands for us, eh? I got my tutu somewhere here. Where's Erin Hack? Erin Hack, where are you? She hasn't popped in today yet, and she knows I got a surprise for her, but it hasn't arrived yet, so it's fine. was used to poison her longer than around the time of death. That weight gain sets off alarm bells for me. Yeah, I mean that was quite drastic. £30 in 12 days. Do you know what I mean that's a hell of a lot. Hell of a lot. In 12 days, Jesus. But yeah, we'll see. I haven't listened too much of what this witness had to say. State not for me. Yeah, I wonder what the jury think though, jury. Do you know what I mean? It sounded great until we found out there's no substance to any of this. I find it so funny he will gag gargling salt, but won't take one sip of salty brine. I haven't got any salty brine, Sylvia. I don't have any anyway. Even if I did, I don't know, not sure I would gargle that though. Do you know what I mean? Again, you are used to it. I'm not. Do you know what I mean? So this is new territory for me. You gotta, build up to that sort of stuff. Sound like victim was back in renal failure for that much weight. Something wrong. Since she has history of eye discomfort, it will make it difficult to prove someone else gave the drops to her. Yeah, yeah. Well, we go back to what was said yesterday, don't we? About about in what context did Jesse tell that detective about giving her the uh, the water with the eye drops in it? What context was it? Was she aware? Did you know what I mean? So there's a lot more need to be heard from that. I do live on the ocean. Oh, do you, Sylvia? I didn't know that. Oh no, I did know that actually. I think you told us that, didn't you? Cape Verde, is it? Is that Cape Verde that you live at, Sylvia? Or am I just picking that up there in Canada? Canada, Canada. Cape Breton, Breton. There we go. I knew Verde was something, but there's a Cape Verde, isn't it? But Cape Breton. Ah, nice. Nice. You Canadians, crazy, crazy fools. Crazy, crazy fools. All right. Oh, I think my parcel is here. Hang on. I think my parcel is here. Where's Erin Hack? Hey, I love you, Luna. Luna, I'll be back in 2 seconds. I'm gonna get Oh, right. Let me text Erin to see if she's coming on. I'll see if she's popping in, and then wrong one. Hey, Luna. By the way, hello, Luna. Hope you're well, Luna. Where's she gone, Erin? You popping in today? Got right. We'll see if Erin comes. So I can show you one of them. So you ladies will enjoy the first one. So me anyway. Compression socks have now arrived. Compression socks. So I'll wear them. Nice. Do you like these, Luna? Do you like them? Luna, to keep my dick warm. Where's those since? There we are. I won't show the other one to see if Erin comes or not. If she doesn't come, then I'll show it. But so there we are. Yes. So I can wear these. Sexy. Yes. Let's go with it. Oh, why haven't I got this on? I don't need that one. Are they hard to get on? Are they? Jesus Christ, they're hard. They are pretty hard to get on. Fucking hell. Hello. Hello. Luna, where's Luna gone? Luna, where are you, Luna? Oh, she's gone again. Luna likes to do that. She comes in and bloody disappears. Luna, 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 Luna. The struggle is real. It's tight already. I'm feeling it tight there. Yeah, I won't put them on now. I'll wear them tomorrow. You're here. So do you like my cock sock, Luna? Might be a bit tight though. Loons, what do you think? Whoa, whoa. I will wear them, but I'll wear them tomorrow. I'll wear them for the math stream, or I might wear them afterwards. Now they're nice, smell nice. Where's Erin? I don't think Erin's coming because she's. No, I think she's not coming today. She hasn't messaged me, but I don't think. You wish, lol. Yeah, I do. Luna's seen them before, so Luna's seen my dick before. That's how I can say it. Do you know what I mean? She's seen it. I send her dick pics all the time. You know. Right, let me take my socks off then. Let's try it. I'll try it. Right. Jesus Christ. Yeah, well, Luna sends me titties as well. So it's a equal bargain. Jesus, they are quite tight, aren't they? One on. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. Oh, fuck. Yeah, but Jonathan, you've not met Luna, have you? She's not. She's not like any other woman. It's fine. Hang on. We're on a break, John Anthony. Hello, John Anthony. Hang on. I'm all fucking breath, I know that much. Take that off. Right. You there? We're high for the ladies. Woo, jiggle, 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 jiggle. Got it. Isn't it? Wasn't that bad. Now I've got these socks now. They're fine for tomorrow. They're fine for tomorrow. They're brand new today. So it's fine. They're fine for tomorrow. We'll keep them fresh. Because I shower every day, so I'll keep them for tomorrow. I'm tired. I'm sorry, girls. What's going on? Don't worry, Luna. I'll send you a pic.
I think we're
I'm
good.
wearing, Luna,
Madam
I'm
Clerk,
wearing
have the jury
top
come out and we'll go back on the record.
cheery to my little jiggle.
Oh,
I'm
we need
wearing
our
these, Luna.
Dr. Kacinko back on
Fresh
the
shoes on.
stand.
Because I sat down all day. Everyone said I should wear them, so I am wearing them. It's like $20. But if it keeps me in health, I don't mind. I don't know what they do though. I don't know what they do. See that we live there. Oh, I love you too, Katie. Love everyone here. That jiggle brought back Dorow. Dorow is. I mean, Dorow is very, very sexy. Very, very sexy. Which Jonathan knows. Jiggle, jiggle. Just a little jiggle, jiggle. Sorry, Dandy. Well, this is the craziness you get. This is what I mean. We're not fully PC, but we're friendly PC. We're friendly PC. I don't want to see Luna on more because, guys, if you've got to know Luna, you'll understand. Like, if you think Jonathan's weird, and Jonathan is weird, don't get me wrong, Jonathan's probably one of the biggest weirdos I know. Only talked by Luna. Luna is. She's crazy. This Luna now, not Indigo Luna, Luna M. She's tapped, but in a good way. In a good way. Work out when she's a shock, all your muscles are deflected. What's the question like? Oh, I don't know. Does it have something? Yes, Joe Anthony, we're on
Everyone,
break.
please be seated.
What does it say? Oh, hang on, we're back. Let me pause it for a
Attorney
second.
Kukler, when you're
What does it say again? Where would it say? It doesn't say anything. No, doesn't say anything. So it doesn't. Honestly, it doesn't say anything. The back there, can't see anything which says light, heavy, medium, whatever. Right, let's get back to the trial. We are back. Where they made China? Hang on. Yes, China. Designed in the UK, made in China. Extra large. You know. Right. I love this woman. Let's get her. She reminds me a little bit of Luna. It's low. Okay.
ready, you may continue with your cross.
Very good. Now, this ongoing tetrahydrozoline study that you're doing, would you agree with me that our office requested your notes from those ongoing studies and you objected to giving over your work product and mental impressions?
Yes.
And then with regard to these 4 studies or cases that you brought in here today, was looking at them a little closer. And I noticed that all of the matrix sources weren't the same.
I believe that is correct.
So in our case, you've been talking about cardiac blood when you're talking about Ms. Hernan's THC level. Is that right?
I believe it was iliac blood.
Oh, iliac blood. And so you've got cardiac blood as your first example here in your packet.
I don't have it in front of me, but if that's what it says on the report, then yes, it was cardiac blood.
I see peripheral blood on one of them,
Yes, probably.
heart blood on another.
Heart blood and cardiac blood are the same thing.
Okay, well, one says cardiac blood, one says heart blood.
It depends how the client labels them when they submit them to us. We use whatever labeling they supply.
So that blood from, heart blood isn't the same as the blood that you received in Lynn Hernan's case.
They were both blood samples. It's just a difference in the location that the blood sample was taken.
Well, you didn't receive heart blood from Lynn Hernan,
No, the sample was iliac blood.
and you didn't receive the peripheral blood from Lynn Hernan.
That is correct.
And I don't believe you ever got a vitreous sample from Lynn Hernan either, true?
That is correct.
I want to show you what, do you see on your screen an exhibit?
I do.
And if I scroll down a little, do you see an exhibit 536 sticker on there?
Yes, I do.
And this is a 2-page document?
Yes.
Okay. Is this is a report from NMS Labs, right?
Yes, it is.
And you've seen this report before?
I have.
You're familiar with it?
Yes, I am.
And this report is true and accurate?
To the best of my knowledge.
You believe your lab's information is good, right?
I am not involved in the drug chemistry section of the laboratory at all, so I am not involved in the testing or the production of this lab report.
Would that be the same for any of the lab reports that we've been talking about in this case?
No, just for this one. That came from the drug chemistry section of the laboratory, not the toxicology
Okay.
testing section.
Thank you. Your Honor, move for admission of 536 and request to publish.
Exhibit 536 is received. Request to publish granted.
What we're looking at here is a report from from the NMS Labs, right?
Yes,
Related to Lynn Hernan. You see that?
yes,
I'm scrolling down a little. And your lab received a colorless plastic container with a white lid containing multicolored solid materials.
that is what it says on this report, yes.
Oh, and I think it may not be on the screens yet. Sorry. Moved ahead a little. Okay, I always forget about that delay. So in the case of Lynn Hernan, we heard from the medical examiner that some substances were gathered up and sent to your lab. Would that be what is reflected here?
I cannot speak to that. I am not involved in the section of the laboratory that performed this testing.
Were you aware that this happened in the case?
I became aware when I was made aware that this report existed, yes.
Okay, so you know about this.
I know that a report was generated from material was submitted. I know nothing about how it was received or collected or anything.
Okay. And this was, whatever was received at your lab was tested by the lab and results were put into this report, true?
Yes,
And what was found in the sample?
the substance that was tested contained acetaminophen, alprazolam, hydrocodone, cyclobenzaprine, triumvirin.
Okay, and that's a diuretic, that last one, isn't it?
Yes,
And when you did the original testing on Lynn's blood, you wouldn't have tested for that. That wouldn't have been part of your original panel, would it have?
yes, it was part of the original panel.
Okay. And were all of these drugs that are on here part of the original panel?
Yes,
And the drugs that are found here mirror the drugs that were found in Lynn's blood sample, true?
there are some similarities.
And can take this exhibit down. I'm showing you what has been previously been introduced as Exhibit 35. Do you see that in front of you?
There's nothing on my screen right now.
I'm not sure.
There it is.
Okay. Do you see that?
Yes,
And the state introduced this as Exhibit 35. Do you see the number there?
I do.
Okay, and this is a lab report involving the testing of Lynn's iliac blood, gastric fluid, and liver tissue. Is that right?
That is correct.
And this is, I guess, what you would call the final report.
Yes, this is the final toxicology report.
Was there another report? after
There was
this?
that drug chemistry report that we were just looking at.
Okay, this is the final toxicology report.
That is correct.
Now, you put the lab, when they tested her blood, they gave results for everything they found in her. Is that right? Any compound they found in her that at least reached a threshold level in your testing equipment was listed here.
That is correct.
And so as we look at this list, these are all the drugs that were found in Lynn Hernan, right?
That is correct.
Including baclofen, ropinirole, triamterene, alprazolam, hydrocodone, nifedipine, tetrahydrozoline, cyclobenzapine, baclofen. Is that right?
Those are some of the drugs that are listed, yes.
Now, when we talk about drug toxicity, that refers to the level of damage that a compound can cause, right?
I don't know if I would describe it as the level of damage, but toxicity is referring to the adverse or unwanted effects and potentially harmful effects of drugs.
And the effects depend on the dose that a person took.
That is one factor, yes.
There's several factors.
Yes,
Okay, but the dose that a person is taken is one of the factors. It's true.
yes,
And the taking of a drug compound, it can affect your entire system, like the CNS, the central nervous system.
certain drugs affect the central nervous system, yes.
Some affect a specific organ, or can affect a certain organ, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And would you agree that acute drug toxicity deaths can be called an overdose death?
Yes, I believe so. I believe overdoses can be used to refer to acute drug toxicity. If the person died, you can have acute drug toxicity without a death.
Did Lynn have benzos and opioids in her positive findings?
Yes, she did.
Would you agree with me that people can die from a combination of benzos and opioids?
Depending on the circumstances of the dosing and the combinations, yes, that is possible.
And you know of deaths from you've heard of deaths from a combination of benzos and opioids, haven't you?
Yes, I have.
Sylvia,
Now, Judge, if we can show, this is already admitted into evidence, so if we can just display Exhibit 35 to the jury.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. I have something on the edge that needs to come off. So when you prepare your report, or not you prepare the report, because in this case, you didn't prepare the NMS report, right?
I prepared this report.
Okay, you prepared this report.
Yes.
Even though you hadn't done the testing yourself?
It is my job to prepare the report. The people who do the testing do not prepare reports.
And then as part of preparing this 14-page report, you included pages that explain the different compounds that were found in Lynn Hernan, true?
Those are included in some of our reports. It's dependent upon the client. But yes, we often include what we call reference comments.
I don't think I asked, generally I asked in this case, in your 14-page report, in this case, you included pages about the specific compounds that were found in Ms. Hernan, true?
Yes, that is included in this report.
Okay, and you call those reference comments, right?
Yes.
And those explain what the possible consequences can be from the use of, or the ingestion of certain drugs, right?
Yes.
And so, for example, we see arsenic first, but this is just organic arsenic. There's no concern with this level of arsenic. And Lynn, true?
To the best of my knowledge, there was no concern about this arsenic concentration. It can be from just environmental exposure.
That's right, including from eating food.
Correct.
Okay. So the first drug that I'd like to draw your attention to is baclofen. And if I go to your page 5, I can see that number 9 talks about baclofen. Is that how we would look it up?
Yes, the reference comment number 9 is referring to baclofen in iliac blood.
And according to the information that you provided to us, the adverse effects of baclofen overdose may include vomiting, drowsiness, seizures, and death. Is that true?
That is what is in the reference comment, yes.
And Lynn's level was 1.1. Is that right?
Yes,
Joe,
that is correct.
And
that's it.
you have toxic blood concentrations from 1.1 to 3.5. True?
That is what it says, yes. That is what's in there.
Well, and you
Yeah.
prepared this report, right?
I prepared the report. I did not write this reference comment. But I agree with the reference comment.
Okay.
Yes, yes.
It's correct.
It is correct, yes.
All right. And when we look at page 1, we see with respect to a ropenolol, is that how you say that?
That is how I pronounce it, yes.
We can look at page 7 of your report to see what you have to say about that drug. Here we go, page 7. Ropenolol, do you see that number 23?
Yes,
And there are also adverse effects potentially from this drug, including nausea, somnolence, insomnia, dizziness, hallucinations, tremors. Is that true?
that is true.
And you have also in Lynn's positive findings, alprazolam. Do you see that one listed?
Yes, I do.
And when we look at page 4 of your reference materials that you provided, here's 4. Would we look at number we'd look at number 5 on here, right? Because it's the iliac blood.
That is correct, yes.
Because you sometimes list a drug more than once, like you have number 5, alprazolam, the blood, alprazolam, the gastric fluid, and alprazolam from the liver.
Yes, there's a reference comment for each one.
And that's because you found the alprazolam in all 3 of those places.
That is correct.
Okay, it was in her liver tissue.
Yes, alprazolam was detected in liver tissue.
Okay. And when we look at your footnote or reference comment number 5, you note that it is a DEA Schedule 4 benzo. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
What does that mean, DEA Schedule 4?
The Drug Enforcement Administration, I think that's administration agency. I think it's administration, schedules drugs based on their use and pharmacology. So Schedule 4 is, I believe it goes down to Schedule 5 is the lowest schedule. So this means it's a commonly prescribed medication that has some potential for misuse.
Well, all drugs have a potential for misuse, don't they?
The DEA is specifically saying, like, that's what Schedule 4 means. But yes, I imagine they all have the potential for it.
But that's where the DEA says that we've seen that this drug has been misused.
Yes.
All right. And you'd agree that in combination with other drugs, other central nervous system drugs, it can be toxic at low concentrations.
Yes, that is correct.
And then,
Right. I don't think airing is coming. I can't hide this surprise anymore. So, because airing is Erin, and she's amazing, and she's a big supporter of my channel, and she's way too generous to this channel. I bought this because she always calls it to me, so hang on, here we go. Paddington Bear. I got good old Paddington Bear. So Paddington Bear loves Erin Taco. He's like, loves the taco. So that's what the thing was. Paddington Bear. I need to take the tags off. So I'm gonna maybe put Paddington up there. So this is for Erin because of how loyal she is to me. So we'll have both. But Paddington loves licking the taco. Erin's taco. Loves it. He loves eating it. But anyway, that's what it was. I don't think she's coming back today, so
On your first page of the exhibit, I see hydrocodone free. You have it listed in there twice. You have dihydrocodone and then hydrocodone. Those are different, right?
Yes, they are different.
So hydrocodone, that was in her system. And if we then go to page 6 of your report, we can see the reference to that particular drug. Do you see that on your screen at number 17?
Yes, I do.
Now, this one is a DEA Schedule 2 narcotic and analgesic,
That is correct.
so more dangerous of misuse than the Schedule 4.
Yes, that is what the scheduling refers to, both the effects of the drug and its risk of misuse.
And it indicates that, you indicate when you put this together that the compound is reported to be highly addictive.
Yes, that is, there are reports of that, yes.
And in your last sentence in that paragraph, you indicate that it's more toxic than codeine. In overdose, it produces the same manifestations as other opiates, including drowsiness, sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death. Is that right?
Yes.
Also, on page 1, another substance in Lynn Hernan was nifedipine. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then I see that you have a reference about nifedipine. And you put this together so that people who are receiving these drug results have a little more information about the dangers of the drugs or what important information that they might need, right?
Yes, it's there to aid in interpretation.
Because that's something you might know more about, but maybe a person who's requested the lab to run a test might not have as much knowledge as you would as a toxicologist.
That is correct.
So in nifedipine, you indicate that this is a channel blocker, is that right?
It is a calcium channel blocker, yes.
And it also has side effects, is that right?
Yes.
Vertigo, headaches, weakness. Is that right?
Yes.
And there were 2 fatalities at 150 ng, right?
That is correct.
Lynn didn't have that level. She was at 22, right?
I believe that was the concentration, yes.
But you don't know in the 2 fatalities what else those particular people might have had in their blood in conjunction with the nifedipine.
I do not. I would have to look at the paper.
Okay. We can't find that on here. At least I couldn't find it.
Correct. It's not on this report.
All right, just a minute. I lost my mouse again. There we go. I'll go back to page 1. Just a couple more I want to talk about. Not everything on here. Cyclobenzapine. Do you see that on here?
Yes.
Is that when we talk about benzos? Is that what that is?
No.
Which ones on here are the benzos?
The alprazolam.
Okay. Cyclobenzapine, we can look at page 5. Here we go. And we would look at number 12. Is that true?
Yes.
It acts on the central nervous system, apparently. Is that right?
Yes.
Relaxes muscles?
Just remember, she's up for 3 things, not just this. She's also up for 2 more things, the financial stuff as well. So I haven't seen what Joe Anthony said. I can't see it. What the hell? Joe Anthony said something. I don't have your comment up, John Anthony. I don't know what you said. It's not on my it's not on my thing, so I don't know what you said.
It is used as a muscle relaxant, yes.
Like if you have a bad back or something, might you be prescribed that?
I believe that is one of the indications, yes.
It says its mechanism of action is not well understood. What do you mean by that when you say that?
So mechanism of action refers to how a drug causes its effects. And for a lot of drugs, we know very much about how that happens. But for other drugs, it hasn't been well established from studies yet. So there's continuing research to see what receptor, and that's something in the brain that the drug acts on, and what chemical effects happen so the drug can have its effect.
Okay, and this, if you have an overdose of cyclobenzapine, apparently some of the side effects are drowsiness, tachycardia, nausea, paresthesia, hypotension, convulsions, cardiac arrhythmias, and coma. Is that true?
That is correct.
You could take that off the screen, Madam Clerk, please.
So, Coach, I'm lost here. I don't see Joe Anthony's comment at all. What did Joe Anthony say? I don't know what he said.
I would like to show you what,
Jonathan,
just a witness, please. What the defense has marked
I'm
as
with you now,
exhibit
Em.
580. Do you see 580 on there on your
Give
screen?
us me, Emma.
Not yet.
Let me know when you can see it. Something shows.
I see it.
Yeah,
See
you're right, Dante.
580.
I do.
I'm showing you
Mm,
a package insert from alprazolam Xanax. Are you familiar with that drug?
I am familiar with the drug, yes.
And can you see at the top, I put it at the top, or I'm highlighting at the top that it's for alprazolam.
Yes.
I sent in the flash drive. It's 580. When you receive drugs at a pharmacy, oftentimes they have a package insert in them, right?
They should always have a package insert in them.
Okay, and that is so that the patient can understand how they should use it, and the proper dosage, and possible side effects, right?
That is correct.
And there are lots of warnings for this drug. Would you agree?
There are warnings. I don't know if it's lots compared to other drugs, but there are warnings listed, yes.
Now, do you see the black box that's highlighted with the warning, risks from concomitant use with opioids, abuse, misuse, and addiction,
Yes.
dependence and withdrawal reactions?
Yes, I do.
Can you just look at that yourself and let me know if that is accurate information from your knowledge of the drug?
I'm not involved in writing of the black box warnings, but I have no reason. I agree with what's in this warning. Yeah.
Okay, then with that, Judge, I'd like to publish 580.
I will receive 580
offering 580, thank you.
and Permission to publish is granted.
So you use the term black box warning. That's, what does that mean when a particular drug has a black box warning?
I did not use the term black box warning. I'm not quite. I mean, a black box, I can tell you what it is. I just don't recall having mentioned it. So a black box warning is just a highlight of some of the information that prescribers and patients need to be made aware of regarding a drug.
And in the case of alprazolam, also known as Xanax, right? Is that true?
Yes, Xanax is one trade name for the drug alprazolam.
All right. Is it true that, so if they say concomitant use of benzodiazepines and opioids, is that what we call benzos when we say benzos?
Yes, benzos we often refer to benzodiazepines as just benzos.
Can you read that first sentence in that warning, starting with the concomitant use?
More the merrier,
Concomitant use
Jonathan.
of benzodiazepines and opioids may result in profound sedation, respiratory depression, coma, and death.
Okay. You can take that exhibit down.
Oh, Blackberry. Oh, bam, 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 ram.
See the next exhibit, Madam Clerk? I'm showing you, do you see a sticker 578? I'm showing 578 now.
I do.
I'm going to go to the top. Do you see over in the left by the by that scanning bar over on the left underneath that this is for baclofen tablets?
Yes.
Okay, so we're looking at the pack. Would you agree this looks like a package insert for baclofen?
It's either a package insert or provider prescription, provider information. There's two different forms that come with prescription drugs. So I don't know if this is the package insert or the provider information. They typically contain the same general information.
And again, this information, it tells the patient how much they should take, how it should be used, and what potential complications can be from the drug, right?
The package insert doesn't tell a patient how much to take. The prescriber tells the patient how much to take. But yes, this includes information on doses that are available, the type of pills that are available. It's a little bit of information on its pharmacology and potential adverse effects.
Move for admission of 578.
No objection.
Exhibit 578 is received.
Request to publish.
Granted.
So overdose signs and symptoms over on the right, overdosage, I guess is what it's called. Do you see where I have my mouse sort of highlighting right over there?
Yes.
What are the signs and symptoms of overdosage?
Vomiting, muscular hypotonia, drowsiness, accommodation disorders, coma, respiratory depression, and seizures.
Okay, we can take this down. Now, when we talk about possible side effects with respect to compounds, somebody could have one of the side effects. If there's 10 possible side effects listed, but somebody could have all 10 or 8 or 4 or 2 or 1.
Or
Or
0,
none.
yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. So when they list the possible ones, it doesn't, if you're having an adverse reaction to the drug, it could just be that you have one of those adverse possibilities present in your own body.
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Hey, hands.
Now you
Oh
indicated
no,
earlier
Dundee.
that
I feel okay. Just groggy, do you know what I mean? So, but thank you. Jumpy, hello, Jan. Hello, Jumpy. Hello, lovely. Hope you're doing okay. Oh, jeez.
you were originally contacted because you were the on-duty person, so your office got a call from our medical examiner here. And because you were the on-duty person, you handled the call, is that right?
And that is correct.
So I'm showing what's marked as Exhibit 562. Do you see that in front of you?
I do.
Are you familiar with this?
Yes, I am.
This is an NMS communication history report, is that right?
That is correct.
And does that tell us the communication between your lab and, for this case, between your lab and other people?
That is correct.
And this is been marked as 562. Do you see that? 562 there?
Yes,
And it looks to be 2 pages. Would you agree with that?
that is correct.
Okay, I would like to move for admission, Your Honor, of 562.
No objection to admission. I do object to being published.
I'd like to publish, so I'd like to be heard about that.
That's hearsay.
It's a report in the normal course of business.
Hey,
It's a business
Jennifer.
record.
You still
You're
here?
not offering it for the
Please.
truth of the matter, then just as
This is a
to
business
why
record.
perhaps this witness did something with information she was given.
That's right.
All right, 562 is received, permission to publish is granted.
Before I go through it in great detail, just a couple of questions.
Oh. Good days.
Who hired you in this case? Don't look at the exhibit right now. Just
Why don't you put it down for a second?
sure, put
No,
it
that's,
down.
I mean, I can not look at it. Nobody hired me.
Okay. How about your lab?
The original client in the for the lab was the medical examiner.
It's all good, Jennifer. It's all good. It's nice to see It's nice to still see you here. Don't worry if you don't, if you get quiet. Like I tell everyone, the most quietest person I had here, right, was Sarah P. And look at her now, she's chopsy as hell. So Sarah P used to be a lurker, made her a mod. Look at her, chopsy now. So everyone starts off with as a lurker, so it's all good. Lurking's fine.
Office.
The original client was a medical examiner's office.
Yes.
Has that changed?
They are still the client for the toxicology report. At some point, the district attorney's office contacted the laboratory and retained NMS and myself as a representative of NMS to talk about this matter.
So do you have two clients in this case? You have the medical examiner's office and the district attorney. They're both your client?
Yes.
Okay. And is testifying here today part of your regular salary that you receive through NMS?
Yes, it's just my regular salary.
Okay. And you said that when you testify, somebody observes you. Is somebody here observing you from NMS Labs?
No, they did not send someone with me to observe this stuff. It only happens once every couple of years at most. It's not like every time we testify.
I see.
Being a lurker is fine. It's not. It's just a thing I say. And you're not a lurker. You're a member of you're an important part of this channel. But Sarah P, she was a lurker. But as I say, look at her now.
And do you know what the medical examiner has paid your office?
No, I do not.
Do you know what the district attorney's office has
I feel bad now calling her lurker. I feel bad. I feel bad. Sorry, Jennifer.
paid your office?
No, I do not.
You don't have that information?
I don't even know how to access that. I maybe know where to find a report with that information, but it's not something I look at. It's not my job.
So you don't have a fee schedule or anything like that that we could see?
A fee schedule exists. I don't have it.
Happy
So
days.
it's fair to say that your lab is being paid some money from the
Yeah.
district attorney's office to testify.
Yes.
But you just don't know how much it is.
I don't know how much they're being paid. No.
Skinny little fishman, Greg.
Would you agree with me? I put the exhibit up, Your Honor, of 562. We look at page 2 of 562. Would you agree with me? Can you see it?
I
on
can.
your screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. 72822, or 72919. We're going back in time. You were asked by Dr. Bizerski here in Waukesha to add arsenic testing.
Might be boosh.
Yes.
She didn't ask you to speciate it in any way, did she? Determine whether it was like organic or not?
No, she did not.
Okay. And then on 72822, you received a call from Randy Sitzberger of the Waukesha County District Attorney's Office. Is that right?
Yes.
And he wanted to speak with you regarding your tax report.
Yes.
And have you met Mr. Sitzberger since you've been in town?
Yes, I have.
Okay, so he's at the state table, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Thanks, Jennifer.
And
It's all
did
good.
you have to get authorization from Dr. B before you would speak with him?
Yes, we get authorization from our client before we speak to anyone about their case.
And then she gave you that permission, is that true?
That is correct.
And he wanted to, at least they were looking for an expert opinion, is that right?
Yes.
And then it looks like you received additional documents from the district attorney's office to review, is that right?
That is correct.
What additional documents, is that the ones you listed in that letter, the criminal complaint and the autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, they send you anything else?
At that time, no, there was no additional documents.
Later on, did they send you something else?
Yes, I've received additional documents over time regarding this case.
Like what?
I received an opinion written by Henry Spiller. I received the report written by another medical examiner. I apologize, I don't recall the name.
Okay.
Those are the two I can remember off the top of my head. I would need to look in our log to see what other documents were received.
All right. And once the medical examiner gave you authority to speak with Randy Sitzberger at the DA's office, did their office then
I
become
touch
a
on the
client?
what channel he can
Yes.
see about job stuff. Yeah? I don't know what
So
job stuff
then
is.
you're able to have three-way
No. I'm only protective about anybody that is similar to me. Jobs and stuff, yeah, that's fine. So, yeah.
conversations between your lab, the
I mean, you can join therapy as a bitch if you want.
DA's office, and the medical examiner to talk about the case. Is that fair?
Yes.
And that happened, right?
Yes, it did.
I
Three-way
see a note from
Ends.
12/2/22. Do you see that one?
ends.
Yes.
It looks to me from that note, at the end of that note, that you
It's fine,
were
Jennifer.
going to provide
It's
information
fine.
on a fee schedule with a breakdown of additional testimony expenses. Is that right?
That was not me,
That was somebody
but that
else.
was someone else at NMS Labs who
All right.
made that note.
Would you agree with me that while this case was pending, you got additional requests from Waukesha's medical examiner to add additional testing?
Yes.
Did you make those suggestions to the medical examiner?
I don't recall specifically. I had consultations where we discussed what testing was available. I don't remember if I specifically suggested any test or if just during those phone calls and discussing the case, we came to the decision that it would be useful information.
Hey, Dave. How you doing, sir? Yeah, don't worry. It's all good. I get it. I understand. Don't worry. Hey, by the way, we got another daddy in chat. You might have lost your title, Daddy Dave. We got another dad as well, so, and he's here more often now, so you might lose your title, Dave. Hope you're well. Go Pack, go. Hope you're well, man. But pop in more often. Jesus, lovely to see you, mate.
When you said that Waukesha's medical examiner requested the normal panel initially,
That is correct.
and you said that panel includes THC testing.
Yes, it does.
I want to be clear, the medical examiner didn't say to you, please test for THC.
No, she did not. The request was just to run our expanded postmortem panel.
And since when has your NMS labs been testing for THC?
I have data back to 2010. I don't recall when it was added to particular panels, and if testing existed before 2010.
Well, testing may have existed. When did it get added to your regular panel?
I don't know.
All right. Can I take this exhibit down?
Is she going to make this with to stay on all day as well?
When you this morning showed your opinion letter, exhibit 48, you agreed that you can't tell the amount of tetrahydrozoline that was ingested by Lynn Hernan, true?
That is correct.
And you don't know when she ingested it,
No, I do not.
and you don't know how she ingested it.
Just that it was an oral exposure.
You don't know if she put it, what she might have put it in, or if she even put it in anything, right?
There's no way toxicology could tell you that. No.
And you said that you received or that you took her stomach contents and you determined that there was 5 milliliters of THC in her stomach contents, right?
5 milliliters of the Visine solution. Yes.
Of the tetrahydrozoline, right?
It's tetrahydrozoline hydrochloride in the Visine solution, and other stuff. There's other stuff in Visine, like the liquid. So 5 milliliters of Visine.
5 milliliters of Visine. Does it mean 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline?
It means 5 milliliters. You know what? I would need to look at the report. I can't remember what conversion I did there. I believe it's 5 milliliters of tetrahydrozoline HCl solution, of 0.05% solution.
Which would not be the same as how much just tetrahydrozoline is in her, true?
Well, no, that would be a weight, not a volume.
5 milliliters is a teaspoon, is that right?
It's about a teaspoon, yes.
It's a third of a bottle, right?
Of a standard, yeah, I believe Visine comes as a 15 milliliter bottle.
Right. So that would be a third of a bottle,
Yes.
1 teaspoon.
Yes, that is correct.
And so as you sit here, I want to be clear, you don't know when Lynn took the Visine.
No, I do not.
You don't know if she mixed it with anything.
No, I do not.
When you talk about the amount in her stomach, in her gastric contents that were sent, were the entirety of the gastric contents sent to your lab?
No.
Oh, just a little bit of it?
The volume is listed on the report. So yes, a portion of it was sent.
So when you say that there was in your report that her stomach contents contained 300 ml of an tan opaque liquid, you actually don't personally know that.
That came from the medical examiner report.
I see. What I want to be clear about is your lab didn't receive 300 milliliters.
No, they did not.
You received a little cup.
I didn't see what was received, but yeah, typically it would come in like a urine cup that you would give a urine sample at the doctor's in. That's typically what's used to submit gastric fluid.
You don't know on that 300 milliliters that was at the ME's office if it was mixed up and shaken and definitely evenly distributed before a sample was taken and sent to you, do you?
I do not.
Because you made an assumption that the drugs, the that you're going to find or that you found were equally distributed within the 300 ml,
Yes, I made that assumption.
but you don't have any actual knowledge of that.
I do not.
Did you ask Dr. B how, if she mixed them?
I don't believe I did.
When you prepare this opinion letter, and I'm going to bring this up, it's already been admitted as Exhibit 48. 1 minute, please. Close this. Okay, this is already in evidence, so Madam Clerk, I asked to have this on everyone's screen.
That's 48, right?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
We have a little delay in the courtroom while we wait for things to appear on the jury screens. That's why
No
I'm,
problem.
okay, it's on their screen. This is that opinion letter that you spoke about earlier this morning, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And when I scroll to the very bottom of this report, I see to date, at least when you wrote this report, October 21st of 22, there are no reports of tetrahydrozoline overdose resulting in death in the scientific literature. Is that right?
That is correct.
That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Thanks, Judge. If we could please publish the same screen.
Sure. I guess that was premature, turning that off.
Oh, I hate it when this
Doctor, can you
attorney
read the next line
is so aggressive.
from that paragraph, please?
A review of internal NMS data revealed multiple cases where the cause of death was ultimately determined to be tetrahydrozoline overdose.
Great, thank you. That can come down. So I just want to ask you a few things to clarify, Dr. Kacinko. The exhibit that we went through, 217, that we paged through with the jury with the redacted patient name. Do you recall that exhibit?
Yes.
Do you remember it being suggested that Attorney Kukler has never seen this before until today?
I
Object, that's mischaracterization.
I don't think it is.
It is.
The state may ask the question based on my recollection of how it was phrased earlier.
Would you agree with the suggestion that Attorney Kukler has never seen this document before today?
I don't know if she has or not.
Why did you make Exhibit 217?
It was requested by the defense.
And who is the defense attorneys in this case?
I apologize. I've heard your name multiple times, so I'm afraid I'll butcher it if I try to pronounce it. But the attorney who has been questioning me.
Judge, the state did prepare a new exhibit based on this line of questioning that I'd like to just show the witness. It's Exhibit 218.
Has this been provided to us?
Nope,
This is a rebuttal witness, I mean, a rebuttal exhibit.
correct.
Do you have a copy for the court?
She's a bitch, mind.
Right.
Is the defense behind it? No.
You can hand that to Madam Clerk, please.
So cocky.
Dr. Kacinko, do you recognize Exhibit 218?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is a letter that I drafted in response to a request for documents from Donna Kukler and at Kukler and Cotton SC.
Did you sign this letter?
Yes, I did.
Is it a fair and accurate copy of the letter that you wrote in this case?
Yes, it is.
I'd move Exhibit 218 into evidence. I'm not asking to publish it.
Exhibit 218 is received.
Does that letter remind you of the specific date that Attorney Kukler asked you for this information that's contained in Exhibit 217?
Yes, it does.
What's that date?
Object and
Overruled.
sidebar.
Overruled.
What's that date?
January 18th, 2023.
January 18th, 2023 was the request?
That is when we received the request from your office. I don't know when they requested it from your office. The
Okay.
request came through your office.
Does this letter indicate when you sent the response out, including Exhibit 217?
January 26th, 2023.
And that response was in response to the request made by Attorney Kukler.
That's my understanding. The request came through the district attorney's office, but it was a request from the defense attorney's office for these documents.
So these documents were provided to both parties way back in January. Is that fair?
I can say that we provided the documents to the district attorney's office. I do not know how those documents then got to the defense attorney's office.
Okay. You were asked some questions about a case, a poisoning case from Aurora, Colorado. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And in fact, were you able to hear some of those questions being asked yesterday of Dr. Bodritsky?
yes.
Do you follow that case?
I've been following it in the media. Like I said, it's a high profile case that was tested at NMS Labs. So there's internal discussion about cases. And I've been following the media like a lot of people.
Okay. Do you recall it being suggested that the victim in that case actually died from a cyanide poisoning?
Yes,
And that happened yesterday?
yes,
And there was a discussion that the husband had a failed attempt with eye drops and then used cyanide in the hospital. Do you remember those questions?
yes. That is my recollection of yesterday's testimony.
Is cyanide poisoning been reported as a cause of death for that victim?
There are media reports regarding the coroner's testimony in a preliminary trial where the cause of death was mentioned.
Did it include tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Yes, it did.
Okay. You were asked a lot of questions about our office being a client of yours. Do you remember those questions?
Yes,
And you were even showed the entire communication log that your office keeps in this case. Is that right?
that was the communication log through the end of, I believe, 2022 that was generated for the request. There would be additional documentation in that log now because additional communication has happened
Okay.
since then.
Do you know whether you finalized the toxicology in this case before you had any discussions with our office?
Yes, I did.
Did anything that we talked about or Dr. Bodritsky talked to you about cause you to change the toxicology results in this case?
No.
The defense walked you through your report that states Exhibit 35, and that's the toxicology in this case, and asked you multiple questions about specific substances. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And there was a lot of discussion about what toxic levels are for those substances. Do you remember that?
yes.
If someone has a toxic level of a substance, does it mean that they're going to die?
No.
Is toxic and fatal different things?
Yes.
When you signed this report, States Exhibit 35, did you compare those reference notes included with Ms. Hernan's results in this case?
Not at the time I signed the report, no.
Have you since?
Yes.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that the reference notes in that report include fatal levels for all these substances except tetrahydrozoline?
I believe so, yes.
Do you know whether Ms. Hernan had any level consistent with a fatal level as reported in those reference notes?
none of the individual drug concentrations are consistent with what has been reported in fatalities.
You were asked some questions about the calculation that you did regarding what was in Ms. Hernan's stomach. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
If there is a compound or a substance in someone's stomach, has it been absorbed into the blood yet?
No, it has not.
That's all I
totally
have for
agree with you.
doctor.
She gets so frustrated.
If it's on Exhibit 218, you may. Otherwise, you may not.
It is on.
218 is the additional exhibit that was received, the letter. If that's what it's on, you may. If not under 90611, you may not.
It's not on that exhibit.
All right, then, thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
It's okay, that's fair.
Which I believe is just from our office.
All right, and Dr. Kasinko, you're released from your subpoena.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right, the statement called its next witness.
I just hope she keeps that same consistency. That's all. Oh no, we're back to the guy now. Jesus, here we go. The deputy DA seems to like really lose her crap. She can't control like her anger.
The state by Attorney Sitzberger is going to call Corrine Poza.
Still an experienced
All
mind
right, thank you.
is doing in her current role. It will be
Good
doing too
morning,
much
Ms.
to do.
Posa, if you would please make your way to the witness stand. It is all the way up to the front of the courtroom. There is a riser. Please
Right.
come up.
There's
on
a
that
riser right here
When you
whenever I
get there,
see you,
please
like,
remain
oh, you're
standing. Raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. Please have a seat. The first thing I will ask you to do is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
Corrine Poza, Koreen. My last name is Poza, Pozza.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Sitzberger, your witness.
Thank you, Judge.
Oh, I forgot to take it. Oh.
Hi, Ms. Poza, how are you?
I'm okay. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Ms. Poza, what is it you do for a living?
I work at a financial.
In what capacity? What kind of work do you do?
So I do administrative work.
Okay. And let's cut right to the chase. You're here because you knew Lynn Hernan, is that correct?
Correct.
Tell us, how long did you know Lynn Hernan?
I probably have known Lynn about 35 years.
And how did you first meet Lynn Hernan?
I met Lynn through my brother and some of his friends at the time that we went. They were working at a bar years and years ago doing security, and I met her there.
Can you put a rough estimate on how many years ago?
That would probably have been about 35-ish years ago.
Okay.
Mhm.
So sometime in the 80s, it sounds like.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Now, Ms. Poza, do you know what kind of work Lynn did when you met her?
Yes.
And what was that?
She was a hairstylist. She did hair.
Did she work
Thank you,
for?
Sarah.
She,
I'm sorry, let me just ask. Did she work for a company or was she kind of doing her own thing out of her house? What sort of?
I don't recall at that time if she was working for a specific salon or if she was working on her own.
Did there come a time where she worked on her own as a hairdresser?
Yes.
Okay. And how many years do you think she did that?
I think what I remember is that was really kind of on and off. Sometimes she worked at a salon and then sometimes she just worked on her own. So,
Okay. And you said you knew her for about 35 years through your brother, correct?
right.
Who is your brother that you met her through?
Keith Lang.
And as you got to know her, would you and her hang out socially?
Yes,
And how often would you say you did that?
a lot. We hung out, all the whole group of us hung out together a lot. They both also worked, they had their other jobs, but they also worked at a bar that we liked to go to. So we'd hang out there in those early days. And then after after I got married and started a family, we still hung out all the time. She come over. She took a massive love for my son and just always wanted to be around us. Said we were her family. That she didn't, have kids of her own or was married. So she had a ton of fun just hanging out with us. Not in so much the party scene, but more in a family scene.
Sure. So less going out to the bars, maybe kind of going to each other's homes.
Right.
Okay. Now you said that was sort of in the early days, you hung out all the time, right?
Right.
And are you talking multiple times a week, multiple times a month? Kind of put a time frame on it.
Probably multiple times a month.
Okay. Did that stay consistent sort of from those early days as you progressed into having a family of your own?
Yes. I was always having parties for my son, and she's the first one there, first one wanting to make food. She loved to cook. So she would come over with tons of things that she'd made, tons of things for him.
And when was your son born that you've been referencing?
He was born in September of 1997.
Okay, and what's his name?
Anthony Poza.
Now, you said that Lynn never started a family of her own, no kids, correct?
Correct.
And she took an interest in Anthony then?
Right.
How was that relationship? How would you describe it?
They were very close. I mean, she and I were close, and she always wanted to know how he was. I mean, from birth on up to his adulthood, she just treated him really like family. He always called her Auntie Lenny. There wasn't one little tiny holiday that went by that she wasn't showering him with gifts and cards and food and what you name it. It was just like having, that special aunt or another mom or whatever. She just did a lot of things for him that just showed me, really how much she loved him. Not just that things make you love somebody, but she just always went above and beyond and was always thinking about him and about us.
So you said Lynn was a hairdresser and worked at a bar here and there, correct?
Correct.
Any other jobs that she had that you knew of?
The hairdressing and the bartending was the only thing I knew of.
Okay. And you said basically every holiday that came, every birthday, significant life event, she was giving Anthony gifts and things like that, right?
Right.
Was Lynn a person you knew to come from a lot of money?
No.
Did she have a lot of money?
No.
So when you say she was buying Anthony gifts, what kind of gifts was she giving him?
Well, when they're little, when kids are little, they don't, it could be any little thing, Hot Wheel cars, Lego, whatever. But she was what I have known about her whole life is that she was really kind of the queen of bargains. She loved to shop rummage sales and estate sales and thrift stores. She even would pick things up off the side of the road, refinish them, make beautiful pieces of furniture, fix things up. So on occasions there were gifts like that, but as he got older, it was maybe some things like that. But when he was smaller, I think you can entertain a kid with very inexpensive things. And he loved that just as much because he just, loved being with her. So.
Okay. So small things. And then if I understand, as Anthony got older, maybe she was sort of refurbishing things or making things from these thrift stores and things like that.
That and things that she had, maybe that she had that he liked. They had a similar passion for different kinds of movies. And if she had a poster or something in her house and he admired it, she'd be like, well, then you should take that, you should have that in your room. So he, sometimes he'd take that or whatever, just to enjoy, what they had shared in common.
Okay. As Anthony started to get older, did Lynn ever, just lavish him with thousands of dollars of cash or anything like that you knew of?
No.
Was she writing him checks to that effect?
No.
Was she putting $100 bills in birthday cards?
No.
Okay. So that's Anthony. Did she do the same for you on birthdays and things like that? As far as gifts or recognizing your birthday, things like that?
Oh, sure.
And how did she recognize it?
Well, she knew kind of what my whole family loved as far as like baked treats, things like that. So she'd make my favorite things like Rice Krispie bars, and she'd bring stuff like that over. Or she and I had a passion for shoes. Sometimes she would, had shoes. She and I wore the same size shoes. So sometimes she would, would give me a pair of her shoes, like just just whatever like she would find. She just would find things, again, probably thrift stores, rummage sales, things like that.
Did you ever go thrift store shopping with her, for example?
Oh, sure. Sure.
And you said that was sort of the constant. Was that up until her death in October of 2018 that you maintained that level of contact with Lynn?
I would say probably the last year of her life, I didn't have as much contact with her. There were times that I would call her and say, hey, I'm in the area. I'm going to stop by and say, hi, I haven't seen you in a long time. And she would tell me not to come, that she was not feeling well. So up until that time, I mean, I have St. Patrick's Day was always a big, big deal in my family, and she loved that as well. And so the 2017, she came out for St. Patrick's Day with a whole group of us and had a ton of fun. And so it was probably sometime shortly after that I wasn't seeing her as much. Talked to her a little bit, trying to kind of connect with her, but she was not, she would just tell me she was not feeling well.
Okay, so that would have been about March of 2017 until her death in October of 2018.
That's probably roughly, it might have been after the St. Patrick's Day when we were out, but yes, it was probably some in that time.
Okay.
Frame.
Am I understanding that's sort of when the coming to each other's homes and sharing personal time in person together stopped?
Right.
You still talk to her by phone though?
Mm-hmm. Not as frequently, because she just sometimes maybe she wouldn't answer the phone, and I would just think that maybe she wasn't feeling good still, and then sometimes she would call me back, you know, if she was feeling well.
Okay, and she would tell you that she's not feeling well, correct?
Correct.
Did she tell you that she was taking steps to try and address her not feeling well?
I don't know if she told me that she took steps. I think out of, you know, caring and worrying, was like trying to help her understand, you know, we could go to a specialist or go to a doctor if she had certain, you know, whatever it was that was bothering her. And, you know, she just said, oh, no, I've already done that. And so, you know, I just kind of left it alone and just thought maybe she wanted to be private about it.
Okay. In those phone conversations though, when you and Lynn were discussing her health problems that last year and a half or so, did you ever get the feeling that Lynn was just giving up?
No, I wouldn't say that. I think she just felt like she wanted to get better. I mean, how it was presented to me was like, let me just, you know, get myself better and you know, we'll connect. So I didn't feel that.
So there are plans for the future to hang out again.
Right.
Did you ever get off the phone with Lynn one time and say, well, I'm worried that she's going to commit suicide?
Oh, no.
Not once?
No.
Did you talk to her by phone pretty regularly up until that October 3rd, 2018 date?
I'm not sure if I would say regularly, like as in weekly or anything like that. I know from February, when I had seen her up till October, we had, I would say, minimal conversations, again, going back to her, either, you know, her calling and talking for just one real quick minute, and then she'd have to go because she didn't feel well, or my calling and her saying I can't talk, or just her not answering.
In all that time, did you ever send Lynn an email to see how she's doing?
Email? No,
Yes.
Lynn didn't have an email.
Didn't have an email.
No.
Did you go on Facebook and try to send her a message on Facebook?
Lynn was not even a little bit technical. She didn't want to have anything to do with any of it. She had a flip phone. She was always looking at my phone because I'd have a lot of pictures of Anthony, and she'd point out the ones she wanted, and then she'd tell me to print them, and she'd go pick them up. And I remember one time saying to her, I could show you like that. I could still send probably these pictures. You might still be able to see them on your flip phone. And she was like, I don't know. This is an emergency phone. I don't want it for nothing but that. And we just giggled because we thought it was funny. And I know that, I know one of the salons that she worked at, there was a computer that she was required to use for like scheduling appointments, where previously she had always done her scheduling in like in an appointment book, handwriting. And when she had to do it in this computer, she was fit to be tied and didn't want to learn it. And so she wanted to have nothing to do with any of that. She did not have an email. She did not have anything on social media. And we communicated via phone, and that was usually her house phone.
Oh, so she still had a landline.
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Did she have a computer at all?
No,
Did she have a laptop hidden away somewhere?
no,
When you would show her photos on your phone, were you able to just kind of hand over your phone and she could go from there and look at photos?
no. No, I would show her the photos, and then, if she wanted to look at a group of photos, I would tell her, you can swipe, or I can like make it so you can see a whole bunch at one time. And then she would look at it. She would like not even want to hold the phone because she just didn't know what to do with it. So I would just show her one by one a lot of photos, and they were 9 out of 10 times of Anthony, or Anthony with one of her cats, or just, Anthony put his sunglasses on her cat. We took a picture. She wanted that. So she would just tell me what she wanted, and then I would print it at Walgreens from my phone, and then she would go pick it up.
Okay, so she didn't even know how to scroll through photos on a smartphone.
No.
And she was the one person still using 1 hour photo, basically.
Right.
Okay. Now, in all this time that you were just communicating with Lynn through that landline at her house, do you know if Anthony was still seeing her?
Anthony would go to see her if he was in the area. And when Anthony started college, he started out at UW-Waukesha, and that was quite close to her condo. And so there were many times he would just go over there in between his classes and just hang out with her and visit her.
Okay, and was that during that time frame where you maybe weren't seeing her in person yourself, but still in communication with her?
Correct.
Was there ever a time that you and Lynn had some sort of falling out or a feud that you thought she was mad at you for?
Never.
And you said she would send birthday cards or come over in person and give birthday treats and cards and things like that?
Mm-hmm. She didn't miss a beat, ever.
Was that true on your birthday in 2018?
In 2018, oh boy. I honestly don't remember.
Okay.
I remember seeing her in probably February of 2018. I believe Anthony and I had gone over there to deliver the Christmas present because we hadn't seen her. She had delivered a whole bunch of stuff to our back porch, and we didn't get to see her. And then it just, life happens, and all of a sudden it was February, like, we got to get over by Auntie Lenny. We got all this stuff for her, and, drop that off. So it was sometime in February that I saw her. But as far as did I receive a gift or a card, I want to say yes, but I honestly don't remember.
Okay. I'm going to show you, and just the witness, please, Madam Clerk, Exhibit 49, please. There's a screen in front of you. Just let me know. I think I see a light. Is that up in front of you?
Yes.
Okay. And if Mr. Vulcaneer could just scroll through the 4 pages, please. All right.
I don't like that she's chewing on, as a witness, chewing gum. I don't like that.
Back to page 1, please. Ms. Posa, did you have a chance to look through those 4 pages?
Yes.
Do you recognize what those are?
Those are birthday wishes.
And birthday wishes to whom, ma'am?
To me.
And who are they from?
They're from Lenny. She called me Corini. I called her Lenny.
And Ms. Posa, if you do need some, there's water in front of you and there's tissues in front of you too, okay?
Thank you.
So, Ms. Posa, I want to start with page 1. There's quite a bit of writing from Lynn in those cards, isn't there?
Yes.
Any one of them describing any falling out or anything like that?
No.
And at this point, Your Honor, I would move Exhibit 49 into evidence, please.
Objection.
I'd also ask to publish it.
Objection.
Did you say objection?
No.
Oh, thank you. All right, Exhibit 49 is received. Permission to publish is granted.
Thank you. And Mr. Vulcan, if you could go to page 2, please. Is it up on the juror screens? Oh, it's going fast today. Great. Now, Ms. Posa, if you could just look at the writing from Lynn, not the pre-printed message on the card. Towards the middle lower section, what is Lynn writing to you, referencing Christmas, it looks like?
I'm sorry, will you repeat the question that you just asked me? I was reading.
Sure. Do you see a reference to Lynn thanking you for a Christmas in January?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what she was referencing there in that card?
I really don't remember. Maybe we got together. Maybe she came over. I don't remember. I'll be honest.
Is that sort of like you were describing earlier, where sometimes life happens, but you would still get together with Lynn?
Correct.
At some point for Christmas?
Correct.
Okay. And if we go to
Why is he
page 3.
testifying? Why is he testifying on behalf? Jesus, that's high pitched.
And if you want to take a chance to just sort of read through this one as well, let me know if you had a chance to read through it, please. Have you had a chance to look at that?
Yes.
Okay. In fact, in that card, Ms. Hernan was referencing how you and your family were her adopted family, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 4, please.
Jeez, I can't stand that at all.
Have you had a chance to review
Yes.
it?
Sorry for me to read. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Something made you laugh when you first started reading. Is that true?
Yes.
What was that?
The shoes. She said shoes, what shoes? Because she and I had a crazy passion for shoes, and we just were always buying shoes and comparing shoes and telling each other about the new shoes we want.
And in fact, right after that line, she says, I will never forget February 4th, right?
Right.
What's the significance of February 4th?
That's my birthday.
Okay. So these are 4 birthday cards sent over multiple years, true?
Correct.
So if somebody were to claim that you stopped caring about Lynn at some point and just didn't care about her towards the end, would you agree with that?
No.
Now, moving on, you know your son Anthony Posa was named as a beneficiary to Lynn's will, is that correct?
Correct.
Now, in 2018, specifically October, how old was Anthony?
21.
Okay. To your knowledge, did he have any experience with wills and estates and things of that nature?
I think that I took care of my parents for 13 years before they both passed, and that would have been the experience that he had he wasn't part of dealing with anything financially with my parents, but he lives with me. So he saw all the things that I was doing.
Okay. Did he at times come to you and ask you questions about the process of being a beneficiary in an estate of Lynn's?
Did he ask me about that? No.
Okay. He never came to you and said, what do you think about all this? Or am I doing the right thing or anything like that?
Do you mean after at any time or just in particular? I guess I don't remember him really asking me anything. He always, Lynn would say things to him during their visits and he shared that with me. So I wasn't in on those conversations personally, but she would have a tendency to tell him where certain things were in her home and just things like that. And he would just, and if anything, ever happened, you take this, I know you would appreciate this, whatever.
Okay.
And his remarks would just always be like, I just want you to be here and not talk about that. Like we're family. And so.
Understood. Let me ask you this way. After Lynn's death on October 3rd, Anthony found out he was a beneficiary, correct?
Oh, yes.
And there is a whole legal process to that. Is that true?
Correct.
And during that time frame, after Lynn was gone,
Okay.
did he come to you and ask you questions about that legal process?
I know that we talked about it. I know that, that he had been told on numerous occasions about just different things prior to Lynn passing away that she wanted him to have. And it was our understanding that she had a will that reflected that. So if I can be specific, I know that she talked on many, many occasions about.
Let me stop you there for a second.
Okay.
Okay. What I more want to get at is through the legal process that Anthony was going through as a beneficiary of Lynn's estate, did there come a time where you learned of reported debt of Lynn's?
Well, yes. I mean, it just kind of came to us all. We were provided with like a copy of a will after Lynn had passed away, and we were, looking at that, and
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. And what I'm asking is, did there come a time where you and Anthony learned that Lynn was reported to have a lot of debt at the time of her death, specifically credit card debt?
Yes.
Okay. Did that strike you as unusual knowing Lynn?
Yes.
Why?
Because she never had any money, and she didn't really have credit cards. I think at one point when she had inherited some money, had gotten a credit card, and she would use, what she told me was that she would use that and then pay it off so she could build credit, because she never had credit in like her whole life.
You said earlier that she was not a woman of great money, right?
Correct.
She would go thrift store shopping, things like that.
Correct.
Times you went thrift store shopping with her, would she use credit card or how would she pay?
Cash or a check. She still wrote checks out.
Okay. Was Lynn somebody that constantly had cash with her?
Not a lot, a little bit, and then she'd have her checkbook.
Okay. In times she didn't have cash, did you ever see her go to an ATM to get cash out?
No.
How would you see Lynn get cash out?
She would go to a bank and take money out.
Okay.
Or she sometimes would write a check out someplace where she could like write it for cash and then get cash that way as well.
Okay. At some point around 2013 or 2014, did you learn of Lynn's mother passing away?
Yes.
And did you learn if Lynn got any inheritance from that?
Yes.
And that was from Lynn who told you that?
Yes.
And was that a fairly large sum of money to your knowledge?
Lynn never told me an amount of money, just that, that her mother, that she had gotten a nice inheritance and that, that would help her.
Okay. So that would have been in roughly 2013 or 2014, you think?
Yes.
From that date, 2013 or 2014, up until her death in October of 2018, did you personally witness any of her spending habits change?
Her spending habits didn't change in terms of just how she likes to shop. For her, getting a good bargain was kind of a thrill of the chase for her. She loved to be able to get something really cool in her eyes for cheap. But she did explain to me that there were two things that she explained to me that she just had never been able to have or buy on her own. And she did tell me that she was going to, I believe, get a new vehicle, and she bought a vehicle, and I'm assuming that she paid cash, but
you don't know, to be fair.
But so you're correct.
Okay. What was the other big item?
It was a bracelet. It was a piece of jewelry.
Okay. beyond those two things that you were aware of, did you see her start buying lavish things?
No,
Did she start changing birthdays and Christmas to big, lavish, expensive gifts?
no,
Did she start offering to just give Anthony hundreds or thousands of dollars?
no,
Did she start writing you checks for hundreds or thousands of
No.
dollars? So her spending habits stayed the same despite the nice inheritance she told you about.
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Boza. That's all the questions I have.
Cross. Please.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Boza, can you hear me?
Again,
Why don't, yeah, we had to turn the microphones off because of the typing on both tables. We'll turn them back on. Do you want the lapel?
No, Judge, thank you.
Okay,
Ms. Boza, if you can't hear me, just tell me to speak up louder, okay?
for sure.
Thank you for being here.
Sure.
Now you,
Okay, hold on. So the typing is interfering. I can hear it.
I'm trying to get an exhibit together.
I know. Move away a little bit from the,
maybe I'll.
move the microphone over or where the lapel. It really helps.
I'm done. I'm done.
Thanks. Sorry. It was both sides. In all fairness, I had Teresa turn off microphones at both tables. So go ahead. My apologies for the interruption, Attorney Galloway.
You indicated that you know Lynn for about 30, 35 years?
Correct.
And you met her, while you were at a bar? Or she worked at a bar?
she worked at a bar. I mean, the day that I met her, I actually believe I met her at my brother's apartment.
And that's Keith Lane?
Correct.
They weren't dating, were they?
No,
They're just friends?
correct.
Keith hang around at that bar too?
Yes, he worked there as well.
Oh, they were both bartenders.
No, he was security there.
What's the name of that bar, if you can remember?
It was called Billy's Old Mill.
How long did Lynn work there?
I honestly don't know the answer to that.
And she did that and also was a hairstylist?
Correct.
Did you know Jennifer Flower at that time too?
No,
When did you meet Jennifer? Do you know who Jennifer Flower is?
I did meet Jennifer Flower. I believe Jennifer Flower was a resident in an apartment complex that Lynn lived in at one point.
So Lynn lived in an apartment and Jennifer Flower also lived in the same building?
It was the same complex. I couldn't tell if it was the same building.
Do you know when you met Jennifer Flower?
I do not remember when that was.
So if you knew Lynn for 30, 35 years, how long had you known Jennifer Flower?
I had met her when she lived there. I had probably seen her, I don't even think a handful of times, like throughout my relationship with Lynn or my knowing Lynn. It was if they were together then and I was there, then I would see her.
So when you saw Lynn, you'd see Jennifer Flower?
If she was there, if she was at Lynn's house or by the pool or whatever.
Do you know if when you met her, Jennifer Flower, was your son born at that time?
No,
So you met her even before your son was born?
correct.
And your son is how old today?
26.
Did you hang around with Jennifer Flower too, or was this
No, I did
Lynn?
not.
You just hung around with Lynn,
Correct.
but you would hang around with Lynn when Jennifer Flower was there?
If she was at the house, we would be all together, yes. There was a pool in the complex, so oftentimes I would go by Lynn and we would hang out by her pool, and then sometimes Jennifer would come over.
Yeah, would you, fair to say that Lynn was a very generous person?
Yes,
I mean, she gave Anthony gifts, correct?
correct,
She would give you gifts,
correct.
and she was like that all the time.
All the time,
And as far as you know, she never changed. She was always a generous person.
correct,
If she had it, she gave it to you.
correct.
Yeah, did she do that with people that she did not know, or just people that were close to her, as far as you know?
As far as I know, it was her circle of friends and family.
So the closer the person is, the more she's probably gonna share that person with gifts, correct?
I think, I don't know if I can say yes or no to that question. She had a passion for certain things, and then she could be very giving very generous with gifts during special occasions. It wasn't typically like for no reason at all, other than maybe like food things that she made or whatever.
Did she give your brother gifts, Keith?
Yes,
So she would give you gifts, Anthony gifts, Keith gifts. Would she give a person named James Kelleher gifts?
at some point for sure.
Do you know who James Kelleher is?
Yes,
Who's James Kelleher?
that was a boyfriend that she went out with for a long time.
And you say she gave him a gift for gifts for sure. Why are you so positive of that?
Because they dated for many, many years. So Lynn was one to make a very big deal about birthdays and and special days like that. She made a big deal about those days. So when I say that I'm referring to specifically like holidays and birthdays, not just for no reason.
As far as you know, holidays and birthdays, but she could be giving people gifts for other reasons, correct?
Sure.
Maybe because she loved them.
Right.
But you also indicated that as far as you know, she only gave Anthony like physical gifts and money. Was it the other kind of gift she gave him?
I don't recall her giving him money. I do recall her giving him some gift cards.
Did she ever, send him checks, like if it was his graduation
I don't remember that.
So she could have done it, but you just don't remember.
It's possible.
She could have been giving Anthony gifts of money or checks, but you just don't know about it, correct?
If Anthony was getting gifts that weren't for a special occasion, he would have shared that with me, and no, he never did bring that to my attention.
So your son shares everything with you?
I would say that's fair, yes.
Your son live with you?
He does.
Has he always lived with you?
Yes,
You say he's 26?
correct.
And when Lynn's mother died, do you know Lynn's mother's name?
Lorraine,
Did you attend Lorraine's funeral?
I did not.
Did you know Lynn's father's name?
Robert,
Did you attend his funeral?
I did.
When did he die?
I could not recall the date. I do remember my son and I driving up to Madison for the funeral, though.
So Robert, as far as Lynn's father, lived in Madison.
Correct.
When Lynn's mother died, did you help Lynn? Well, strike that. Lynn's mother, Lorraine, and Robert lived together, correct, in Madison?
Correct.
And when her mother died, did you go to Madison to help Lynn clear out the house?
Anthony and I did go up there. I remember one time for sure that we were trying to offer to help bring things back because I had a bigger car and I figured we could help her because she was pretty distressed about all the stuff in the house. And, we were trying to help, but I think she communicated to us that she just will figure it out. And I know during that time she was pretty stressed out by all of that, what had been going on.
So you wanted to help her bring things out of the house, but she told you no?
Right. I said if she needed help moving them back to her place, that we would be happy to help her.
Did she tell you who helped her bring things out of the house?
No.
When Lynn moved into when Lynn passed away, she was living in a condo in Pewaukee, correct?
Pewaukee. Is that what you said?
Pewaukee,
Yes.
correct.
Yes.
Did you help her move into that condo?
No.
Did Anthony help, as far as you know?
I don't recall.
But if he helped you, he would have told you. If he would have helped, he would have told you, correct?
Right.
And as far as you know, Anthony didn't tell you he helped Lynn move into that condo, correct?
That's correct.
Prior to living in the condo, where did Lynn live somewhere else in Waukesha?
Yes, she lived in an apartment building.
Did you and Anthony go visit her then at that
Yep.
place too?
Yes,
So you and Anthony visited her at the apartment in Waukesha and the condo in Pewaukee.
correct.
How often did you go visit her at the condo in Pewaukee?
In Pewaukee,
Yes, ma'am.
I would say really as often as she would let us. If she was not feeling well, obviously we just had the respect to say, okay, well, we'll see you soon and get better. And so there were not a lot of times she didn't live there super long. I know she had. I remember having conversations with her about the place and things that she had to have fixed and different things, but it was not as frequent just because she would ask us not to come.
Well, approximately how many times, if you could put it in a number?
I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a number.
And you indicated sometimes you wanted to go visit her, but she would say, no, I'm not feeling well.
Correct.
How often did that happen?
In the year, maybe year plus before she passed, that happened pretty frequently.
So in 2017 and 2018, she told you not to come over a lot.
Correct.
And she told you not to come over a lot because she was not feeling well.
That's correct.
And when was the last time you went over there? In 2018?
In 2018,
Yes, ma'am.
it was early in the year, January or February.
And when you went over there in February 2018, was it just you or you and Anthony?
It was myself and Anthony.
Is it safe to say every time you went over there, Anthony went with you?
Often, I'm sure that I went at times without him, but I knew she always wanted to see him. So if we were in the area or if we were gonna be out and about. And we do a lot of stuff together, so.
And prior to this time, around February 2018, before that, she would tell you not to come over because she's not feeling well, correct?
Correct.
And the day you visited her in 2018, what was she like, her demeanor?
2018,
Yes, ma'am.
that early. We talked a little bit about, her health, and I tried to offer some suggestions of what she might be able to do
Let me stop you there. Why did you talk to her about her health?
because she was always telling me that she was so sick and we couldn't come over and visit.
So even when you went over in February 2018, she's talking about being sick.
Correct.
Did you see anything in the house that would affirm that she's not feeling well?
No,
Did you see a walker or anything like that?
no,
You see any prescription bottles laying around?
no,
Did you go into the kitchen and see any prescription bottles?
no,
Did you ever go into her bathroom and see prescription bottles?
no, nothing out that would be out just for anybody to view. No.
Would she let you go into the bathroom? Did you ever have to go?
I went to the bathroom. Yeah, sure. But I didn't go in her drawers or cabinets.
But when you went over there, as far as you can remember, you didn't see any prescription bottles out.
Nothing out. No.
But you remember her complaining about being sick.
Correct.
Did she tell you what she was sick? What was causing her to be sick?
She said she didn't know, and she just would tell me what would happen to her because she's been so sick. And so
What did she tell you was happening to her because she was sick?
she told me she just had really bad stomach problems and she just had diarrhea all the time.
Did you ask her, are you taking anything for this? Are you going to the doctor for this?
I did ask her if she'd been to a doctor because I was going to try to help her find perhaps a stomach doctor. And she said she had already seen somebody, but
Did she tell you it wasn't working with these doctors?
she said nothing seemed to be helping.
Did she appear to be depressed because of that?
An object that calls for speculation and a medical conclusion.
Lack of foundation, but I think you can ask anything about her appearance, that she knew her sound.
How did Lynn appear to you when she was talking about her health?
At that time, she appeared not overly out of the ordinary, maybe a little exhausted, a little tired, maybe.
Did she appear to be happy that she was sick?
She wasn't happy that she was sick, but she had a fair demeanor where I wouldn't have thought that, she was in despair or anything like that.
Did she, when you were meeting with her, was she sitting down or was she standing up?
Well, she came to the door and let us in.
Did you watch her walk to the door?
Mhm.
Is that
Well,
how-
I mean, I wasn't inside, but I mean, she came to the door to let us in.
When she let you in, did you watch her walk back into her residence or to the house?
Yes, yes,
Did she seem to have any problem walking?
no,
You didn't see her with a cane or a walker?
I did not.
Did she ever tell you that she had eye problems, or eyes were sore, or
No,
did she tell you that she had been to a lot of doctors visits?
well, one of the arguments she and I had was her going to the ER when she was sick versus having established doctors. And so I was always trying to encourage her to connect with either a specialist or a doctor, like a primary doctor. I said, because if you go to the ER, they're just going to try to deal with your immediate issue and then they're going to send you home. So I think she had a lot of frustration that she wasn't getting help, but she also didn't have herself established with doctors, and I don't think she could afford to go to the doctors or, to go to a doctor.
So when you were speaking with her in 2018, as far as you know, she couldn't afford to go to a doctor.
Her whole life, she didn't really go to doctors because she couldn't afford it. So
And that's what she was telling you.
I can't tell you that she told me that day or the day that she confided in me about her, because the conversation she and I had with regard to her health, whether they were in person or over the phone, were still relating to my hoping she would get established with a doctor versus going to the ER, because I thought she would get better help if she was so sick.
So because you last visited her in February 2018, I take it you didn't go visit her on her birthday.
I did not.
Did you send her a card?
We did not.
Did you call her?
I believe we probably called her around that time, told her we'd connect. And that was probably all.
When you say we, I mean, did you call her as far as you
I called her.
called her on
Yes.
her birthday?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
I can't tell you if it was exactly on her birthday. I mean, it might have been the end of June or the early part of July. I can't confirm if it was exactly on her birthday.
Well, you know when her birthday is?
Yes, it's June 30th.
Okay. But you don't remember if you called exactly on her birthday?
I do not remember that, no.
Do you recall how long that conversation took? That you spoke with her?
I do not recall.
Do you know if she was still complaining about being sick?
2018. I don't know if in that conversation that was even discussed. I'm being fair when I say I just don't really remember that.
Do you know she was in the hospital, correct?
I did not know she was in the hospital.
So when she was in the hospital in September, you were unaware of that?
Correct. And it wasn't until after she, I believe, was out of the hospital and we had a conversation, realized that both she and I were in the hospital at the same time and never knew it. So it was, I had been sick and she had been sick, but we never knew each other was sick at that time.
Did you know if Anthony knew she was in the hospital?
I do not know if he knew that.
So it's safe to say you didn't visit her when she was in the hospital?
Very safe to say that, since I was in the hospital as well and didn't know she was there.
Yeah. Oh, you were in the same hospital?
We were in the same hospital.
So I take when she was in the hospital, she never called your house to let anybody know she was in the hospital?
I could not tell you, confirm that.
I mean, nobody from your house told you, hey, Lynn's in the same hospital you're in?
No, but my family was with me because I was in the hospital.
I forgot, again, when was Lynn's birthday?
Her birthday's at the end of June.
I know what day.
June, believe June 30th,
If I told you June 26th, would you
26th. Okay.
refresh
end
your
of June.
memory?
Yep, that refreshes my memory.
Were you aware that Jennifer Flower was a joint account holder in Lynn's bank?
No.
So Lynn didn't tell you in January 2016 that she and Jennifer Flower were joint account holders on her checking account?
No, she did not.
Or a market account? She never told you that?
No, she did not tell me that.
And around August 12th, 2019, according to the police reports, you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in this case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Would it be safe to say, to strike that, today's about October 27, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy August 12th, 2019. Would it be safe to say your memory of Lynn and what was happening during this time is fresher when you were interviewed by Detective Hoppy in 2019?
I would say that that's fair.
And according to the police reports, he interviewed you at your home, correct?
Correct.
And when he told you during the interview that he was recording you, correct?
I believe so.
And in the recording, because I listened to it, you said that Lynn had a lot of demons, no secret about that. What did you mean by that?
Objective relevance. And vagueness.
Sustain.
Well, you also said that you really didn't hang around with her at the last part of her life. Is that safe to say?
We didn't see each other as often, correct?
I mean, you were sick, as you just told the jury, correct?
Correct.
You were dealing with sickness in your own family?
Myself, my family.
So that caused you not to be in connection with Lynn, correct?
I would say that our connections, our visits were less than they had been. I was taking care of my parents. I had my own health issues. So life happens and you take care of things and you prioritize.
You said that Lynn, in your interview, appeared to have mental breakdowns. Is that true?
Mental breakdowns. I don't remember saying that. Mental breakdowns.
Did she have mental breakdowns?
Not that I recall. I don't know really what specifically that means.
You said that you would have to tell Anthony to go visit her because he was going to school by UW-Waukesha.
I didn't tell him to go visit her. He would just go visit her.
Yeah, I don't know what you told him. I'm just telling you what I heard on your interview with the detective.
At this point, I'm going to object. She hasn't stated she doesn't remember anything or needs her recollection refreshed. So I'm going to ask Attorney Galaviz to just ask questions at this point.
Sustained.
I mean, you know, it says you knew Lynn from the time she lived in Franklin. Is that true?
Correct.
Do you know when she was living in Pewaukee, would she frequent down to that area a lot, if you knew?
Not that I'm aware of.
Did you ever meet Jessy at all, Jennifer Flower's daughter?
I don't recall ever having met her until after this, until after Lynn had passed.
So it's safe to say you weren't really close with Jennifer Flower at all.
Correct.
It says that Lynn always wanted to talk about the will, but you didn't want to talk about it. Is that true?
Again, I object. He's referencing something she hasn't stated she can't remember.
Sustained.
Did Lynn ever want to talk about the will or wills?
She had told me on different occasions that she was handwriting things and she was calling it her will. I honestly didn't pay a lot of attention to it just because I've been through things with my parents and I just thought that what she was doing was just kind of what her wishes were more than like an actual will.
So she would tell you this when you met with her in person or over the phone?
In person.
So when you would meet with her in person, she was telling you she was writing things on paper and calling it her will.
Correct.
And she would tell you that she's writing these things down on paper because this is what she wants done after she passes away.
She would say, yeah, if anything ever happened, find these whatever wherever she was going to put it. It was always on her table, like her notebook paper or whatever.
So she was keeping these documents that she was telling you about her will there in her home.
Yes.
Did you ever get to look at them?
I never did look at them. I just felt like it was inappropriate and I didn't feel that it was my place to pick it up and read it. She would tell me things that she was putting on it or putting in it or whatever, but I didn't ever make it my business to dig through it.
Was she putting it on like notepads?
Right. It was just like on loose leaf paper or notebook paper or something.
And you saw that laying around in her living room area, or what part of the house did you see those?
Sometimes like on her coffee table, or she had a box, a file box, like a plastic file box. Sometimes she had things that she kept things in there.
You know, when you saw these wills laying around, was Anthony with you?
I would have to believe that there may have been times that he was with me when she would talk about that.
Did she ever tell you that Jessy was taking care of her?
I don't recall that.
Did she mention that anybody was taking care of her?
No.
Did she ever mention to you that her neighbor would come over and help her?
I know that she told me she didn't know a lot of people in the condo complex, but I vaguely remember her telling me something about one of her neighbors. Whether that was that she was helping her, I don't remember.
When you would talk to her on the phone or visit with her, did her medical issues seem to increase as far as the problems that you would bring up?
When I would talk to her on the phone, did it increase? Is that what you just asked
Yeah,
me?
yes.
I don't think that it increased. I mean,
So she would talk about the same problems over and over again.
it was typically the same symptoms that she would talk to me about.
Judge, I'm gonna have about another 20 minutes of this. You want to take lunch or?
How's my jury doing? Would you like lunch? Or would you like to? They seem a little indifferent, so let's keep going. Eventually.
But it says you had an opinion about Lynn's illness, that you thought it was more drinking rather than eating food. Is that true?
Yeah, I object to the form of the question.
Sustained.
Did you have an opinion as to what was causing Lynn's illness?
Objection, relevance, and speculation.
Sustained.
But you were aware that Lynn was in and out of the hospital, correct?
Not until after she was out of the hospital. I didn't know she was in the hospital. I was aware after she was out of the hospital. At one point, I don't know if this was one occasion. I don't know if there were hospital visits before or after that. I am not aware.
This is so tedious.
Did Lynn ever mention to you that she had put $50,000 in a lockbox in the bank?
She did.
Did she mention to you when she put this $50,000 in the lockbox?
I believe that she told me this sometime after she had gotten money after her mother passed away, but I could not specify when specifically.
Did she tell you that she had written checks or had other people, she wrote checks to other people, had cashed them, and they gave her back the cash to put that money in the lockbox?
Objection, calls for hearsay.
Rephrase.
So Lynn told you she put $50,000 cash in the lockbox, correct?
Correct.
And did she tell you where that lockbox was located?
She did not.
Did she tell you how she got this $50,000 cash?
I'm not sure if she really specified how she got the money. If she told me, I don't remember, but I think at the time I probably just would have gathered that it was inherited money from her parents or her mother, because that was all right around the same time.
So if she would have told you, hey, I'm writing these checks out and I'm cashing them and getting the cash, you would remember if she told you that.
Objection, that's not what she just stated.
Sustained as to the form of the question, assumes facts not in evidence.
She eventually told you she took the money out, correct?
No,
She never told you she had taken the money out?
no, she did not.
So if you told the police in your interview that she told you she took the money out, you just don't remember that?
I don't remember her ever telling me that she took the money out of the safety deposit box.
No, if you told the police that that's what she told you, you don't remember telling the police that?
An objective vagueness, I think there's some confusion on took the money out of what?
Overruled. You may answer.
I'm
Do
sorry.
you
you're-
understand the question?
I don't understand the question. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Please rephrase. Or
You-
re-ask.
If you told the police that Lynn told you that she had taken the money out of the lockbox, you don't remember telling the police that?
I do not remember telling the police that.
As far as you know, Lynn was, her finances, was she organized with her finances?
Lynn and I didn't discuss each other's finances, quite frankly. I just know that when she was doing her hairdressing, she lived her, money to money, check to check to survive. And at that time, she would, share lightly things like that, but we didn't really discuss our finances. That wasn't part of our relationship.
I mean, you knew that Lynn was on state benefits, correct?
An object. Speculation. Actually, if we could have sidebar.
Sure.
Oh my days. I think she wants to go to lunch after this and not come back to this. Oh, it's painful. The huge pauses. Obviously, I've not listened to it all, so I can't judge too much, but it just doesn't seem. Oh, there she is. Tell the judge, go to lunch, judge, yeah? It's 12:30 now in Wisconsin. Look how much people they got on their side and the state side. Look at that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 there, plus the other 26. Well, I'm not saying they're all attorneys, but that's a lot. In comparison, there's only 2 lawyers in the defense, It's never fair, really, is it? Oh, well, so yeah. That's fine. That's fine. I'll be sure to make dinner and stuff, so I've not listened that closely to it. I'll wait for Dunya and Katie and everyone to say later on what's going on. Jesus. Yeah, she's just saying about hurry up then.
Thank you. Be seated. The objection is sustained as to the form of the question.
Let's kick it in, do you know what I mean? I'm just losing my voice. Do you know what I mean? So this is what being ill is like. I'm a trooper. Let's go. This guy is enough, like.
Yeah, did Lynn ever talk about state benefits with you?
She did not.
She ever talk about social security with you?
She did not.
Anything about food stamps?
She did not.
She talked about her healthcare insurance?
It appeared to me from conversations that we had that she didn't have insurance.
I mean, you were aware of Lynn's drunk driving offenses, weren't you?
I'm going to object to relevance and ask a straight question.
Sustained, question is struck. Jurors will disregard it.
Did Lynn appear to be very happy when she inherited that money from her mother?
I don't know that she really had any different disposition than her usual disposition.
Were you aware when that Lynn got credit cards when she got inherited the money from her mother?
I was not aware.
Were you aware that Lynn had any credit cards?
Throughout all the time that I've known her, I know that she had like a Kohl's credit card. She would get like small store credit cards here and there. That was all I was aware of.
How did you hear about Lynn's passing?
Jessy called me.
And is that the first time you've ever heard from Jessy?
Yes,
So prior to that, Jessy had never made contact with you,
correct,
nor you contact with her?
correct.
And what day did she call you? Strike it. How did she contact you?
She contacted me on my cell phone.
Were you surprised that she knew your cell phone?
Yes,
And do you remember what day that was when she contacted you?
I do not.
Well, Flint passed away on October 3rd. Do you know when, in relationship to that Jessy called you?
I'm sorry, will you say that again?
If Flint passed away on October 3rd, in relationship to that being October 3rd, when did she contact you? The next day? Next week?
It was fairly, I believe, immediately, if I remember correctly.
And did you eventually go to Lynn's home?
Yes.
Did you go to Lynn's home that day?
No, I believe when Jessy called, I believe it was maybe sometime, like maybe after I worked. I was working and then maybe it was, I don't want to say for sure what day it was. I just know it was sometime soon after she had passed. We had gone out there.
Did you go with yourself or with somebody else?
With my son.
And I take it Lynn wasn't there when you went.
Correct.
And what was the reason for you going there?
I believe that Jessy invited us to come over to meet and, I think talk about what had happened.
Steve and WAUKESHA.
Did Jessy allow you to go into the house?
WAUKESHA.
Not allow you. Did you enter the house?
Yes.
The condo? Did Anthony enter the condo?
Yes.
Did you guys remove anything from the condo?
That day, I don't believe so.
Did you come back the next day and remove stuff from the condo?
I can't tell you what day. I do know that Jessy, she was taking care of the estate. She informed us that she was taking care of Lynn's estate, and that I think that she let us know at some point if there was anything memorable that we would like to have, that, she would make that happen.
So you went back to the condo and she said, go in and take what you want?
No, not what you want. She said at some point that, if there were things that were there that meant something to us, that, we could have that or whatever. It wasn't anything specifically, or there were certain things that she talked about specifically that were things that we were going to ask her about, but we didn't just go in and take things until sometime later. It would, we took a few little things that made us remember Lynn, or made us think of Lynn.
So you made several trips to the condo to remove things?
We made a couple. We didn't go. I went to the condo at one point. I think Jessy was making bins that she was putting various things in for different people. For those of us who knew Lynn, and then I believe Jessy and I talked about maybe having a little estate sale. I think she told me that she wouldn't be able to do that in the condo, that there were condo association issues. And then sometime shortly after that, she was able to coordinate having a sale, and the majority of the house was empty other than what she had displayed that she wanted to sell. And that's what I remember. I do remember when she had these bins, I believe she asked us if there was anything in particular we wanted. For me, it was, maybe some of the shoes and some, it was, I don't want to even say trinkety things. It was things that I had either given her that I knew she loved, or I took those things like back just as memory of her. So, we weren't going in and out of there and like taking out cases of things. First of all, there wasn't a large apartment, was small, and we didn't really want anything. We wanted her back. So that was just our disposition at that time.
So you were taking things, was Anthony taking things too?
He did take some things.
Was any other person with you taking things?
I know that Jim Kelleher had come by. My brother Keith had come by.
So Jim Kelleher came by and he was taking things?
Yeah, the bins that Jessy had put together. There were plastic bins that she was putting things in.
You said Keith was coming by and he was taking things?
I don't remember if Keith had a bin of things or not. I know that Keith questioned Jessy about an item in particular, and I don't remember if Keith had anything or not. I don't remember that.
Did you take any rings of Lynn?
I did take one ring of Lynn's.
Do you know if Anthony took any type of jewelry with him?
Jewelry, not to my knowledge, any jewelry, no.
Do you remember how long you were in the house looking for things?
Maybe we were there a couple of hours. It's really, I'm guessing it's been a while.
So you were there for a couple hours looking for things, and Anthony was there for a couple hours looking for things. Is that true?
That's probably fair.
And this was shortly after Lynn's passing.
Right. And per Jessy's basically invitation, she wanted to go through the house and get things organized and sold and whatever.
Per Jessy, she seemed like she wanted to get everything out of the house.
Right.
So she could sell the house.
Correct.
And these birthday cards that you were just shown to the jury, the prosecutor asked you to bring them or the detective asked you to bring those birthday cards, correct?
I believe so.
Right, they asked you to bring stuff that had Lynn's handwriting on it, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. And that's all you had as far as Lynn's things that had her handwriting on it, those cards.
I had cards. I probably have letters from her. She would write letters occasionally and put those in cards, or just write letters.
Right. They asked you, could you bring us everything you have that has Lynn Hernan's handwriting on it, correct?
No, not everything. I think I have kind of a card saver, and I just grabbed the box of cards that I had and I dug through there there was a handful right on top of the box. And so I just grabbed those and I gave that to them.
They didn't ask you, hey, do you got any more stuff that you can bring for, that has their handwriting on it?
I don't recall that.
Anything else?
Were you aware that Lynn was taking medication for illnesses?
Objection asked and answered.
Overruled. She may answer.
I was aware that Lynn, for the majority of her life, had a thyroid problem, and I know she took thyroid medication. I mean, that I know. I just know that that was kind of a lifelong thing. Other medications that she may have taken for different things, I wasn't aware of.
Did she, did she abuse the medications?
Object, speculation, irrelevant.
Sustained.
You told the police that Lynn abused the medications. Why did you find that relevant?
Object to the form of the question, move to strike it.
Sustained. The jury will disregard that last question.
Were you aware, if at all, if Lynn took other type of drugs that weren't legal?
No.
I have no further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
Very briefly. I suppose I'm not going to stand in the way of anybody's lunch, so I'm going to ask you a few follow-up questions, okay?
Okay.
Earlier, Attorney Galaviz made the comment to you that if Lynn had it, she spent it, right? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Were you talking about literally everything she had?
No, she wasn't, she didn't, in my opinion, I mean, when I say she spent what she had, she didn't have much, but she was generous in that she would try to make a small amount of money go a long way.
If she had won the lottery, for example, was she going to give every dollar away to people?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. And a lot was made of this $50,000 in the lockbox conversation. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Why did Lynn bring that up to you?
She told me that she,
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Go ahead, sidebar.
Rephrase your question.
Attorney Galaviz asked you if Lynn ever told you about $50,000 in a lockbox, correct?
correct.
Did Lynn tell you why she was giving you that information?
Because she wanted Anthony to have a key for the lockbox.
Did she want Anthony to have that money?
She said to me, if anything ever happened, she wanted him to be able to go get that money and he would have that money for his school or whatever he needed.
To your knowledge, did your son ever get $50,000 from Lynn?
He did not.
Now, similarly, you talked about an item, a singular item for your brother Keith, is that correct?
Correct.
And that's kind of in the discussion of people sort of splitting up Lynn's property after she passed away?
Correct.
What was this specific item for your brother?
It was a gold bracelet.
If I show you exhibit 46 that's previously in evidence and asked to publish it.
It's in front of the witness. You want it published or you just want to there you go.
Yes, please. And I know it might be a delay in the jury box, but Ms. Posa, can you circle, if you see the bracelet in exhibit 46, can you circle the one you're talking about?
Circle it with my finger.
The bracelet you're referencing with your brother, if you see it.
I do see it.
Okay, could you circle it with your finger on the screen? That's a touch screen in front of you. All right, right in the middle of the picture then.
Correct.
And Madam Clerk, would you mind capturing that annotation, please? And I'd ask that that be labeled 46A and moved into evidence.
So Exhibit 46A is received.
Thank you. Ms. Poza, why was that something, well, let me ask you this. Do you know why that was a specific item your brother was interested in?
Because I don't know if he had any part of her buying that. And by that, I only mean like taking her different places. She was,
Hold on. Do you know why that was of significance to your brother? Yes or no?
Yes.
All right.
And why was it? Thank you, Judge.
You're welcome.
Sorry. Yes. Because she had said that would be for Keith if anything ever happened to her.
To your knowledge, did your brother ever receive that bracelet?
He did not.
Now, switching gears one last time, a lot was made of your conversations with Lynn about her hospitalizations and illnesses, right?
Correct.
If you had ever suspected, well, let me back up. You were talking to Lynn about getting treatment and setting up with primary physicians, right?
Correct.
If you had suspected that she was suicidal, would you have sought help for her?
Yes.
Did you ever think she was suicidal?
No.
And there was one hospital stay where you two were in the hospital together and you just never knew it.
Correct.
Do you remember roughly what time frame that was?
I don't remember the time frame.
If I told you Lynn was in the hospital and said,
Objection, lady.
He didn't even finish the question, but just rephrase, please.
sure. If I told you that Lynn was in the hospital in September of 2018, does that sound like a similar time frame as you were in the hospital?
Yes.
Okay. Do you believe that's around the time frame where after you were both released from the hospital is when you learned you were actually in the same hospital together?
Yes.
Okay. And you had a phone conversation with Lynn after that hospital stay?
Yes.
So would that be just very recent in time before she passed away?
Yes.
Was that your last phone conversation with Lynn?
It may have been.
Did Lynn ever give you an indication that she was suicidal in that phone call?
No.
Did Lynn ever say goodbye to you, her friend of 35 years?
No.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. You may step down.
Now to ask that Ms. Poza be released from her subpoena.
Judge, we're not gonna re-subpoena him.
She's released from the state subpoena. You remain under the defense subpoena. They'll let you know when you'll be needed. You can, yeah. Step down from there. We'll address that after the jury's out. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this will be an excellent opportunity now to take that lunch break. As you know, while you are on lunch, even though you're back in the jury room, do not research anything, do not discuss this case among yourselves, and don't listen to or review any kind of news reports. I know you've heard that instruction, so I'm just very, very briefly going over it. Enjoy your lunch hour. I'll rise for the jury. We'll probably just take an hour today.
It's got 40 members, Jonathan. That's true, Sandra. That's a good question. Yeah, there we are. Similar to us then. Oh. What? Thing, yeah.
All right, thank you. Be seated. I do need to put a sidebar on the record. There was a request from the state for the sidebar. This was concerning questioning of this witness regarding benefits or food stamps or things of that nature. I essentially sustained it as to foundation. I was concerned at sidebar about some relevance, but I did indicate that the defense could re-ask and some of the questions which the defense did. Anything either party wants to put on the record about that sidebar from the state?
Nothing additional, thank you.
from the defense?
No, Judge, thank you.
All right, and defense indicated that Ms. Posa has been subpoenaed.
Yes.
All right, and you weren't able to ask her all the questions that you had during your cross?
No,
You'll provide her with some more specifics as to when she should return when that is necessary?
as soon as we get excused.
I don't mean this second, but,
Yes.
all right. You have the ability to contact her directly, or do you need to work through the state on that?
Maybe both.
Anything on that particular issue from the state?
I would ask for an offer of proof of why she needs to be called back to the stand. She's obviously a person who's working, who's taking time off of work to be here.
I'm not saying she has to remain here.
No, I understand, but it's obviously an inconvenience to come during a work day and get off. And they had an extended amount of time on cross-examination. As I review the police report supplements, we've exhausted the information that the parties are aware of her knowledge around this case. I simply can't understand why we need to call her back to the witness stand.
Well, they've subpoenaed her. That's their right. I'm not going to unduly interfere with that or require them at this point, even with that police report that you have and the information. She obviously needs to be advised. She's still subject to the exclusion and may not watch any of the proceedings. So I'll ask the state's victim witness, since she was here on your subpoena, to make sure she understands that. That's my ruling on that. All right, I'm just giving you an hour for lunch today.
Oh, good.
Just one more thing.
Sure.
And it's sort of going to be a standing objection, I guess. I'll put it, and I know the court doesn't like dealing with hypotheticals, but there's been two completely inappropriate questions asked by Attorney Galaviz related to the victim's criminal record and any abuse of pills with no foundation. And I think he very well knows that they're inappropriate questions. This was our concern in motions in limine when they were just hypothetical, and now they've come out in front of the jury, and it's completely inappropriate. And I guess that's the extent of my objection, but it shouldn't happen anymore. It shouldn't have happened the twice that it did this morning. Attorney Galaviz is an experienced attorney, and I think he knows exactly what he's doing, and he's slandering the victim in front of this jury inappropriately.
Attorney Galaviz?
Well, Judge, a lot of these comments are mentioned by the witnesses to the police officers.
That doesn't matter, and you know that. Okay, we had motions in limine. Just because it's in a police report doesn't mean it comes in this trial.
But
There's
a lot
no
of-
relevance to her having OWIs or anything about anything she may have done prior to her date of death, that regarding her substances that she may be using, alcohol. You've had an ample opportunity to talk with both the Dr. Kacinko from NMS Labs, who did the toxicology reports regarding what was actually in the toxicology for Ms. Hernan, and the medical examiner. The rulings from the motions in limine did not evaporate when we started this trial. In fact, that's the purpose of them for this trial. This is about whether Lynn Hernan, right, died as a result of poisoning, and right, the cause and manner of death as it relates to the homicide charge. The fact that there may be some history there is not relevant. They were improper questions. You are warned not to ask any other witnesses about that.
Judge, but there's more than just that count. There's count 2 and 3 that deals with Lynn's credibility or character, when those were because of her state and because of her history of being arrested and convicted of drunk driving, and how she handled herself when she got out of prison and things that she knew. And
Those have no relevance. They're not coming in. They're improper under the rules of evidence. I made my rulings with the motions in limine. There's been an additional request here today. You think I need to revisit that, file a motion with specificity, cite to the law that you think is appropriate, and why there should be some exception to allowing inadmissible character evidence about the victim. That's my ruling. You all now have 55 minutes for lunch. Be back here. Thank you. We are in recess.
Okay. I don't know what happened in pre-trial motion, so no comments, obviously, but right, hang on then. Let's get ready. Let me get ready. Hang on. I'm sucking. Present. On Sylvia's request, and because I love Sylvia, we're gonna watch not that one. Where's it gone? Ah, mother. Hang on. Judge is not in a good mood today, no, but I love it. I love it when she gets nasty like that. Share screen. This is Brian Koberger's court appearance yesterday. 48 minutes, 38 seconds. People are interested to see it because this is a lunch break. So obviously I've had my steak and tomato ketchup and chips, so I'll stay on. No rest for the wicked, no rest for the wicked. So everyone else, Sarah P, go and have your lunch wherever. I'll mod. I got it all under control. Right. It says Brian Colbert, judge, green lights, cameras in Idaho student murder trial. So we know that much anyway. Right, here we go.
All right, let's get on the record, please.
Sandra, I haven't even got a clue what's going on in this trial.
Thank you. We're now on the record. This is the state of Idaho versus Brian Koberger. Case number CR 29222805. Got that adjusted properly? Okay, great. Couple of things I just want to share. Number one, I apologize for the delay. We were supposed to start at 1.
Oops, sorry, Katie. This is Brian Kohlberger. I should take notepad, but this case, I'll be honest with you, the other case, Kohlberger, I'm quite switched on with. The other one, I have no idea what the hell. I don't understand medicine and finances, I mean, so I don't really get it. It's probably two of my weaknesses.
1 o'clock.
So I blame you, Sarah P.
The hearing that started at 9:30 went a little long, but it was important. You're probably wondering why.
Oh no, do I?
Sealed compared to this part of the hearing.
It happened after I sang you "Happy Birthday, Mr. President Jonathan," like that. That's what happened. Jesus.
And that is because we were dealing with the procedure of the grand jury, the procedures of the grand jury, and there were a lot of details, and the grand jury is secret. So that's why it's sealed, and whether you like it or not, it's baked into our United States Constitution and the Idaho Constitution. So there's a reason for that. I want to advise camera people not to turn on the cameras until I was on the record, and they turn off when the record is off. I just want to remind you, you just heard Matt talk to you about not having your phones, your laptops to film anything, to record anything, that would be a violation of the rules. And we will take away your laptop or your phone. Some of these rules have been violated in some of our hearings, and I have an obligation to put a stop to that. And I'm sure you're probably interested in this. I haven't put a decision out yet, but what I'm going to do is take control of the cameras in the courtroom. I'm not going to ban cameras in the courtroom, but I need to have more control over what the cameras are doing and what media or people who are not media are doing with the filming. I know I can only control so much, and that's why I continue to urge people to be patient and have some dignity and some restraint. And
I'm not sure if that's a good thing, Sandra. I might not have any voice at all tomorrow. Jesus.
some of that I've heard or seen has been disappointing. Just so you know, yesterday I issued an order addressing IgG DNA, and there's going to be an order for in-camera review that I'm going to go through. In-camera does not mean anything about a camera. That just means I look at the information before I can share it with the defense.
Right, Hens?
Um,
Hens, I reckon this judge would love a three-way. I reckon he needs a good three-way. You know, he deserves it, I think. He's got a tough job in his hands. He deserves a three-way.
you see, what else did I want to kind of share with everybody? I think that's about it. So we're here now on the defense motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of error in grand jury instructions or in the alternative remand for preliminary hearing. So Mr. Logston, I believe, is going to present the argument. Thank you.
Hey, Gar. Well, as your Honor is aware, I wrote a lengthy brief or two on the subject of where we're supposed to be legally with our grand juries and where we actually are. And as your Honor let me know this morning, probably not going to change your mind because the Idaho Supreme Court has, I think the court thinks, gone the other way. So I guess I would accept that kind of ruling as long as the court agrees with everything else I have to say.
I don't know.
But
I don't know about that.
Assuming that you don't, let's, I guess, just kind of walk through the simple steps here. So at issue in this particular case is Idaho Code 19-1107. And the infamous language in it that says that grand jury ought to find indictments and all evidence before them taken together
Slow, that's all, Sandra.
would in their judgment warrant a conviction by a charge. And the first question that
I think
court
it would.
has to ask is, what does that mean? And you start with the plain language, which we argue. What warrants a finding or a
Congrats
conviction
to
of
her.
a trial jury is beyond a reasonable doubt. And it meant that back in 1887, when the territory took all of these statutes, almost entirely from the state of California, and it means it today. And then we also pointed out that the great state of California, when it had these on their books from back in the 50s, had already a case in 1962 where they said that it's clearly something more than probable cause, but they weren't too specific about exactly what it meant. And the state has pointed out that if you look at really old dictionaries, it looks like the word warrant means what you might think it does. The old-timey folks, as it does to us, that if it warrants doing something, it means that it would permit doing something. So the plain language seems to support what we're saying. And the biggest problem that I have then is just that obviously everyone in the country disagrees with me, from sea to shining sea. And so I'm now put in a position of trying to explain why that occurred and why in the year of our Lord 2023, we are suddenly finding out that that's not quite how things are supposed to be. Why did we forget that we passed all these laws? And I don't have a great answer for that, other than I think the only time I ever heard about the field codes before I was looking into this was like a really short moment in a class that I took back in law school. So, I mean, it's somewhat famously kind of the first attempt to codify the law of the day. It takes place in New York and spreads across the country back in 1850. And I think what I read in the tea leaves from the New York decisions and the later California decisions is that there was pushback at some of the things that the field code is trying to do. And one of the things the field code very openly said it was trying to do was fix the grand jury system. Because the grand jury system was believed to be essentially broken. For a lot of the same reasons we don't seem to like grand juries very much today. It was essentially believed that grand juries were hard to control. Grand juries would essentially always favor whatever it is they were told and would always in fact be accused. So as a system to protect people, it didn't seem very protective. And they pointed out in the field code, if you go back and read it, that essentially the secrecy aspect of the grand jury is both its most powerful sword and its kind of its worst aspect at the same time. Because you just don't know what you're going to get out of it. And so they create a bunch of statutes that start to rein in what grand juries can and can't do. And they create some scenarios under which grand juries can be reviewed. And they, in the New York, they call it their Court of Appeals, it's their Supreme Court, says, even though we have these statutes that say we should only set aside these indictments into these particular moments, clearly there's got to be some sort of a due process protection. If we're going to pass a bunch of statutes that rein in a grand jury, you can show that somebody's not following those to the prejudice of the accused, and that's going to work for dismissal as well. And that doesn't seem to be very controversial. We see similar language in that Gaspar case that we talked about in the state of Idaho, which I think dates like 1913 or something along those lines. But at the same time, while the state of New York is trying to figure out ways to not have to abide by the language of what would warrant conviction, by essentially saying, if you can tell the grand jury that is their burden, you can also tell them the probable cause thing, as long as you're both of it, it doesn't really matter. And then the state of Idaho says, well, that's not even what that means, without any additional explanation for what they're talking about. And California apparently just kind of forgets about it until sometime after they've already passed a law in the 40s that says you can only dismiss a grand jury indictment if you can show that there wasn't probable cause. That kind of moots the whole situation because they've obviously fixed it by statute. Our situation is such that we have this thing on the books, and the only group that seems to really dislike it is our Supreme Court, who keep having these opinions where they're like, please, prosecutors, stop telling people it's beyond reasonable doubt. This happens in the early 1900s. It continues until the 80s, and they finally say, look, we passed a rule. I hope it's clear now. Stop saying that your burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, as the court knows, the way that those rules get created is a bunch of people that get invited to parties, unlike me, in the legal community go and are selected to sit in a room and decide what those rules should say. And there's quite a bit of the time it seems like the Supreme Court will later have an opinion and go, this is weird, why is this one in our rules? And so to simply say that, well, because the Supreme Court wrote it, that's their opinion on the matter isn't quite accurate. But clearly, the Edmonton court was behind that as a concept. At the same time, nobody was arguing with them about it. Nobody argued about it, the issue, until just now. Well, that's not quite accurate. Obviously, Mr. Nosco raised this in a few district court cases up in Green County. But nobody's really been digging into this or raising it until this time. So when the court says, look, the Supreme Court's already got a rule on this, Supreme Court's already ruled on it, it's just not true. They have never ruled that probable cause is the basis because there was an argument about it. And they said, no, you're wrong, it's probable cause. That hasn't occurred. They ruled a lot of things, but that's not one of the ones. And the fact that they adopted a rule that says something that they believed doesn't necessarily set in stone what the law is, or for that matter, what the Constitution is to say about it. So the big issue, I think, at least my favorite issue here, was can the Idaho Supreme Court override the legislature and lower the burden of proof for them? And that was a tricky one, because we don't really have a case that just comes out and says that the burden, or for that matter, I guess I don't know, we got this all kind of mixed up when we were doing the argument. So the burden of proof, I think we decided, was actually who has to show something, and then it was the standard of proof is the amount that has to be shown. But everybody confuses it all the time, and I'm confusing it right now as well. But I'll call it the standard of proof just to be less confusing. In any case, the standard of proof is that something that the judiciary has power over? In other words, is that simply a procedural rule, or is it a substantive rule of law burden, which can also tell them the probable cause thing? As long as they hear both of it, it doesn't really matter. And then the state of Idaho says, well, that's not even what that means, without any additional explanation for what they're talking about. And California apparently just kind of forgets about it until sometime after they've already passed a law in the 40s that says you can only dismiss a grand jury indictment if you can show that there wasn't probable cause. That kind of moots the whole situation because they've obviously fixed it by statute. Our situation is such that we have this thing on the books, and the only group that seems to really dislike it is our Supreme Court, who keep having these opinions where they're like, please, prosecutors, stop telling people it's beyond reasonable doubt. This happens in the early 1900s, and it continues until the 80s, and they finally say, look, we passed a rule. I hope it's clear now. Stop saying that your burden is beyond a reasonable doubt. Well, as the court knows, the way that those rules get created is a bunch of people that get invited to parties, unlike me, in the legal community go and are selected to sit in a room and decide what those rules should say. And there's quite a bit of the time it seems like the Supreme Court will later have an opinion and go, this is weird, why is this one more rules? And so to simply say that, well, because the Supreme Court wrote it, that's their opinion on the matter isn't quite accurate. But clearly the Edmonton court was behind that as a concept. At the same time, nobody was arguing with them about it. Nobody argued about it, the issue, until just now. Well, that's not quite accurate.
No, Terry.
Okay,
welcome back.
A few district court cases up in Green County. But nobody's really been digging into this or raising it until this time. So when the court says, look, the Supreme Court's already got a rule on this, Supreme Court's already ruled on it, it's just not true. They have never ruled that probable cause is the basis because there was an argument about it. And they said, no, you're wrong, it's probable cause. That hasn't occurred. They ruled a lot of things, but that's not one of the ones. And the fact that they adopted a rule that says something that they believed doesn't necessarily set in stone what the law is, or for that matter, what the Constitution is to say about it. So the big issue, I think, at least my favorite issue here, was can the Idaho Supreme Court override the legislature and lower the burden of proof for them? And that was a tricky one, because we don't really have a case that just comes out and says that the burden, or for that matter, I guess I don't know, we got this all kind of mixed up when we were doing the argument. So the burden of proof, I think we decided, was actually who has to show something, and then it was the standard of proof is the amount that has to be shown. But everybody confuses it all the time, and I'm confusing it right now as well. But I'll call it the standard of proof just to be less confusing. In any case, the standard of proof is that something that the judiciary has power over? In other words, is that simply a procedural rule, or is it a substantive rule of law?
Thanks, Kim. Kimmy. Thank you, Kim. Lovely to see you, Kim. Whoop whoop. Still sick. Yeah. I'm losing my voice, John. I'm losing my voice. I've got a sore throat, losing my voice, man. So I've had hot lemonade. I've had gargling water and salt because the women love it. So gargle that. I got some of these lemon and honey. Something to suck on. So yeah, I'm trying to drug myself. I'm trying to get through to tomorrow, because I got guests on tomorrow, and I've got a witness, someone from the Westfield area, that lives there. He's coming on the show as well. So trying to power through. I'm confused. I'm confused as well, John. John, if there's a club, we'd call it that. I'm confused as well. I wouldn't have stopped by a yard sale at this point. My back's killing me. Oh no, Terry. History lesson. And I think it's a history lesson. Yes, this is. Try gargling some apple cider, the good cloudy stuff. So I knew you were saying I needed to take the salt and water, but like it tastes like I said earlier on, John. I don't know how the women do it. I now understand why they spit out instead of swallowing. It's disgusting. I don't have any apple cider. Those are good drops. Good. Take a shot of whiskey. I don't like whiskey. I hate whiskey, Kim. That's the trouble. I tried not boiling, warm lemonade and the gargling stuff now. It should, as long as it gets through tomorrow, then I'm fine. I mean, I don't mind curling up then. I swear by the apple cider vinegar, keep me from getting strep. You've got to take my tonsils out. Jesus. I don't have it, unfortunately.
That courts can't mess around with. And we argued, I mean, it cannot be that if the Supreme Court woke up tomorrow and declared that the standard of proof in our cases was something beyond the unreasonable doubt in trial cases, that we would also say, oh, well, that's what the courts used to do. Because if you read those cases, what they talk about is that that is a right, a due process right, essentially, of the accused that is set by the Constitution, right? That's what In re Winship is. It set the standard via the Constitution, locking in the standard of proof that's required for a conviction. When we talk about these standards of proof, it is true, obviously, that if you look through the case law, you'll see courts setting a standard of proof for their own evidentiary rules. But you don't see it in many other places. What you see them doing instead is having somebody come in and say, well, the legislature set this standard of proof, but we think you should make it higher or lower based on, and almost nobody ever says lower is always higher. And we're always arguing that the Constitution clearly must set it in at some higher point to protect people, and then the courts lean in and say, well, we don't see any particular reason why the legislature messed this up, or if you're in the United States Supreme Court, occasionally you say, well, we do think that this is goofy and we're going to raise it. I couldn't find a case where the Supreme Court or anybody else leaned in and said, we think that the legislature is being a little too protective of its people here. And we're going to move down the standard of proof for the government in this particular case, or one party versus the other. Typically, in this country, we try to protect the accused, and we believe that those protections are given to us via the Constitution and via these concepts of due process that come to us with common law, which is where this gets so messy, because the common law would tell you that it's probable cause, and it's some guy named Field in New York who's telling you that it should be something else. Well, we could get into all of that, but it would be, I think, more philosophical than anything else, because the state of Idaho didn't do it that way. The state of Idaho, as a territory, adopts a bunch of codes out of California, a code that they've already looked at, a code that they've already said, these words clearly mean something more than probable cause. This is what you're adopting. If you come and get it, the state of Idaho goes and gets it and adopts it. So that's what the state of Idaho is adopting. I obviously recognize that the founders that wrote the Constitution did not appear to recognize what was already on the books in this regard. However, just because they didn't recognize that doesn't mean it's not still part and parcel of what was thought to be true by a large portion of the citizenry of Idaho, who are the actual ones who ratified the document. The only thing we know is that from 1890 to Edmondson, the Supreme Court of Idaho was repeatedly admonishing prosecutors to stop using a beyond a reasonable doubt standard for a grand jury. And that, it seems to me, is pointing to this concept. I think we're going to talk about common practice. The common practice looks to have been that everybody thought that the standard for the grand jury was beyond a reasonable doubt. And I don't think this is like worthy of the parade of nightmares that I've been reading about. Obviously, in each one of those cases, the prosecutor was able to pull it off. And little wonder, I mean, it's still a grand jury proceeding. It's still just the prosecutor in a room with 16 citizens, 12 of which have to agree. They get control over basically everything that's being put on. I mean, the guardrails being put in, hey, let's use admissible evidence. Hey, let's not pull in hearsay witnesses. That kind of thing is not going to somehow make this impossible and make it so that it can't possibly work. What it's intended to do is just make it so that if you're in a position to get an indictment against somebody, you're going to put on your A game. Obviously, we've been talking a bit about how we don't think that that's what occurred in this particular case. And we certainly don't think that if the court were to adopt this in this particular case, that this would even remotely cut the mustard, because we know from the grand jurors that at least 6 of them wanted to hear more until they were essentially cut off and told probable cause is the standard and what do people do it.
You probably should cut that, what the grand jurors did or didn't do.
Fair enough, good. But I'm just pointing out that there's clearly prejudice in the record that the court can see from what they want being instructed. It's also, as we argued, clearly going to be fundamental error. You tell the grand jury that this is the standard and it's actually something else. You can't possibly think that the result that you're getting is the accurate one, and so you have to do it again. These are fundamental rights that people have, so clearly that would be the way.
Right, but you just agreed that the court and the case law, going back to at least Edmondson, have the standard as probable cause. So, to just say, well, they were given the wrong instruction is not exactly the case. I mean, that is the standard that has been used in Idaho for years, maybe 100 years. It was different. It was different there for a period of time, but after Edmondson, I thought that it was pretty much settled. Now I understand the argument between substantive and procedural, and that's that can be a legitimate argument, but I'm not sure it's fair to just say, well, they were given the wrong instructions if everybody's using that instruction throughout the state.
Well, Your Honor, if that were true, then I'm not really sure what I'm doing with my life, because I've spent much of it arguing that things that everyone in the state is doing are wrong.
True.
And occasionally, rarely, but occasionally, somebody says, no, that guy's right, and my client walks out of prison. So I'm
Well, that's fine. You can make an argument that something should change, but are you telling me that other places in the state are giving a different instruction, that it should be beyond a reasonable doubt?
What I'm telling you, Court, is that it appears that up until 1980, that was true. And so the Supreme Court enters its rule, sort of has this ruling that talks about that, but nobody's arguing about it because they don't have access to the internet, and nobody has a copy of the field code or what California was up to.
Well, Justin Visine argued about it in a dissent in Edmondson.
And we thank him for it, although.
Okay.
If
You
you
can't
go
say
back,
that hasn't been an argument about it.
well. No. If you go back and you read what Justice Visine did, Justice Visine didn't know about the field code. He knew it came out of California. He knew that it meant something different.
I think it's attached on the dissent.
That's
Some of that.
No,
Oh,
California.
that's the earlier session.
He has the California code, and he has the stuff from the territories. That's what he's found. But he doesn't know. I mean, if you read the field code, which apparently nobody did, except, Justice Field in California. If you read it, it literally tells you what it's trying to do. It spells it right out. And you can find it for free on Google Books, which is where I got it. I don't have a copy. I'm not even sure where you find it, but except for Google Books, you can find this thing, and they have a whole preamble to how they're trying to save the concept of the grand jury. They want it to be better than what it is. They understand people have concerns about it. Let's make it better. And it gets adopted in California, and then we took it from that. And then that's what I think should matter. And the fact that the plain language of the statute is being read by every prosecutor in the state up until the 80s when the Supreme Court finally gets them to stop, because the statute's relatively clear. And so the only person who's pushing back against this are these Idaho Supreme Court justices who don't like it. But there's nobody coming to them and saying, here's a copy of the field code. This is where this all comes from. This was the point. Instead, there's just this concern that who could possibly want such a thing? How would we be safe if our communities are only able to indict people beyond reasonable doubt? It's just too much. It's too high a stake. That's hard to believe given how many of these cases are making it up because they were convicted. There's no reports anywhere that I was able to find that in the state of Idaho, all these prosecutors were mistakenly moving beyond reasonable doubt. There's just no indictments going on. Nobody was going to prison. Nobody was getting the death penalty. It was a free-for-all, and we had posses riding around and having to deliver justice because.
Thanks for your. Thank you, Hans. Let's go, Hans. Thank you. Hans, for your welcome. You just became a sponsor. You're now a sponsor of the channel. Thank you, Hans. Really appreciate it. Really do. Thank you. It helps me out loads. So really appreciate. That's brought a smile to my face now. I'm ill, but I'm happy. Hans has sorted me out. I feel better already. Thank you, Hans. Thank you. Sarah P should be here too, as well, but I think she's on break. I'm only joking. Sarah P works way too hard for this channel, so I'm only teasing her. So thank you again, Hans. I said earlier on, I still love your voice in that short that I watched. Love the voice.
The standard was too high with the grand jury proceeding, but that's not what was occurring. What you had was a perfectly well-running system. You had Supreme Court justices that were not aware of where this stuff was going. If somebody had come to them and said it, we'd have a ruling, but nobody did. In fact, we don't have really any state that's ever done the heavy work of this. You've got the New York Court of Appeals, is about the only one that was aware because it happened there. And they've kind of let it drain away over time. Well, other states can do what they want. They can pass new statutes, their constitutions are older than ours, etc. Our constitution was written in 1890. So it's now locked in what the people thought that they had as their law and what they considered to be their standard of due process at that time. And the only history we have is you've got the Supreme Court saying, you don't have that right. You got a bunch of prosecutors of all people thinking that we do. And that's what you're looking at. The fact that the rest of the country is off doing other things, I don't think necessarily matters. What matters in terms of the courts has to read plain language of the statute. The court has to consider the fact that, at the very least, California knew what it was up to, and that even if the people who wrote our Constitution didn't know what was going on, it doesn't mean that the people who wrote the Idaho Revised Statutes in 1887 didn't know what they were signing on for. And whether or not they were sitting at the Constitutional Convention is something that I put enough effort into to figure that one out, but I don't think it necessarily answers the question anymore. Anyway, I think the only other thing I wanted to touch on was how, by agreeing with me, the court is able to save the indictment by turning it into a presentment. There's a presentment.
No, not good.
There's a lot less.
Oh no, I was texting, sorry.
Entry rules and everything else. Much of the complaints we would have about it essentially disappeared, and the state has its presentment. And as far as I'm told, one of the reasons why we had a grand jury in this case is because in another case I had argued that if you don't do a grand jury, you can't have the death penalty, which I still believe. But if you have a presentment, that's also listed. And so the state still gets what it wants. And we get a preliminary hearing, which it seems to me would be worth the candle for us.
I think there was some instruction about present for the grand jury, was it not? They were given that option.
Well, I think they were told about it. So I don't know. I mean, the court maybe can find it. I can't find a single presentment in the history of Idaho. So I don't know if they've really ever been used.
I don't know.
And I hadn't really even thought about what they are or what they meant until taking up this argument. But from what I could tell, going back to the field code and looking at everything else in the statutes that we have on hand, I mean, essentially it's like grand jury light. Typically for the presentment, the idea for who is getting the presentment seems to come from the grand jury members themselves. They just come in with some information about somebody, they make an accusation like it's a complaint, and then it goes off and it gets treated more like a complaint than it does an event. I don't know if the court found anything otherwise, but that's the way that it appears supposed to work. Like I said, I don't know if anybody's ever done one, but I do think that what the state accomplished in the indictment in this proceeding would easily meet the requirements of the presentment. And I don't think we would have any real ability to argue with it. I mean, the grand jury itself can just come in and say, these are some facts I heard from my neighbor, and I think that guy committed a crime, and that's enough to start the wheels of justice. And I'm relatively certain we've met that requirement. And so if the court does that, then the state still has a piece of paper that says the death penalty can be sought in the Fifth Amendment of the United States Constitution. And a preliminary hearing would be offered to give us the ability to take a closer look at this case than what was given at the actual grand jury. So, you know, and everybody could win. I do have that as an option to work. Does the court have any questions? It looks like you might.
I might on your reply.
Okay.
We'll see.
That's it.
Thank you. Mr. Nye?
Thank you, Your Honor. As much as I enjoy the frolics of legislative history, as a trial attorney, we usually have a shortcut. And that is we check to see if the Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on the issue. And in this case, it has multiple times. So in Edmondson, the Supreme Court said, and I quote, "The purpose of the grand jury proceeding is to determine whether sufficient probable cause exists to bind the defendant over for trial. The determination of guilt or innocence is saved for a later day. As long as the grand jury has received legally sufficient evidence, which in and of itself supports the finding of probable cause, it is not for an appellate court to set aside the indictment." This court is bound by that holding. The Idaho Supreme Court applied that holding in 2 subsequent cases, Martinez and Jones.
Should I do it again now? Okay, I'll go do it now. I didn't know I was supposed to do it again. I'll go and do it again now. Oh my God, I nearly went there. Okay, also, any new members, I posted on YouTube channel, link to Discord. So, friends, you see the new community page, you see the link to Discord, you can join Discord through there. And you can see all the things that memes and everything Jonathan's doing. Keep up the good work, John.
Both cited in my brief. The Court of Appeals has applied that.
We're glad, build some stuff.
This court is also bound by its holdings. The only other thing I would add is, to summarize Mr. Watson's argument, Idaho law supports it as long as you ignore the Idaho Supreme Court. California law supports it as long as you ignore the California Supreme Court. Idaho's constitutional history supports it as long as you ignore the founding fathers. I could go on, but there's nothing to see here. The Idaho Supreme Court has ruled on this, and this court is not right. Unless the court has any questions or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Nye.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Watson, you want to add anything else?
Well, that's just not what happened. I mean, Judge, courts say things all the time. We call it nitpick. When a court is listing off.
Sometimes we call it the law.
Sometimes. But what we're talking about when we talk about evidence is we're talking about it. I mean, nobody was arguing in that case that probable cause was the standard. They were arguing over whether or not it's fair that some people get a prelim and some people get a grand jury. That's what that argument was about. And the guy didn't come in and say, "Oh no, I got a grand jury and the standard is beyond a reasonable doubt. If that's too, I don't like that. I'd rather have a prelim with a probable cause standard." That doesn't occur in that case for various, I'm sure, fantastic reasons. And the same thing happens in these later cases. I mean, it gets responded to. And yeah, like I said, the Supreme Court adopted a rule, but it's never tested the constitutionality of its own rule. It's never heard arguments on any of these things. It doesn't, it's not stating a holding after an argument. What it's doing is it's just reviewing what it believes the law to be that nobody's picking a fight about. I'm picking a fight about it.
And you may have the opportunity to do that to the Supreme Court.
Well,
and that's what you're building. That's what you're building for. Because you know that I am constrained by existing law. I can't just change the law as a trial court if it's established. And I would say that in Edmondson, there wasn't an argument because it was settled law. I mean, I think that's really the problem. So, of course, a lot happened from 1880, 1890 to now, but the law doesn't always just sit still. I mean, it evolves, and that may be just what happened naturally. I don't agree that the language of the statute is completely clear too. I mean, I think you can interpret it different ways, and a lot of people have interpreted that language different ways. Whether it's beyond a reasonable doubt or probable cause. And you can argue with me about that. I mean, I'm kind of baiting you about that. So,
Judge, the cases that say that are very self-serving. These are courts that are essentially openly hostile to the idea of using it beyond a reasonable doubt. And so they make claims like to warrant really means to permit the trial jury to see it. That's not the wording of this statute. The California case gets written in the backdrop of a statute being passed in the 1940s. It says probable cause is what you're going to look at when you're deciding whether or not these indictments should stand. So it really doesn't, whether or not the grand jury is being told something else to some extent turns into.
I mean, they go on forever, you. Do you know what I mean? Anyway, I've just gargled. I don't think it's making much difference, but I'll continue gargling, guys. I will continue doing it.
The reality is, just because the courts didn't like what the legislature did out, and in our case, unlike California, unlike New York, but what was part of the concept of due process in our Constitution is written. Just because the Supreme Court doesn't like it, doesn't mean it's somehow settled law because it refuses to follow it. It has to actually have a case and determine it. Now, occasionally, they can pass rules like they did, and so that's where this whole question of whether or not this is a substantive right and procedural right. But they never ruled on it. And Your Honor has the ability to look at the whole mess, the totality, and say, what is the law? What was the law in 1890? And when did it change? I don't think what the court can write is an opinion that says, well, we don't know when or how it changed, but by 1890, clearly the probable cause was the same in the state law. There has to be something where the Supreme Court considers these things in order for it to be settled law in a way that, in which Your Honor would be right and say, I can't do anything about it. They've never settled this question because nobody ever brought it up. Because it's really hard to get a copy of the field code in 1913. I don't know. But
it was, well, there was I can't remember the name right at this moment, but in the 1950s, there was dicta where the judge, the appellate judge said, no, that's not the standard because they were using beyond a reasonable doubt in that case. Anyway, there was a discussion in that case about what the standard of proof is or should be in the grand jury. So there have been touches of that along the way, I think, but you're right, there's not a whole lot of law until the Edmondson that was pretty clear. And then as Mr. Nye pointed out, a couple of decisions after that case, I think was 1987, something like that. So, yeah, I mean, I appreciate your argument. I mean, it's interesting. I'm constrained by the law, though. Back to that. You're making a record. That's good.
Judge, having the decision held some things. It's true, but nobody was arguing about that standard of proof. The fact that they stated while they're walking through what a grand jury is versus what a preliminary hearing is, that doesn't settle what the standard is. Just because they said it doesn't make it the law. I think their jurisdiction is limited, and yet broader than the United States Supreme Court. Although if you read that most recent opinion where Judge Stegner doesn't agree with any of them about what their jurisdiction is like, it gets kind of complicated. But the point is, they can't just say in an opinion where nobody's arguing anything Oh, and by the way, the law of the land is this. Nobody briefed this issue in ethics. Nobody briefed it in any of the cases they came after. They didn't set in stone via that opinion what the standard is. They tried by adopting the rule. The rule is the question. The court has to try to figure out, is it a procedural right or a substantive right? If the court says it's a procedural right, and essentially what the court is saying is that the courts get to decide how much it takes for one of us to be thrown in the lockup, put to death, etc. Which I can't find any case that has ever said that. They've all said that the standards being set by the Constitution or the legislature, setting these standards over and over and over again. So for the Idaho Supreme Court to issue a rule setting the standard of proof, even though there is a statute that says otherwise, they can't do that. That didn't become something that, I mean, they did it, but the court is in a position to consider whether or not they could do it. The court can tell the Idaho Supreme Court this rule isn't constitutional. Courts can do that. I mean, we consider bail issues. We consider bail and appeal, things like that. Statute versus procedural rights. Those things occur. And the lower court can look at that like anybody else can. Who's in the right? Is it the legislature or is it the court? So I think the court can decide all these things. But if the court's going to say, I hope you'll at least write a 32-page order in which you explain how right I am about everything except that. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate the argument. I think it's really creative. And I appreciate the journey back through history. I think it is an important factor in determining what the law is and why the law was established the way it was. But even you, okay, and I've heard this, but even in your brief, and this is your quote, okay, that the whole of modern jurisprudence on the issue is against it, as well as the least one founding father of this state. So I get it. I mean, what it comes down to me is that I am constrained by what I believe is settled law in Idaho. I may be wrong, but this is certainly an issue that you would have to bring up with a higher court, like the Idaho Supreme Court, and I look forward to getting that from your perspective settled in Idaho. We'll see. There's the rule, of course, which is we've talked about, but this argument really is fighting against some case law too. You may say that it's all dicta. I mean, that's debatable, I suppose. But the Idaho criminal rules, specifically Rule 6.5A, expressly states that probable cause is the standard, not beyond a reasonable doubt, and for a grand jury's indictment. And I think I have 3 or 4 recent, because this argument has been circulating in the state. I think I've had 3 or 4 district judge decisions denying the motion and hearing. So I am going to deny that argument. I think the argument is good, but I can't go that far. Not today. I'll give you a written decision. I can't guarantee it's going to be 32 pages. It might be longer. It might be shorter. So we'll see. But it's always enjoyable to have an argument with you, Mr. Longston. So I think that's all we have to do still. Ms. Taylor?
That's it for today, Your Honor.
Okay, and Mr. Thompson?
Yes, sir. We're done for today.
Okay, nothing else to address then. Okay, well, I hope you all got a touch of Idaho history and the law and how it works and our Idaho and United States Constitution. So go out and learn some more. Okay, thank you all. We're adjourned.
The reason I asked that question is because I genuinely think that's 100% red here. I did used to have some blues here, but I don't think I have anymore. I think, like, I don't do politics here, but I'm pretty sure everyone's thing. Carol, oh, Carol Draper, yes, Carol. Carol's joined. He's joined our Discord. So if you're on Discord, go say hello to Carol. She just joined on Discord. Thank you, Carol. Right. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they, I'm giving me my stance. He's innocent until I see all the evidence. He's innocent. So I don't. What do you call it? I've not got any thoughts whether he's guilty. He's innocent as far as I'm concerned. So far, anyway, Kim. Maybe we shouldn't have done that, Paul, but we just lost half our viewers again. Yeah, they don't have much evidence from it, but it's still plenty of time to go. Do you know what I mean? But as far as I'm concerned, he's innocent unless proven guilty. As my that's what this channel represents. Innocent unless proven guilty. So as far as I'm concerned, he starts the trial as innocent. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Oh, jeez, right. Oh, Jonathan, I did have some apple vinegar as well. Organic apple vinegar. What did you do with it? For sore throats? I think this Falkland thing is making bloody worse.
Of this year, specifically number 19 in the state's motions in limine, stated as follows. It was the request, but it was granted by this court. Prohibiting the introduction of evidence about any alleged general drug or alcohol use by the victim, as such evidence is irrelevant, unfairly prejudicial, and is improper character evidence. And there was a citation to sections 904.02 and 904.03. I know as attorneys, all of you know that in order that the general rule on other crimes, wrongs, or acts, whether it's about a witness, a victim, or a
I actually don't. I've never heard that before. People with deep voices. I don't actually know what that is.
defendant is generally not admissible. This court also entered a very specific scheduling order. It, of course, got extended a bit when the trial was adjourned, but it did not apply. I'll state it this way, primarily applied to the addition of expert witnesses for the defense. And so I dealt with this issue, and to the extent that earlier before the break for lunch that I said, if you think that I'm wrong, file a motion, it would be untimely. Any such motion would be untimely. So that was something that was specifically addressed. I expect the attorneys to follow all of those rulings made as it relates to the motions in limine, and that you all have, right, independent ethical obligations, not only to, for example, for the defense,
I don't know either.
defendant, but to the court, to this jury, to be honest, truthful, and have candor. And questions such as were asked were clearly out of bounds as it relates to the victim's alcohol and drug use prior to and what's reflected in the toxicology.
So when I get my real voice back, what you're saying is that I'm not dominant, I'm weak, and I have no sex appeal. Thanks, Em.
Reports, or even asking questions that do not have anything to do with or that have to do with irrelevant information. So I just wanted to add that to the record. Those are issues this court previously dealt with. Both parties were at that hearing in January, where I addressed all issues related to the motions in limine that were left open at that time. And I haven't revisited those since for obvious reasons. All right, with
Jonathan, did you hear me? I've found the apple cider organic vinegar. So what do you do? What do I do? What do you want to do with it? Kim, I know, I try not to speak. I do try not to. I have to because it's tomorrow. I'm going to try and save it for tomorrow. Kim, you're right. And it's all seven love, Kim. It's all good. All good.
that, I know my jury's here because they don't leave. They're ready to go. Anything from the state before we bring the jury in? I presume you have your next witness.
We do have our next witness, but that does lead to one issue, Judge. We sort of anticipated Dr. Kasinko's testimony.
How much so? How much do you gargle about? Just a small amount? How many times?
Testimony taking longer than it did. We have tried our best to move witnesses up, but unfortunately, nobody was able to move from next week into today. So we have our next witness, but unfortunately, we have no witnesses. I will say, though it may not seem like it, we are ahead of where we thought we would be at this point already. So I don't know how long he'll take. I would guess based on other witnesses, I would guess he'd be finished around 3 to 3:30 anyway, and we would be requesting a break for the week at that point.
Any comment from the defense?
Early break would be nice, Judge.
Well, we've gone late with them a few nights, so I'm somewhat pleased actually if it ends up being that way, to give them an early start to the weekend. So I have no issue with that at all, but thank you for the heads up.
Judge, there's another matter regarding the past witness.
How much do you gargle at a time? Like 2-3 times?
Ms. Posa?
Yes.
When she was testifying, and I asked her whether or not Lynn had told her that she had removed the $50,000 out of the lockbox. In her interview, she says, yes, Lynn had told her that she had taken the money out of the lockbox. Today,
you said she's under your subpoena. You can recall her during your case.
But I did want, okay.
So I don't want to hold up the next witness. If we need to, we can address it after the jury's gone for the day. But as I recall, and you just confirmed, she's under the defense subpoena. So you will have an opportunity to recall her if there is some clarification that needs to be made. There was questioning, of course, regarding that topic.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Okay, very well. Let's have the jurors brought out.
I gargle for like 20 seconds, 4 times. 20 seconds, gargle, spit. 20 seconds, gargle, spit. Is that a people quiet? Where's she gone?
Do you have an updated?
Really quiet. Danny, I've not seen Danny today. I've seen Rose. Rose good today either. Hannah's gone. I haven't seen Hannah for the rest of the day, but make it really salty. Just the way you like it, Sylvia, yeah? Just the way you women like it, really salty. I'm so far behind the Lynn. Supposedly. Yeah. You're on it, Tilly. You're on it.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. State may call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls James Kelleher.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. Kelleher. If you would please make your way to the witness stand, which is to the front of the courtroom, up one riser. When you get there, please remain standing, raise your right hand, and my clerk, Teresa, who's on my left, will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The first thing I will ask you to do when you are seated is to state your first and last names for the record and spell each.
James Kelleher, James, Kelleher, Kelliher.
Thank you. Go ahead, your witness.
Thank you, Judge. And Mr. Kelleher, the first thing I'm going to ask you to do is just kind of sit up towards the microphone so we can make sure everybody hears us, okay? Perfect. Sir, are you working?
No, I'm retired.
How long have you been retired?
8 years come November.
Okay. What did you do when you were working?
I was a heavy equipment operator for Local 139.
And how long were you employed in that fashion?
30 years.
Okay. Now, you know you're here to talk about Lynn Hernan, correct?
That's correct.
Did you know Lynn Hernan?
Yes, I did.
When did you meet Lynn Hernan?
Approximately 1983.
And in 1983, then, were you just friends with Miss Hernan or something more than friends?
Well, I met her at Summerfest, and after getting to know her, then we started dating. We started to go out after that.
Okay, pretty quickly after meeting her?
Yes.
And how long were you and Miss Hernan in a relationship together?
About 10 years, till about 1993.
And during that time span, so 1983 to 1993, how old were you?
I was 23 when I met her.
Okay, so 23 to 33, you dated her?
Correct.
Was Miss Hernan the same age roughly?
She is, I believe, 3 years older than I was.
Okay, so 26 to 36 in that time frame?
Correct.
Was there
Oh, fuck. I was muted. Fuck. I was saying Sarah. Welcome back, Sarah P. Also, Sarah, Hens is now a Faco Club member. So, here she is. Here we go. Obviously, we all welcomed her. I know that I'm backtracking, but I'm also driving, which I probably shouldn't do. I'm gonna. No worries. No worries. No worries, hands. I was talking. I know muted boomer question mark. Shut the fuck up. You can hear me all right now. We still can't hear you. You can hear me. I was just saying. I was always. I'm not speaking anymore. I'm not speaking anymore. I've been lurking in the background. I bet. Anyway, it's not. Hands is not a member until you say, "Welcome to the Tackle Club." You have to welcome her because I got used to it now. We got the bot that does the whole announcing. The Salapee comes in afterwards. Oh,
Is there anything major that caused your relationship to end?
Probably just the amount of hours I was putting in.
Hence, it's now official. Yes. It's not official till Salapee announces it. So
That, working Saturdays, sometimes on Sundays.
Okay, just not enough time for a relationship.
Correct.
Did you and Miss Hernan remain friends though?
Yes, we still were friends till this day.
Was there any gap? I mean, did the relationship end in 1993 and tempers had to
No.
cool or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay, just relationship ended for time constraints and you went to being friends.
Correct.
Okay. So when you were dating, that 23 to 33 year period of your life, or I should say age 23 to 33, were you going on dates and things like that?
Correct. We go see bands and go out to dinner, stuff like that.
Okay. Were you discussing financials a lot in your 20s and early 30s?
No.
Okay. And what was Lynn doing for a job at that time?
She was a beautician.
Okay, like a hairstylist?
Hairdresser, yes.
Did she do makeup and stuff too, or just mostly
Correct.
hair?
Yeah.
Oh, she did do makeup as well?
Yes, correct.
Okay. She liked to look good herself?
All the time.
Okay. And would it surprise you, in fact, on the day she died, we even saw some pictures of her nails and toenails being painted pink. Would that surprise you at all?
No.
Okay, that was kind of the Lynn you knew?
Correct.
Okay. So you weren't really talking about financials in your 20s and early 30s, right? Did you know how much money Lynn had, for example?
No.
Okay. In that 10-year time span, was she buying you gifts for, I don't know, year anniversaries and birthdays and things like that?
She would buy stuff, but usually it was from like rummage sales or flea market, stuff like that.
Okay.
But there was no expensive gifts. She couldn't afford it.
Okay. Wasn't buying like a brand new TV set or a computer or
No.
anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay. Now, transitioning then from the relationship being over, but your friendship continuing, did you continue to stay in contact with Miss Hernan?
Yes, I did.
What did that look like after your dating relationship was over?
We would just see each other whenever. She would stop over. We'd stop over at her house. We'd see her on holidays, Christmas, New Year's, whatever.
So major holidays?
Correct. She was more than welcome at our house.
And when you say our house, who are you referring to?
Me and my girlfriend, Linda.
Okay. When did you start seeing Linda?
2003.
Okay. So about 10 years after your relationship with Lynn ends, you start dating Linda, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, are you still with Linda today?
Correct.
Okay. When you started dating Linda, was it awkward at all that your ex-girlfriend is still a friend or anything like that?
No.
How would you describe Lynn's relationship with you and Linda?
They were friends. They would get along, and we would go out. They would have cocktails together.
Okay. And Lynn was friends with both of you at that point then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so aside from major holidays, you said it was just kind of open that Lynn could stop by your house whenever.
Yep.
If we set aside holidays like Christmas and New Year's and things like that, how many times a year do you think you and Lynn were together at either your house or her house?
I couldn't say for sure. About once a month, maybe once 6 weeks. It would
Okay.
vary. It depends.
But
If
you
I
would
was working,
see each other on average once a month, you think?
probably yes, or at least talk to her. Yes.
Okay. Was that true from 1993 up until her death in 2018?
Correct.
Okay. And when you were just friends now, so after 1993, did you have any reason to discuss financials with Lynn at that point?
No.
Did you know how much money Lynn was worth?
No.
Did you know her spending habits or anything like that?
No, I did not.
Okay. You would talk to her pretty regularly though?
Correct.
When you would get together for holidays, were there gifts exchanged?
Yes.
Okay, from both you to her and her
Right.
to you?
Correct. It was nothing expensive.
Okay.
A lot of stuff was Harley Davidson stuff.
Okay, you beat me my next question. I was gonna say, did it become more lavish at all or
No.
or less so? It was the same thing, basically.
Correct.
You said mostly Harley Davidson stuff, I think I heard?
Correct.
Okay. So, and that was consistent from 1993 until 2018 as well?
Correct.
Okay. What about with Linda, your new girlfriend? Were there cards or gifts exchanged between Lynn and Linda?
I believe just on the holidays, like Christmas or New Year's, stuff
Okay.
like that. Thanksgiving,
Okay.
birthdays.
So in your entire time from 1983 until 2018, that's about 35 years if I'm doing quick math here. Did you know Lynn to be like sick or anything like that all the time, would you say?
Not during that period, no.
Okay. Did there come a period of time when you knew her to be sick?
During 2016, when she stopped at her new house, she had came over and she had mentioned that the hospital, the doctors could not figure out what was wrong with her.
Okay. Is there a reason you can remember that it was a time in 2016? Is there a reason
That's
that conversation?
when we moved into our house.
Okay. So that kind of stands out to you?
Correct.
Did Lynn come see you at your new house?
More than once, yes.
Okay. The conversation you're talking about where she disclosed kind of being sick to you, was that shortly after you moved into your new house?
Correct.
And you're sure that was in 2016?
Correct.
Prior to that, had you ever heard Lynn talk about being sick or?
No, I did not.
Okay. Was there anything else she said to you at that conversation in 2016 about her health or any other concerns?
She said she doesn't know what's happening to all her money.
Did you know what you meant?
No, I did not.
Did you take that conversation any further?
No, I did not.
Okay. So from 2016 then, was it just through 2018 that she talked about being sick when you would talk?
If she would stop over, we'd invite her over. We'd have a housewarming party, whatever, and she would stay or she would bring some. She's a good cook, so she'd bring treats and stuff, but then she would always leave. She would say she does stomach aches or whatever, and she would always leave. She wouldn't stay for the parties.
And as far as you know, those stomach aches and things started in 2016?
Correct.
Okay.
As far as I know.
Okay. Now, when was the last time you think you saw Lynn in person?
Probably Christmas on 2017.
Okay, so that would be the Christmas before she died.
Correct.
Okay. What do you remember about that, if anything?
We had Christmas at her house. and
She invited you over then?
Correct.
Okay. And did you stay for a long time or was she kind of like?
Couple hours maybe.
Okay. And did Lynn seem comfortable with that or was she kind of pushing you out the door?
No, she was comfortable. She made like snacks and shrimp and whatever. She was a good cook.
Okay.
Exchanged gifts. And
Okay. And was it just you and Linda and Lynn at that time?
correct.
Okay. And so moving forward from Christmas of 2017, did you continue to talk to Lynn on the phone then?
Yes. Yes.
And was that still on average, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but on average about once a month?
Probably longer than that. It would be every 2 months or so.
Okay.
But she would stop over whenever.
Okay. Do you remember her stopping over after Christmas time, 2017?
Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but yeah, she would stop over.
Just for a quick visit?
Right.
Okay. So aside from those, you maybe talked to her once every 2 months in that sort of start of 2018 till October of 2018?
From 2016 to 2018, correct.
Oh, going back to 2016 to 2018.
Right.
Okay. And why was the frequency sort of spread out more in that time span? Do you know?
She would always say that she wasn't feeling good.
Okay. And to be
We'd
clear-
invite her. We invited her more than that, but she wouldn't come over.
Okay. And to be clear, that was a change from prior to 2016?
Correct.
Okay. In any of that time between 2016, when you moved into your new house, and I'm sorry, when in 2016 was that?
The end of June.
Okay. So end of June 2016 till October 3rd of 2018, did you ever hear Lynn say anything to you about thinking of killing herself?
No, I did not.
Overruled.
And I'm sorry, can you repeat your answer, please?
No, I did not.
Did she say anything that caused you concern?
No, she did not.
If Lynn had ever told you anything that made you think she was suicidal, would you have called somebody on her behalf?
Well, yeah, I would have tried to do something. She never gave me the indication of suicidal. Never.
Okay. And I'm going to switch gears a little bit. Mr. Keller, as you sit there today, have you ever been convicted of a crime?
Couple times.
Okay. How many times?
2.
2. Okay. And somewhat in relation, in 2012, did you have to pay fines to the court?
Yes, I did.
Did you pay those fines at the actual clerk's office or did somebody else?
Lynn paid those.
And do you remember about how much money your fines were?
There were 3 different charges. It was $300 a piece, so it was $900 total.
Okay. And Lynn paid those for you?
She paid them, but I had asked the judge for more time to pay them, and they agreed. And Lynn just went and paid it anyways.
Okay, just hang on. So Lynn paid those for you, that $900?
Correct.
Did Lynn say to you at that time, hey, Jim, don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about that $900?
No, she did not.
And did she want her money back?
She got it back within an hour, but she never said no. I gave her money back right away. I told her not even to pay it for me.
Understood. But she did.
Right.
But did she ever say, you don't have to worry about this as a gift?
No.
Okay. That $900 that she essentially loaned you for an hour, we might say, right?
Correct.
Was that the biggest chunk of money Lynn ever gave you at one time?
Correct.
Okay. And again, you paid that back within the hour, you said.
Correct. As soon as it got to the house, my house.
When you were talking earlier about gifts of like Harley Davidson things and rummage sale things, did Lynn ever throw some cash in an envelope for you on top of it?
No.
Did she ever write
Not
you a
that-
check for any amount of money?
Not that I recall, no.
Okay. So Christmas gifts were not money related, they were objects.
Correct.
Okay. So moving into September of 2018, I'm switching gears again a little bit. Did you learn that Lynn was in the hospital?
And what year was that?
In September of 2018, sir.
She was in and out of the hospital from 2016, but I don't know the certain dates when she was in and out of the hospital, no.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you know that Lynn died on October 3rd, 2018?
Correct.
Do you know shortly prior to her death whether she was in the hospital for more than one day?
Yes, she was.
Okay, and that's the hospital stay I'm talking about, okay?
Correct.
Okay. How did you find out Lynn was in the hospital that time?
I think it was Jessy or Jesse's mother, Jennifer, that we had talked to on the phone. Because we had called and they answered Lynn's phone.
Okay, hold on a second. I just don't want to get too far ahead. So you think it was Jessy Kurczewski? Is that this woman over here in the white sweater?
That's correct.
Objection. That's not what he said, Judge.
Overruled.
And you said it was her mother as well?
Correct.
Okay. Now, did they call you and say, we just wanted you to know Lynn is in the hospital?
No, they did not.
Okay. How did you come to find out Lynn was in the hospital?
We called Lynn's phone because we still had her birthday present for her from June 26th is her birthday. And we had her present still for her. So we were calling her to see when we could get together to give her a present.
Okay. How in that conversation did you learn Lynn's in the hospital? Did Lynn answer her phone?
No, she did not.
Somebody else answered her phone?
Correct.
Okay. Now, I don't want you to speculate as to who it was, but do you know for certain who the other person on the other end of the phone was?
At that time, no.
Okay. But what information was given to you that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital during that phone call?
Objection.
Overruled, but just phrase, I think you phrased it fine, so keep going.
Okay, thank you.
What was the question?
Sure, absolutely. What information was relayed during that phone call that led you to believe Lynn was in the hospital?
I don't know if there's any real information. When we had asked, they had said that Lynn was sick And then why were we talking, or why did we want to get a hold of Lynn? So I don't know exactly, but Lynn was in the hospital for like a week before.
Okay.
So I don't know.
Okay. A couple days after that call, where somebody else answered Lynn's cell phone, did you get a call from a hospital?
I got a call from Lynn.
Okay. Was it from Lynn's cell phone?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. So what I'm asking you is, and let me ask you this, what kind of phone did you have at the time? Was it a smartphone, a flip phone, something else?
My phone is a flip phone.
Okay. Is that what you had back in 2018?
That's what I've always had.
And so when you get a call on that phone, if you have somebody's number programmed in, a name will pop up. Is that right?
Correct.
And if you don't have them programmed in, just a sort of phone number will appear, correct?
Correct.
When you got this phone call from Lynn, was it from Lynn that you had programmed in your phone or a random phone number?
No, it was a different phone number.
Okay. So how did you know it was Lynn?
Because Lynn called and said that she was going to be getting out of the hospital in a couple of days.
Okay.
She said, this is Lenny. So that's, I knew it was Lynn.
Okay. Do you remember approximately what date that was that she called you to tell you she was getting out of the hospital?
Probably like September 24th or 25th.
Okay. Late September of 2018 still?
Correct.
Okay. So was that the entire purpose of her call? Just to tell you she was getting out of the hospital in a couple days?
Yeah. And I asked her like when we could get together to give her a birthday gift.
And what did she say when you said you wanted to give her this birthday gift?
Are you offering it for the truth of the matter or sir, did it for some other reason?
I'm not. It's just to show why he did what he did next.
Overruled, he may answer.
Do you need me to repeat it?
Please.
Sure. So you told her you have this birthday gift for her still, right?
Correct.
And you wanted to give it to her.
Correct.
And I want to know, what was her response to that?
That she was going to be getting out of the hospital a couple of days, which would be, she thought by Friday, the 28th, she'd be getting out of the hospital.
Okay. Now, when we're talking about Lynn's birthday, do you remember when Lynn's birthday was?
June 26th.
Okay. And at the end of September, 2 full months later, you still had a birthday gift that you hadn't gotten to her?
I still have it in the basement. It's still wrapped.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Why was it that between June of 2018 and September of 2018, you hadn't been able to give Lynn her birthday gift?
Lynn was sick. I believe she was in and out of the hospital.
Okay. Had you been trying in those 2 months to deliver this birthday gift?
Correct.
And it just wasn't working out because of her health?
Correct.
In any of that time, did you think, boy, Lynn's just given up, I got to do something?
No.
And she, in fact, said she was getting out in a couple days, referencing this birthday gift you were trying to get.
Correct.
Okay. Is that the last time you talked to Lynn directly?
Correct.
Was there ever another message that Lynn left on your phone?
Yeah, there was another message after that.
Okay.
But there was, during that phone call with Lynn, I mentioned when we tried to get a hold of Lynn a couple of days earlier on that Sunday, that a couple ladies had answered Lynn's phone and they were telling us not to call this number ever again. Don't worry about Lynn. And they hung up on us. A couple minutes later, another female called back.
Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection on narrative and hearsay. Next question.
Okay. That was the same call that Lynn said she was getting out of the hospital, correct?
Correct.
And that's the last time you talked to her directly, right?
Correct.
But she said a few days later, she left you a message of some sort?
Judge asked answered.
Overruled.
Is that right, sir?
Correct. She left me a message, a voicemail.
Do you remember how many days after?
I couldn't tell you for sure.
Okay. In that voice message, though, did she ever say, Jim, I'm sorry, I'm leaving, I'm gone?
No,
Anything like that?
she apologized for the way that those.
Sustained.
Anything in that voicemail message that caused you concern that Lynn was going to kill herself?
No.
Speculation.
Overruled. His answer may stand. If there is an objection, wait till I rule on it, okay?
Okay.
Just to be clear, you said no?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, Cross.
Thank you, Judge. Good afternoon, Mr. Kelleher. Can you hear me?
Yes,
If you can't, let me know, okay?
yes, sir.
Thank you. Lynn paid for a ticket of yours on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
Correct.
And that was $195.
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for well, that ticket was $67.30 on April 1st, 2015, correct?
Not that I recall, no.
She also paid for your property account for $195 on April 3rd, 2015, correct?
No, sir.
If I was to show you a copy of some checks that I received from the bank, would it refresh your memory?
Sure.
Do you remember her paying for your tax preparation on April 3rd, 2015 for $195?
I don't recall.
If I showed you a copy of the ticket, would that refresh your memory?
Show me, please.
I believe we're up to 590 for the defense. If you want to mark that, please, for identification purposes.
591, Judge.
Oh, all right, 591, thank you.
Thank you.
You may.
There you go, sir.
Which one are you talking about?
The ones that are highlighted, sir.
No, I didn't. If I ever push it hard, but I'll tell you guys about it. I will tell you. Did you get an ad? Yeah. Jonathan hasn't had one. I'm premium, so I don't get one. No, I generally didn't. I generally didn't.
I don't believe this, the 67 one.
Does it have your,
Rush.
does it
That
refresh
could
your
be.
memory?
Don't show it to anyone else, Jonathan.
Does it refresh your memory, sir?
That's my tax preparation, so maybe she did for that.
So again, in 2015, Lynn was paying for things for you, correct?
Apparently, I didn't ask her to.
Yeah, you indicated you met Lynn at Summerfest, correct?
Correct,
And you dated for about 10 years, correct?
correct.
And did you frequent any bars during that time too?
Yes, we did.
Did you frequent a lot of bars during that time?
A few.
And eventually you guys broke up in 1993, give or take a year or so?
I believe so.
And you kept in contact, correct, with Lynn?
Yes.
Did you get together with Lynn at bars?
Could have, yes.
When did your get together with Lynn at bars, did it ever stop?
I quit drinking in 2015, so I never went out to the bars after 2015.
So around 2015, did your get-togethers with Lynn at bars stop?
We wouldn't get together anymore after we had broke up. We would see each other here and there, but we weren't ever going out. We weren't college and I said, let's go to the bar.
Did Lynn help you when you lost your grandma's house to foreclosure?
Not that I know of.
You don't remember her helping you when your grandma's house was foreclosed?
Financial wise or helping out?
Helping out?
She might have been there to help move and stuff. There were a lot of people that were there moving.
Did she help you pay some of your bills so you wouldn't lose your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that she gave you a down payment for your home?
No, she did not.
Isn't it true that Lynn borrowed you money?
I'm sorry, I just didn't hear the question.
Isn't it true that Lynn borrowed you money?
Not that I know of, no.
You just don't remember?
The 900, when she paid that ticket for me, but I told her not even to pay that because I'd got an extension on that. And then we went right to my house and I paid her back because I had the money at home.
Well, didn't she borrow you money for your pool?
No, she did not. We had a home line of credit for her, and we had a payment book for that, sir.
Did you and Lynn ever go out to dinner together with your new girlfriend?
I couldn't say for sure. We may have.
So you don't remember if you, Lynn, and your girlfriend went out to dinner, would she would pay for the dinner?
No, sir.
You don't remember that? Or it did happen, you just can't remember it?
I don't believe it happened.
But you indicated that in 2016 to about 2018, Lynn became very sick.
Correct.
Became very, very sick where she would not want you to come around her anymore. Is that true?
She didn't want to come over to our house. It wasn't.
So you would invite her to your house and she refused to come over.
She would come over and she would bring us treats or snacks or whatever if we were having a cookout or whatever. And then she wouldn't stay. She would go back home.
And she wouldn't say because she was sick.
She said she always had stomach aches.
Did she tell you about her back problems?
She had health issues, yeah, but
Did she tell you about her foot problems?
no,
Did she tell you about her eye problems?
no, she did not.
But you said that she was in and out of the hospital from 2016 to 2015. Strike that, from 2016 to 2018. Is that true?
Correct.
How do you know that she had been in and out of the hospital during the 2-year period? She was telling you this?
Yes, I would talk to her. I'd still talk to her.
Did she tell you what hospital that she was going to and what she was being treated for?
No,
Did she tell you that she had been taken by ambulance to hospitals?
excuse me. What was
Did
that?
she tell you that she was taken to hospitals by ambulance?
No, she did not.
You were aware that when you went over there to Lynn's house, I think you said the last time was December of 2017?
Correct.
Did she have a cat?
Did she have a cat?
Correct.
Yes.
Did she tell you who would take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you offer to go over there and take care of her cat when she was in the hospital?
No, I did not. I didn't know when she would always go into the hospital. She'd go in and she'd be back out and said she was in the hospital. I wouldn't know. How would I know to go take care of the cat?
So she wasn't telling you at all when she was going to hospitals, correct?
No,
When Lynn moved to her condo in Pewaukee, did you help her move?
no, I did not.
Did she know she was even moving?
I heard she had bought a condo, but I didn't know when she was moving. She never wanted help when she moved.
She never wanted your help when she moved.
She never wanted anybody's help when she moved because she was an independent woman and she wanted to do things herself. And if people helped her move, she'd redo her interior anyway. She'd rather do it herself.
Were you aware that when her mother died, Lorraine?
I believe that was in 2013.
Yeah, did you go help her?
No, I did not.
Did you offer to help her?
I know when she died, but no, I did not. She never asked.
When you went to her house in 2017, December, did you see medication around?
Not that I remember.
You weren't looking for medication,
I
correct?
wasn't looking for it. Yeah, correct.
When she went to the hospital in September of 15th to 28th of 2018, did she tell you why she was in the hospital?
No, she did not.
Did you ask her why you're in the hospital?
I might have. I don't know. I can't say for sure.
Did you go visit her in the hospital?
No, I did not. I wouldn't know when she was going to the hospital.
But you knew she was in the hospital, correct?
I would know she was in the hospital after the fact, when she'd come back home and tell me she was just in the hospital.
But you said she called you while she was in the hospital, correct?
Oh, in 2018, yes.
Correct. But you didn't go visit her.
No, I did not. She called to tell me that she was going to be getting out in a couple days.
Did you ask, hey, I'll go pick you up, Lynn, and take you home?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, well, if you're in the hospital, who's taking care of your cat?
No, I did not.
Did you ask her, if you're in the hospital, who's picking up your mail?
Never came up.
Nothing further, Judge, thank you.
All right, any redirect?
Just one question. Mr. Kelleher, you didn't go visit Lynn in the hospital, correct?
Correct.
But you made plans to see her when she was released.
Correct.
And that never unfortunately happened, did it?
It did not.
Thank you, sir. That's all.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome. No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm pleased to tell you we will get done early today. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, is what I'm told. So that will result in a little early weekend for all of you, which I think, given our late days this week, we sort of owe that to you. So I will read the instruction, and then you'll be excused for the day, and we'll see you back Monday morning at 8:30. Do not begin your deliberations and discussion of the case until all the evidence is presented and I have instructed you on the law. Do not discuss this case among yourselves or with anyone else until your final deliberations in the jury room. This order is not limited to face-to-face conversations. It also extends to all forms of electronic communications. Do not use any electronic devices such as a mobile phone or computer, text or instant messaging, or social networking sites to send or receive any information about this case or your experience as a juror. As you know, we will stop or recess from time to time during the trial. You may be excused from the courtroom when it is necessary for me to hear legal arguments from the lawyers. If you come in contact with the parties, lawyers, or witnesses, do not speak with them. For their part, the parties, lawyers, and witnesses will not contact or speak with the jurors. Do not listen to any conversations about this case. Do not research any information that you personally think might be helpful to you in understanding the issues presented. Do not investigate this case on your own or visit the scene, either in person or by any electronic means. Do not read any newspaper reports or listen to any news reports on radio, television, over the internet, or any other electronic application or tool about this trial. Do not consult dictionaries, computers, electronic applications, social media, the internet, or other reference materials for additional information. Do not seek information regarding the public records of any party or witness in this case. Any information you obtain outside the courtroom could be misleading, inaccurate, or incomplete. Relying on this information is unfair because the parties would not have an opportunity to refute, explain, or correct it. Do not communicate with anyone about this trial or your experience as a juror while you are serving on this jury. Do not use a computer, cell phone, or other electronic device, including personal, wearable electronics applications or tools with communication capabilities, to share any information about this case. For example, do not communicate by telephone, blog post, email, text message, instant message, social media post, or in any other way on or off the computer. Do not permit anyone to communicate with you about this matter, either in person, electronically, or by any other means. If anyone does so despite your telling them not to, you should report that to me. I appreciate that it is tempting when you go home in the evening to discuss this case with another member of your household, but you may not do so. This case must be decided by you, the jurors, based on the evidence presented in the courtroom. People not serving on this jury have not heard the evidence, and it is improper for them to influence your deliberations and decision in this case. After the trial is completed, you are free to communicate with anyone in any manner. These rules are intended to assure that jurors remain impartial throughout the trial. If any juror has reason to believe that another juror has violated these rules, you should report that to me. If jurors do not comply with these rules, it could result in a new trial involving additional time and significant expense to the parties and the taxpayers. You are to decide the case solely on the evidence offered and received at trial. With that, you are excused. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you Monday morning.
Be sure you have all your personal items.
What time?
8:30.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's when we started. All right, thank you. Is there anything else from either of the parties today from the
Just ask
state?
that Mr. Kelleher be released from all subpoenas at this point.
May I release him, Judge?
Is he under your subpoena?
Yes, Judge.
All right, then he's not released. So, all right, anything from the defense?
Maybe a little bit of some guidance for next week, who next witnesses.
As has been the practice, you all can meet and confer off the record.
Judge, I have one request when you have a minute.
All
before I
right.
go off. Could we have 20 minutes in the courtroom with Ms. Kurczewski before she's taken out? Because it's very difficult to go see her over at the jail. And we finished early.
That's fine. You
Okay.
can have 20 minutes today after the courtroom is clear. All right. Thank you, everyone. We are in recess.
Thank you, Judge.
591.
I'm whispering, that's why you can't hear me. I'm whispering. I was whispering. I was whispering, guys, because Kim told me to save my voice, so I was whispering. I was just see who would. I wasn't muted, that's why I had my hands up. I wasn't muted. I was taking a Mickey, taking a piss, uh, just to see who would be like, "What? We can't hear you." Sarah, please go mental on it. We can't hear you, Dylan. Um, I just want to say thank you, as always. Sorry, it's not been bollocks, not been maybe the most entertaining by me, but I'm hoping to save my voice for tomorrow. So after tomorrow, I don't really care if I lose my voice. Um, you know, but for today, I'm trying to save it. I've made myself a cup of tea, and as I did that, I poured boiling water onto salt. That's gonna be ready for me when I finish my tea. So I'll do a little bit more, but I did swallow a little bit of the saltiness. Wasn't nice. I imagine you girls probably swallow a little bit as well. It's not nice, is it? Um, but it is what it is. You know, we live and learn, live and learn. But anyway, I just want to say thank you very much. I'm not going to speak too much because my voice is going. So thank you very much, everybody. Obviously, 8:30 Central on Monday, 9:30 Eastern on Monday, and 2:30. Well, I'm not sorry, 2:15. So 8:15 Central, 8:15, 9 Eastern, 2:15 UK time, 3:15 European time. Every time you think of Dorow, I'll be gargling all day. I'll be gargling all day. Thank you, Emma. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Thank you, Emma. So we've got Matt Moore tomorrow. Just tweeted about it on Twitter. We've got Matt Moore tomorrow. We've got a special guest, Stephanie, who was there for the first hour, and then to do a Q&A. She's a resident of Westerville. And then we got a special guest, obviously, of the Guilf, Lady Law, was joining us. So we've all fun and games, I'm sure. Thank you. No, thank you, Sarah. Don't forget about Matt Moore tomorrow. Have a great weekend. Sarah, enjoy with your family. Have a great time. And Sandra, same to you. Thank you very much. Possibly go on bed. I'll be going to bed early, definitely. So keep gargling. I will. Don't worry. It should be back to normal tomorrow. Fucking hell. Not the way I feel, none yet. Jesus, I feel worse. But anyway, I'm gonna end it there. Thank you very much, guys. Love you all. Sylvia, please, yeah, come back tomorrow. We'll see how my voice copes. Thank you as well, Dunya. I'm glad I've been able to experience what girls go through. That's all I can say. I've learned something today about what you girls go through. I don't know how you do it. It's disgusting. But anyway, thank you, thank you, thank you, Jonathan. Don't be late tomorrow, Jonathan. I'm joking. So remember, Jonathan, tomorrow it's 11 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock UK time, 5 o'clock European time. And with that, have a great weekend to everyone. Have a great weekend, Sarah P. Thanks to everybody. Guilf is here, yes. And take care, guys. Free Zachary Anderson, please. Thank you very much. Take care.